I would have died that day, a slave in a world made of cruelty and pain. But against all odds, and the laws of the multiverse itself, he found me again. My Inter-dimensional Cowboy. Chapter 1. The Impossible Message. The cold had a name, and that name was the Magic Tower. It wrapped around me, a constant, brittle reminder of my servitude. I was 26, but felt older than the granite walls that held me. Tonight, the cold was deeper, laced with the sharp, metallic tang of dried blood. My back was a landscape of raw, stinging welts, the latest tax on my rebellious spirit. They called me beautiful, energetic, and worst of all, defiant. In the Noctis Empire, those were not virtues for a slave. They were crimes punishable by the lash and starvation. I hadn't eaten in 2 days, and the hunger gnawed at the edges of my focus, threatening to extinguish the tiny, furious spark that was the only thing keeping me alive. My cell was high up, one of the isolation wards, meaning the stones were thick and soundproof. My only company was the rhythmic, agonizing throbbing of my wounds, and the desperate, hopeless air that had settled around me like a shroud. But I had a secret, a paradox in the heart of this ancient, magic-saturated prison. It was the very reason I was locked in this cell right now. They had tried to confiscate my belongings. I lunged at them, kicking and punching and, taking advantage of the chaos, I picked the guard's pocket and sneaked it back underneath my clothes just before they took me away to impart their discipline on me. The lashes hurt like always, but it was worth it. I lifted my trembling hand, bringing the object closer to the sliver of weak moonlight, filtering through the high, barred slit. It was an anomaly, an old, beat-up, flat black rectangle, a relic from another dimension. A cell phone. It didn't work here, of course. Magic and technology were oil and water, and the tower's ambient mana field would have turned it to dust long ago, except for the desperate protection spells I had layered on it over the years. They were crude, cobbled-together wards that cost me months of energy and discipline. But they held. The screen was cracked, but the image persisted. It was a digital photo, a frozen moment of warmth in a decade of frost. In the picture, I was 16. My hair was wild, sun-bleached, and I was grinning, eyes bright with a freedom I had tasted for just a few short months. Beside me stood a boy, a gawky, slightly awkward boy, with eyes the colour of Texas bluebonnets, and a perpetually earnest expression. Noah. My Noah. I pressed my thumb over his image, tracing the shape of his cheek. It felt like holding a ghost. My country had fallen when I was 13. The war was fast, bloody, and decisive. My family, my future, everything burned. I spent years in the shadows, fighting to survive, learning minor hedge magic, until I realized escape meant not just leaving the Empire, but leaving the world. In a desperate, self-taught spell, gone right, or terribly wrong, depending on the day, I punched a hole through the veil and tumbled out. I landed in a world without mana, a place of strange metal carriages and loud, square houses, a place they called the Texan frontier. The air smelled of dust, leather, and gasoline. It was a brutal, beautiful, magicless freedom. That's where I met Noah. I had only just walked into town, looking like a so-called hippie, in my Noctis slave clothes, exhausted from the heat and the 3-hour walk. I sat down on the sidewalk, thinking that I might collapse at any moment, when he approached me offering a bottle of cold water. He worked at the local library, probably the least visited building in town, and convinced the people there to let me use their small, dusty attic as a bedroom. He was also the one who showed me around town and introduced me to the locals. He was a few years younger than me, still navigating the clumsy edges of adolescence. I remembered teasing him relentlessly about it. "You're such a little kid, Noah," I'd say, messing up his carefully combed brown hair. He'd blush, his big blue eyes wide, but he'd always follow me. He was quiet, smart, and so completely out of place among the rough and tumble people of that dusty town, just as I was. We fell into an intense, desperate relationship. I was the chaotic spark, the exotic mystery. He was the anchor, the quiet devotion. He showed me what true, unburdened living was like. We shared our first, fumbling kiss behind an old water trough. It tasted like the metallic heat of the sun and the sweet, nervous energy of youth. For the first time since the fall of my homeland, I thought I was safe. I thought I had a future. I was wrong. The Empire's mages, those infernal, relentless hounds, were far more sophisticated than I gave them credit for. They found the tear I'd made, followed the faint residual mana trail, and dragged me back. It happened on a dirt road, right in front of him. One moment we were laughing about some foolish thing. The next, a shimmering vortex had opened, and two cloaked figures with faces colder than the moon had seized me. I screamed his name, but no words came out in the mana dead air. I saw him running towards me, his hand extended, trying to reach mine. His desperate face was the last thing I saw before the world blurred back into the rigid, grey reality of Noctis. 10 years. 10 years of the lash, the hunger, the forced labour, and the constant, futile attempts to escape. 10 years of holding on to this single, stupid photo, hoping that he, somewhere, somehow, still remembered me, that he was safe. I let out a shuddering breath that did nothing to warm the cell. Hope was a poison here. It made the lash hurt more. I closed my eyes, preparing to descend back into the numb waiting game, when a small, almost imperceptible tremor ran through the phone in my hand. My eyes snapped open. I stared at the screen, heart hammering a frantic drum against my ribs. The screen wasn't just displaying the photo. A faint, glowing rectangle had appeared. A tiny, luminescent message box superimposed over young Noah's face. Butter. My breath hitched. The air felt thick, impossible to inhale. It was a password, an inside joke, his absolute favourite flavour of the stale popcorn we used to sneak into the one-room cinema house. Only one person in all of reality would open with that word, that meaningless bit of shared history, the secret phrase that I always asked him to say whenever he knocked on the door of my room. Tears, hot and sudden, streamed down my face, washing over the grime of my captivity. My hand, despite the trembling, typed a response onto the dead touchscreen, powered by a connection that shouldn't exist in this world, let alone this room. Cherry, my favourite fruit. I'd eat them by the handful ever since he had showed them to me. It was the other half of the key. A second message appeared almost instantly, sharp and clean. Help is on the way. My mind reeled. Was this a trick? A cruel, magical illusion to break my spirit? But the feeling, the impossibility of the connection, felt too real, too raw. It felt like the Texan sun itself had just pierced the tower wall. I struggled to control my ragged breathing. Then, the third and final message flashed across the screen. A simple, chilling instruction. Cover your ears. It's gonna be loud. I didn't hesitate. I shoved the phone, my lifeline, my proof into the pocket of my ragged tunic, and clamped my hands tightly over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut. I leaned into the corner, bracing myself. I didn't know what was coming, but for the first time in 10 years, I felt something terrifyingly wonderful. The absolute, reckless conviction of imminent change. Chapter 2. The Boom and the Cowboy. Loud was an understatement. The sound was not the clean, contained shockwave of a battle magic spell. It was a savage, metallic, world-shaking boom, a noise that did more than just vibrate the air. It tore a gaping hole in it. The entire cell shuddered. A thick plume of concrete dust choked the air, making me cough and gag. My ears rang with an agonizing shriek. Beneath the noise, I felt the ground itself shift. I stumbled forward, wiping grit and tears from my eyes. Where the thick, mana-reinforced steel door had been, there was now a gaping, smoking void. The magic tower's doors could withstand lockpickers, battle rams, and top-tier magic blasts. No one, I guess, had ever asked the tower's magicians to consider dynamite in their calculations. The door was gone, blasted inward, crumpled and discarded, like a piece of paper. A silhouette filled the dust cloud. The man who stepped through was an absolute anachronism in this world of silks and shimmering mana. He was huge, his shoulders broad and set, He wore clothes of worn, thick leather and canvas, a duster that reached his knees, dusty jeans, and heavy, scuffed boots. A wide-brimmed hat shadowed a face that was bearded, grimy, and older than the boy in my photograph. He was literally a cowboy, complete with a belt that held more pouches and tools than any mage would know what to do with. He was armed to the teeth, a massive rifle slung across his back, and twin pistols holstered low on his hips, positioned for a fast draw. The raw, pragmatic violence he represented was breathtaking. He stood in the thick, hazy light, his eyes scanning the narrow hallway with sharp, focused intensity. He wasn't looking for mages or mana signatures. He was looking for traps, structural weaknesses, angles of fire. He moved with a coiled, effortless grace that spoke of hard living and constant vigilance. Then his eyes, a deep, unsettling blue, fixed on me. I was a mess skinny from starvation, bruised, half-naked in rags, with my body screaming from the recent whipping. He didn't flinch. He didn't pity me. There was only a brief, fierce flash of pain in his eyes that he quickly locked down, replaced by professional calm. He raised a hand, his voice a low, gravelly baritone that cut through the ringing in my ears, heavy with an accent I hadn't heard in 10 years. The Texan frontier. Ayah? He asked, the name coming out as both a question and a quiet declaration. He looked me over once more, then nodded, satisfied. Noah asked me to pick you up. I stared at him, dumbfounded, the adrenaline trying to peel away the layers of pain and confusion. You're sent by him. That's the size of it, he confirmed, already turning to face the stairwell. He pulled one of the pistols from his hip, the action smooth and silent. It wasn't a gun like the bulky single-shot arquebuses the Empire sometimes deployed. This was sleek, dark steel, and looked terrifyingly efficient. We gotta move. They know we're here. But who are you? I demanded, scrambling out of the cell, my legs shaky beneath me. How do you know the password? Where did you get that weapon? I don't understand. The cowboy spared me a brief, tired glance. Later, we have a lot of floors to go down, and the clock's ticking. Can you run? My rebellious energy, long suppressed, roared back to life. I've been running my whole life, I hissed, ignoring the fresh sting in my back as I fell into a runner's crouch. We began our descent immediately. The magic tower was a dizzying construct of stone and reinforced mana channels, designed to be impregnable from the outside and inescapable from the inside. We weren't outside, and the cowboy was proving that inescapable was a concept dependent on the right application of kinetics. A siren began to wail, a shrill, magical alarm that coated the stone in a greasy, red light. The first guards met us on the floor below. They were 3 junior mages, clad in sapphire blue robes, already chanting complex defense spells. Their hands glowed, preparing to launch the slow, heavy bolts of mana that were the Empire's signature attack. The cowboy was a blur. He raised the pistol, not wasting time aiming at their shields or their bodies, but targeting the source of their power, their hands. 3 quick, sharp pops. The sound was nothing like the boom of the initial entry, but a crisp, surgical attack. One mage clutched a pulverized hand, his spell fizzling. The second collapsed, clutching his shoulder where a bullet had taken his focus and his ability to maintain concentration. The third mage, faster and more resilient, managed to launch a weak binding spell, but the cowboy was already dropping to one knee, the attack passing harmlessly over his head before he finished the spellcaster with a final, clean shot to the chest. It was brutal, immediate, and breathtakingly fast. Magic is slow, the cowboy muttered, checking the hallway before holstering the gun. Always has been. They cast, we fire, we win. The speed of the confrontation was a shock. In this world, mages were kings, their spells the ultimate arbiters of conflict. But in the magicless world, they had developed weapons designed for maximum velocity and efficiency. These guns didn't care about wards or elemental resistance. They only cared about momentum and trajectory. It was the ultimate instant gratification in a fight. Point, click, problem solved. My mind, though battered, started piecing together the impossible logistics. "He found a way," I whispered, watching the cowboy scan the landing below. "After 10 years, he found a way to bridge the dimensions." "Stubborn, isn't he?" the cowboy replied, his tone devoid of humor, but full of quiet respect. He paused, looking down at the stairs. "We're making good time. The elite corps will be next. Get ready." We kept moving, and as the fight continued, I grew stronger, pulling on the deep reserves of anger and desperate adrenaline. I was still Ayah, the rebellious slave, but the sight of the cowboy's unrelenting dedication was a fresh wind in my sails. "Tell me about him," I asked, falling into step behind him as we moved into a cramped corridor. Is he well? What did he look like when you left him?" The cowboy didn't slow down, his eyes constantly moving. "Still quiet. Still nerdy. Still won't shut up about you." His answer was maddeningly vague, a perfect, neutral summary of the boy I remembered. "But the time expansion, the dimensional shift," I pressed, trying to wrap my mind around the fact that Noah, the awkward boy, was now an adult, capable of sending literal cowboys across dimensions. The man shrugged, a movement that spoke volumes about his weariness. "Time is funny, Ayah. People change, worlds change, but some things stay the same, no matter the calendar." His eyes, that deep, unsettling blue, flickered to mine for a fraction of a second, and I felt a fresh wave of heat course through my veins. Why was he being so cagey? Did Noah fear that I had changed, that I wouldn't want him anymore? No. The sheer effort this rescue required meant he knew exactly who I was and what I needed. My suspicion grew with every floor we cleared. This man wasn't just a friend of Noah's. He moved with a protective intensity that felt fiercely personal, and his words, though neutral, held a lingering echo of my past. Chapter 3. Dissent and Doubt. The third floor proved to be more difficult. The tower had begun deploying the heavy hitters, the armored knights of the Imperial Guard. These weren't mages, but men encased in heavy, mana-infused steel. They moved with terrifying speed for their bulk, their armor glittering with protective wards designed to shatter magic and deflect mundane attacks. "Hold up," the cowboy warned, pushing me back into a shallow alcove. He eyed the two knights approaching the stairwell, their massive, two-handed swords dragging on the stone floor. Steel on steel. He raised his pistol and fired, aiming for the knight's helmet visor, the only obvious gap. The shot cracked, loud and sharp, and the bullet struck the reinforced metal with a whining thwack. It flattened instantly, barely scratching the surface, before dropping harmlessly to the ground. "Damn," the cowboy spat, dropping back beside me. "I hate mana shields." "Bullets won't work on that alloy," I gasped, feeling a spike of panic. This was the tower's ultimate defense. "It's a weave of steel and reinforced etherium. It's designed to stop anything that relies on kinetic force or elemental attack below a high-tier spell. So, no quick fix then." He reached back and pulled a thick coil of rope from a loop on his back. Not just rope, but braided, metallic-looking cord, heavy and flexible. A lasso. "I'll buy us 3 seconds. You run past them and keep going down. Don't look back," he ordered, his eyes calculating the distance. "No." My voice was sharp, fueled by fear and frustration. "I'm not leaving you. There has to be a way." He ignored me, stepping out of the alcove. The knights spotted him and charged, their heavy steps shaking the tower. The cowboy moved, and the sight was poetry in motion. Instead of firing, he spun the lasso above his head, in a tight, dizzying circle. He wasn't using it to catch a steer. He was using it to fight. The metallic cord whizzed through the air and snapped out, not towards the knights' bodies, but their legs. Crack! The loop cinched around the lead knight's ankles just as his heavy boot landed, yanking the floor out from under him. The massive armored figure slammed to the ground with a deafening, metallic clang. The second knight, seeing his partner fall, tried to slow down and raise his shield. The cowboy didn't give him the chance. He held the rope taut with one hand, and, with the other, drew a small, wicked-looking knife from a sheath on his belt. With a blinding flash of motion, he flung the knife, not at the knight, but at the rope still wrapped around the fallen knight's legs. The knife sliced the rope, freeing his own hands, and then he was moving, sprinting toward the standing knight before the man could recover his footing. He ducked beneath the sweep of the sword, a movement too low and too fast for a normal man, and tackled the knight's legs, sending the second armored giant crashing down. The chaos lasted less than 5 seconds. The cowboy was on his feet instantly, breathing heavily, but victorious. The 2 knights were immobilized, heavy and helpless on the ground, struggling to stand. "Now," he commanded. We didn't wait for them to untangle themselves. We raced, past the groaning, armored figures, and down the stairs. My heart was pounding, but it wasn't just the adrenaline. The way he used that rope, the skill, the speed, the reliance on leverage and momentum. It was a frontier skill, a cowboy skill. It was efficient and brutal, utterly foreign to this world. But more than that, the way he threw the lasso, the way he held the rope, the knife in the final, decisive move, it clicked into place with a sickening lurch of realization. A puzzle piece forced into a picture it was never meant to fit. The subtle lean of his body when he drew the gun, the way he instinctively reached for the water bottle on his hip moments before the fight, the placement of the knife sheath, it all spoke of a preference. He was left-handed, just like Noah, who always tripped over his own feet, but could tie an impossible knot with his left hand in seconds. Noah, who always held my hand with his left, because his right was usually holding a textbook or a coffee cup. My feet stuttered on the stone step. I grabbed his arm, pulling him to a sudden, wrenching stop on the next landing. "Hey! We don't have time for this, Ayah," he growled, already moving to pull away. "Stop!" I pleaded, my voice barely a thread, desperate and raw. I reached up with both hands, ignoring the throbbing pain in my own muscles, and grasped his face. My palms were rough against his beard, forcing his head down, and his sharp, blue eyes to meet mine, truly meet mine. For the first time since he entered the cell, I held him tight, studying the map of his older face. The bone structure was the same. The strong, straight line of the jaw, the slight jut of the chin, the shape of the nose. But the lines around the eyes were deep, etched by years of worry and exposure. The mouth, which I remembered as soft and perpetually anxious, was now set in a hard, resolute line beneath the rough beard. His eyes, the shade of them was the same impossible blue as the sky over that lonely Texan road, but they were no longer the uncertain, wide eyes of a boy looking to the future. These were the eyes of a man who had seen too much past, who had carried a heavy history, and who had never, ever given up. They were 10 years older than my own. The air thinned around me. My body stopped aching. The sirens and the approaching footsteps of the mages faded into an irrelevant buzz. There was only the sound of his breathing, the rough texture of his beard beneath my fingers, and the impossible truth staring back at me. "It wasn't a friend," I whispered, tears blurring my vision again. But these were tears of utter, overwhelming, terrifying certainty. It wasn't someone sent by Noah. The cowboy's control finally cracked. The professionalism shattered, and the mask of the hardened mercenary fell away. His blue eyes, which had held nothing but focus and grit, suddenly filled with the overwhelming, heartbreaking tenderness of a boy who had finally found his way home. The voice that answered me was deeper, scarred by time, but the underlying tremor of anxious excitement was unmistakable. "I told you I was stubborn," he said, the sound catching in his throat. He wasn't sent by Noah. He was Noah. The words he had spoken earlier. "Time is funny, Ayah. People change. Worlds change. But some things stay the same," took on a whole new, heart-stopping meaning. For me, a single decade of brutal servitude had passed. For him, it was more. Different worlds ran at different speeds. That much I knew. But this was very different from the time shift I had experienced. The only way for this to have happened was if Noah, stubborn, determined Noah, had travelled to and explored many, many worlds before actually arriving in mine. He was older now. He had spent years, perhaps 20, perhaps more, First learning what had happened, and then dedicating his entire life, his resources, his skill, to finding a way to breach the impossible gulf between dimensions. He was no longer the boy I had teased for being younger. He was the man who had been searching for me since the day I vanished. He was the man who had reversed our age gap, who was now older, wiser, and infinitely more capable. He was the man who had never stopped loving me. Chapter 4. The recognition and the promise. The realization was a punch to the gut and a shot of pure, unadulterated mana to my core. The emotional climax was so intense, so immediate, that the pain from my physical injuries vanished. My entire focus narrowed to the man in front of me, the boy who had become my savior. He lowered his head slightly, his gaze dropping to the floor, as if suddenly shy, the way young Noah used to get when I kissed him. "I'm sorry it took so long, Ayah. I didn't know what a dimensional rip was. I didn't know which world you went to. I just knew I had to come get you." I pulled his face back up, desperate to see those blue eyes again. I didn't care about the years, the difference in our ages, or the beard. I saw the same core of devotion, the same quiet intensity that had made me fall for the awkward teenager. Still quiet, still nerdy. I quoted his earlier words with a trembling voice, a weak, hysterical laugh bubbling in my chest. "You haven't changed at all. You big liar." It had been a long time since I cried. Doing so would have given my captors the satisfaction of exerting their power over me. I almost thought I had forgotten how. Yet, here I was, tears of joy leaving my eyes in front of the one man in the entire multiverse that saw me as more than a piece of property. A faint, almost invisible smile touched his lips, the kind of smile I hadn't seen in a decade. "I learned to use a gun," he countered, a touch of his old, nerdy pride coming through. "And I learned to build the things that can open portals in stabilized mana fields. Took a while, but I kept the promise I made the day you disappeared. I told myself I wouldn't stop until I saw your face again." My response was cut short by a wave of heavy, oppressive mana that washed over the landing. It felt like cold water and liquid steel being poured over my soul. An interesting display of sentimentality, fugitive. The voice was deep, resonant, and chillingly controlled. It echoed up the stone shaft of the tower, making the very walls seem to bow in respect. Noah's face snapped back into the hard mask of the warrior. He gently pushed me behind him, shifting his weight, his hand already on the grip of the pistol. "Showtime," he muttered, his voice low and devoid of emotion. The head of the tower, Lord Caligo, at the bottom of the long, winding staircase, bathed in the sinister red glow of the emergency ward lights, stood a figure who embodied the tower's power. Lord Caligo was tall and slender, draped in robes of darkest violet, his silver hair pulled back severely from a face that was more mask than man, perfectly smooth, cold, and utterly arrogant. His aura of mana was a visible, shimmering distortion in the air, a raw, terrifying expression of sheer magical might. "You've caused a considerable structural problem, interloper," Caligo said, his voice laced with contempt. He looked at Noah, the cowboy, with utter disdain, as if he were merely a troublesome insect, a crude device, kinetic weapons. "This is what your magicless world produced? It's pathetic." "Crude usually means it works when it matters," Noah countered, his stance wide and defensive. "Ayah, stay behind me," he ordered, without turning his head. "I have to take him out fast. Mana users on his level can tear apart anything that isn't mana reinforced." Caligo laughed, a dry, rattling sound. "You won't have the time, peasant." With a flick of his wrist, the floor around Caligo erupted. It wasn't a spell cast, but a spell unleashed. Massive, jagged shards of stone, reinforced by his inner mana, flew toward us like sharpened spears. Noah didn't flinch. Instead of dodging, he drew a second, smaller pistol from his boot. These weren't ordinary bullets, I realized. They glowed faintly. A dull, metallic blue. He fired, not at the spears, but at Caligo's feet. The glowing bullets didn't hit the stone. They struck the mana-reinforced floor, and with a sound like tearing silk, the mana field screamed. The bullets weren't kinetic. They were mana disruptors. Specialized tools, crafted to counter this world's rules. The effect was immediate. Caligo's connection to the stone shards was severed, and they tumbled harmlessly to the ground. "Get your head right, Ayah," Noah hissed, never taking his eyes off the mage. "I spent 15 years studying this world's theory of mana. You hit the anchor, the whole structure fails. Your magic is based on energy stability. My tech is based on energy destabilization." He reached into his duster and pulled out a long, sleek metal tube, a telescoping energy rifle that extended and clicked into place. It was heavier, more intimidating than the pistols. "This is the big one. It's got one shot that can punch through his inner reservoir, but I need a clear line." Caligo, enraged by the dismissal and the disruption of his power, was already preparing the next attack. His hand glowed with intense, blinding white light, the ultimate expression of pure, concentrated mana. "Ayah, what can you do?" Noah asked, his voice strained. I hadn't practiced magic in years. My body was weak, starved, and I was perpetually low on mana. But seeing Noah, the boy I loved, standing there against this walking catastrophe, pulled something ancient and furious out of me. "I'm a disruptor," I gritted out, recalling my desperate teenage attempts at dimensional jumping. "I can make noise. I can create a distraction. I can't kill him, but I can make his concentration fail." "Good enough," Noah replied. "Give me everything you've got. Now." He aimed the rifle, steadying the scope against his shoulder. Caligo was chanting, the words ancient and powerful, focused on forming a sphere of annihilating force. I pushed off the wall. The pain was irrelevant. I opened my arms and gathered every scrap of raw, wild, chaotic energy I had left. It wasn't an elegant spell. It was an act of raw, energetic defiance. My old hedge magic was about breaking rules, not following them. I screamed, not with my voice, but with my power, and unleashed a wave of uncontained, unstable mana, a blast of pure, disgusting energy designed to confuse and short-circuit the refined magic of the tower. The mana I expelled was like static and broken glass. It crashed into Caligo's sphere of white energy, and for a horrible, protracted second, the two forces fought. My chaos didn't break his spell, but it introduced a deafening wobble. His perfect sphere of annihilation flickered, stuttered, and stalled, like an engine running out of gas. That was all Noah needed. Blast. The energy rifle fired, not with a boom, but with a high-pitched, resonant thrum. A thin, red beam of light lanced out, a beam that moved faster than any spell, faster than thought itself. It struck the stuttering white sphere, slicing through the momentary instability I had created, and punched directly into Caligo's chest, right where his heart and his mana reservoir resided. The mage didn't scream. He simply collapsed, his eyes wide in eternal stunned disbelief. The violet robes and the silver hair dissolved into dust, leaving only a dark stain on the pristine stone floor. The raw, heavy mana aura that had permeated the air vanished instantly. Silence fell, absolute and total. The sirens stopped wailing. I stumbled forward, exhausted, my entire body tingling and weak from the exertion. I hadn't just survived. I had fought, and I had won, standing beside the one person I thought I'd never see again. Noah dropped the rifle, which clattered to the ground, and ran to me, his arms wrapped around me, strong and secure, the leather of his coat smelling of gunpowder, dust, and something undeniably comforting. "Ayah," he whispered into my hair, his voice breaking. "You did it. You're free. I told you it would be loud." I clung to him, not letting go. This was it. The ultimate payoff. The boy, who was supposed to be younger, who was supposed to be safe in a distant world, had sacrificed his life's work to become a warrior capable of crossing universes, just for me. He was here, he was real, and he was mine. "Let's go, cowboy," I choked out, managing a tear-filled smile against his chest. "We've got decades to make up for." Chapter 5. Freedom and forever. We didn't waste any more time. The fight with Caligo had been decisive, but we both knew the tower was massive and the Empire unforgiving. The death of the head would plunge the rest of the tower into chaos. But that chaos wouldn't last long. Noah helped me retrieve a clean, warm cloak from a storage room. We passed a small, necessary indulgence, and we continued the final leg of the descent. Now that the main magical deterrent was gone, the rest of the guards and mages we encountered were scattered, confused, and easy to bypass or subdue. Noah's guns were efficient, and my renewed, wild energy was enough to disrupt any fledgling spell that came our way. We were a seamless, terrifying team. The magic of pure kinetics paired with the magic of raw, rebellious chaos. We finally reached the ground level, moving through the echoing, empty grand hall of the tower. The place was always supposed to be majestic, filled with the self-important swagger of the powerful, but now it felt hollow, broken by the intrusion of another, ruder reality. The massive main door, a triumph of mana-forged iron, was standing open. The dimensional breach Noah had used to enter was still faintly shimmering just outside the door, a large, unstable, oval distortion in the twilight air, leaking the scent of pine and high desert wind from his world. We stepped outside, and the cold noctis air hit me, but it was nothing compared to the warmth of the man beside me. "It's not stable," Noah said, his voice now calm and focused. He pulled a strange, glowing, box-like device from one of his pouches, and began making rapid adjustments. "I can only hold it for a few minutes. We have to go now." I looked back at the monstrous tower, a monument to my decade of misery, and felt no regret, only fierce, exhilarating relief. The years were gone, but the spirit that fought them was intact, and now it was rewarded. "What about all of this?" I gestured to the tower, to the city lights of the Empire visible in the distance. "The Empire won't let you get away with this." "The Empire can wait," Noah said, not looking up. "I didn't spend 2 decades building a trans-dimensional gate for a weekend trip, Ayah. This gate doesn't lead back to the Texan frontier. It leads to a secured, off-grid jump point I built specifically for us. We'll be halfway across my world before they figure out how I got in." He secured the device near the portal, which stabilized and hummed with a deep, resonant energy. He then turned back to me, the last of his professional focus fading, replaced by that stunning, deep blue gaze that had haunted my dreams for a decade. We stood, just shy of the shimmering dimensional tier, the edge of 2 worlds meeting. His hands reached out and gently touched my face again, pushing a strand of dirty hair back from my cheek. His touch was hesitant, as if still confirming I was real. "You're older than me now," I murmured, studying the wonderful, unfamiliar lines around his eyes. He smiled, that boyish, proud smile again. "I like being the older one. It means I get to take care of you, Ayah." He kissed me, and the 10 years of distance, the pain, the loneliness, the searching, the fighting, all of it dissolved. His lips were rough from the beard and the desert wind, but the kiss was the same, deep, absolute, and full of the quiet, enduring devotion of a man who had made a vow and spent his life fulfilling it. It tasted like freedom, gunpowder, and the sweet, lingering promise of butter-flavored popcorn. He pulled back, his forehead resting against mine. "We lost 10 years, Ayah. The time I spent searching for it's gone. But we have now. And we have forever. I'm never letting you go again. I'm never running again," I promised him. "Not from this. Not from you. Wherever we go, it's together." He gave me one last, fierce squeeze, and then stepped back, holding out his hand, the left one. I took it immediately. His grip was strong, calloused, and warm, the anchor I had always needed. "Ready to come home, Ayah?" "More than anything, Noah." We walked, hand in hand, through the shimmering curtain of the portal. The cold noctis air vanished, replaced by the dry, electric heat of the Texan night. The sight of the stars, vast and uncaring, was overwhelming. On the other side of the portal was a small, rugged, armored vehicle waiting for us. Our chariot out of hell. I was 26, a former slave, a rebel with nothing but the clothes on my back, and a defunct cell phone in my pocket. And I was instantly, gloriously free, saved by the fierce, dedicated love of the boy who had grown up and crossed the universe to save me. My future, after a decade of waiting, had just arrived, guns blazing, and it was going to be loud.
The Disavowal Protocol, Part 1. The Fall of the Immaculate Agent. I never saw the wire. That was the thought that kept my heart rate pinned at a dangerous 180 beats per minute as I vaulted over the white marble sculpture pedestal. For a woman who had spent the last 5 years of her life existing at the apex of global espionage, a status secured through relentless, almost obsessive dedication, missing a simple tripwire was an unforgivable, career-ending failure. Or, in my current situation, a life-ending one. At 25, I, Pauline Moreau, had achieved what veterans twice my age only dreamed of. I was French, meticulous, and, yes, beautiful. A dangerous combination my superiors utilized to its full potential. My success wasn't due to luck or charm alone. It was the result of a calculated application of drive, effort, and skill. When I committed to a task, whether it was learning 3 new languages in 6 months or securing a kill shot under impossible pressure, the result was always definitive. I was the top tier, the immaculate agent. And now, the immaculate agent was sliding across a polished parquet floor in a ruined, silk cocktail dress, the sound of splintering mahogany from the gallery owner's desk ringing in my ears. The mission had been textbook, an imported art gallery in Mayfair, England, owned by a man named Julian Vane. Vane's gallery was the suspected financial conduit for a certain nation with ties to destabilizing movements in the Mediterranean. My objective was to infiltrate Vane's annual gala as a guest, locate his private office, and plant microcameras and acoustic devices. I had been flawless up to the final stage. The dress, a midnight blue, custom-tailored creation designed to look expensive but conceal a surprising amount of gear, had passed inspection. The cover story, heiress to a defunct Alsatian vineyard, was ironclad. The security bypass was smooth. I was inside Vane's private office, a study in unnecessary opulence. Applying the final lens to the ceiling rose when the air suddenly thickened. The scent was subtle, metallic, and vaguely antiseptic. I registered it half a second too late. Ozone. I slammed the desk drawer shut, spinning around just as the security grid, the one I had confidently calculated was inactive, lit up the room in a sickly green hue. Someone hadn't just discovered the breach. They had been waiting for it. The door burst open. It wasn't Vane or the gallery security. It was a man I recognized from an old dossier, a former KGB operative turned private military contractor, known only as the Carver. He carried a suppressed HK-45 with the professional stillness of a tax collector. My training instantly took over. Logic and panic were filtered out, only action remained. I didn't reach for my primary weapon. It was too slow. Instead, I grabbed the closest heavy object, a heavy porcelain and gold inkwell, and hurled it not at his head but at the light switch just above his shoulder. The lights shattered, plunging the office into near-total darkness, illuminated only by the pulsing green grid. The Carver fired 3 shots, 2 into the wall where I had been standing, 1 into the expensive Baccarat decanter on the sideboard. 3 shots, 3 misses. He was good, but I was fast. I used the fractional delay created by his necessary readjustment to launch myself through the office's window, which overlooked a small, decorative balcony. The reinforced glass held for a moment, then gave way with a sickening crunch. The fall was only 2 stories, but the landing was rough, tearing the silk of my dress and scraping the skin of my left shoulder. I hit the cobbled alleyway behind the gallery, forcing myself up instantly. My radio, my lifeline, was useless. The secure channel was nothing but static, a harsh, buzzing refusal. I sprinted through the shadows, ditching the ruined heels as I ran, my mind already executing the next 10 steps. I made it 3 blocks before I stopped, sheltered in the narrow, damp space between 2 bins, and pulled out my secondary satellite phone. It was an encrypted military-grade device, impossible to jam or trace. I keyed in the emergency contact protocol, Protocol Chimera. The phone rang 3 times. Then the line clicked. "Identify yourself, Chimera," a cold, synthesized voice instructed. Agent 773 Sigma. I am compromised, requesting immediate extraction under Protocol Omega. I recited the words like a prayer, my breath ragged. There was a moment of silence. My blood ran cold, far colder than the London night. 773 Sigma, the voice stated, devoid of inflection. You are no longer listed in active status. Your credentials have been permanently revoked. Protocol Omega is rescinded. You are disavowed. You do not exist. Disavowed. The word hit me like a physical blow. It was the ultimate, non-negotiable end. My superiors, the people for whom I had sacrificed everything, had cut the cord the moment I tripped the wire. No second chances, no extraction. I was a ghost, a loose end, and now a target of both the entity I was meant to investigate and the agency I had served. I crashed the satellite phone in my hand, the casing splintering beneath my grip. I stood alone in the dark alley, the high-end London gala, a muffled party of oblivious wealth behind me. Every safe house, every coded contact, every bank account tied to the agency was now a fatal trap. I had 5 minutes before the carver realized I hadn't bled out on the cobblestones. I needed shelter. I needed a base of operations. I needed something completely off the grid, something so ridiculous, so un-Pauline, that no one in my former world would ever look there. I thought of the most chaotic, direct, and unpredictable man I knew. A man I hadn't seen in 7 years, but whose memory was a constant, irritating echo of freedom and brutal honesty. Ian, the stand-up comedian. I pulled the tattered remains of my dress together, hailing a black cab with a sudden, fierce determination. I had secured my agency spot in record time, and I would secure my survival even faster. The path to solving this wasn't through patience. It was through immediate, decisive action. Part 2. The Comedian and the Callgirl. Ian lived in a small, cluttered flat above a perpetually closed butcher shop in Battersea. It was a world away from Mayfair, a labyrinth of mismatched bricks, cheap pubs, and the constant, dull roar of city life. The contrast was a physical jolt. I stood on his stoop at 3:17 a.m. My dress was a mess of rips and dried blood on the chiffon. My hair was undone, my makeup was running, and my bare feet were numb. I looked less like an heiress and more like a woman who had just lost a very messy argument with a hedge fund manager and a fire escape. I lifted my hand and knocked. 3 sharp, professional raps, a residual habit I couldn't shake. After a long pause, the interior light snapped on, bathing the dusty hall in a harsh yellow glow. The door opened, secured by a long chain. Ian's face appeared in the gap. He was exactly as I remembered him, only rougher around the edges. His usually messy, dark hair was even messier. His eyes were still a startlingly direct green, and the stubble on his jaw looked less artistic and more forgotten. He wore a threadbare t-shirt and sports pants, and he squinted at me with the aggrieved confusion of a man woken from a deep, well-deserved sleep. "Look, mate, I don't know what you're selling, but the show was brutal tonight." "I'm out of laughs and I'm out of shillings," he mumbled, his voice thick with sleep and that familiar, easy-going Irish lilt. Then he paused, looking me up and down. His green eyes widened slightly, taking in the shredded blue silk and my overall air of expensive distress. The confusion morphed into a very specific, knowing expression. "Ah, wait," he corrected himself, leaning closer to the gap. "Wrong place, sweetheart. The, client you're looking for is next door. 3rd floor, Mr. Hannigan. He's an investment banker, not a great guy, but he pays well, I hear. This is number 26. You want 28. He thought I was a call girl. The sheer audacity of the assumption, the directness of the suggestion. It was so entirely Ian that, despite the panic still thrumming beneath my ribs, a small, involuntary burst of pure, unadulterated exasperation escaped me. "Ian," I said, my voice barely a whisper, strained by fear, exhaustion, and the sudden, ridiculous urge to laugh. He froze. His hand, which had been moving to close the door, stopped. His gaze snapped up from my torn skirt to my eyes. The sleepy, witty mask dropped. "Pauline?" he asked, the name a rusty sound in the silence. He unlatched the chain and pulled the door open fully. He looked stunned, his posture immediately shifting from relaxed annoyance to rigid concern. "Merdy, what happened? You look like you got mugged by a silkworm." I didn't answer with a quip. I was too tired, too disoriented by the abrupt crash landing into civilian life. "I'm in a tight spot," I said, the agency-approved lie tasting like ash. "A very tight spot, Ian. I need a couple of days, just 2 days, nowhere else to go." He stood aside immediately, the years of estrangement dissolving in the face of my obvious crisis. "Don't be an idiot. Get in here." I stumbled past him into the small, warm flat. The space was everything I wasn't. Lived in, chaotic, comfortable. There were books stacked on every flat surface, a guitar leaning against the sofa, and the faint, comforting smell of burnt toast and old coffee. It was the smell of freedom, of a life uncomplicated by surveillance parameters and kill orders. Ian closed the door, locking it with 3 separate, heavy bolts, a paranoia I hadn't expected from him. He turned to me, his hands going to his hips. "Tight spot," he repeated, studying the mud on my dress and the defensive way I was holding my shoulder. "Pauline, I know your version of a tight spot. Your tight spot involves a presidential motorcade, a nuclear football, and a 3-piece suit. This looks personal." I shook my head firmly. "It's a bad debt, a deal that went sour. They took my identification, my credit cards, everything. I had to run, nothing more, I swear." He eyed me, and I knew he didn't believe a word of it. Ian was a professional liar, a comedian, which meant his entire existence was built on observing the truth and twisting it until it became funny. He knew when someone was constructing a narrative, but he didn't press. He was too kind for that, despite his directness. "Right, bad debt. Sure. Come on," he sighed, running a hand through his already vertical hair. "Let's get that off you before you ruin my one good rug. There's a spare t-shirt in the bathroom, and the shower is hot. We'll talk in the morning, when you've stopped looking like a very glamorous war casualty." "Thank you," I managed, the 2 simple words feeling heavier than any classified confession. "Don't thank me. You owe me 7 years of silence and a new rug if you bleed on this one. Now go, you're scaring the dust bunnies." I watched him turn away to fetch a towel. His ease, his total lack of artifice, was the diametric opposite of my entire existence. It was exactly what I needed. A sanctuary of sheer, unadulterated chaos that my former life would never recognize. Part 3. Reassessment and the immediate threat. The morning, or what passed for it, came early. I had slept for exactly 3 hours on Ian's ridiculously soft sofa, the deep, dreamless sleep of exhaustion. I woke up with the sunrise, my internal clock still set to high alert. Ian was already in the small, open-plan kitchen, frying eggs with the casual concentration of a man for whom this was the greatest challenge of his day. I emerged wearing one of his vast, grey t-shirts that smelled of detergent and ozone and a pair of ill-fitting tracksuit bottoms he'd found for me. My shoulder was bruised, but the cuts were superficial. "Morning, glamour girl," he greeted me without turning around. "Coffee's black, bread is stale, standard operating procedure." "Thank you, Ian, that's very kind." He flipped an egg expertly. "It's not kindness, it's self-preservation. I can't have a high-strung, multilingual woman in my flat who hasn't been adequately caffeinated. Sit." I sat at the tiny table. Ian slid a plate of eggs and toast in front of me. I analysed the food instantly. Carbs, protein, low risk of toxins. Agency protocols were impossible to turn off. I ate quickly, efficiently, feeling strength return with every bite. "Okay, new plan," I said, dropping my fork. "I need a temporary phone, a laptop, and access to a power outlet that doesn't trace back to you." Ian leaned back, sipping his own coffee. "See, this is why I knew bad debt was a lie. People with bad debt don't talk about non-traceable power outlets. They talk about bail and broken kneecaps." "Ian," I said, 2 days. "If you help me, I will be gone. If you don't, I will still be gone. But you might find your television is missing a couple of components when I leave." He chuckled, but his eyes were serious. "You always did hate asking for help. Fine. The laptop is in the cupboard. Password is the date I died on stage. It's 02072018. Phone shop is 3 blocks down. Power. I run my extension cord to the butcher's common circuit in the hall. It's theft, but it's off the books. Will that satisfy your need for absolute deniability? Perfectly, I confirmed. This rapid deployment of resources was exactly what I needed. No begging, no long arguments, just quick, witty compliance. Within the hour, I was sitting on the floor, Ian's ancient laptop on my knees, plugged into the stolen power. I had procured a cheap, pay-as-you-go phone and was already creating a secure, disposable digital workspace. My priority wasn't revenge, it was survival, which meant understanding the why. My disavowal was unprecedented. An agent of my caliber was usually retired, not discarded mid-mission. I bypassed the laptop's security layers and began working through my Disavowal Protocol, the agency's own counter-protocol designed for agents who had gone rogue. It was a system I had written half of, so I knew its weak points intimately. I didn't try to hack the agency's main servers. That was a suicide mission. Instead, I focused on the human element, the clearance hierarchy that must have signed off on Protocol Chimera. There were 6 necessary signatures. I targeted the lowest-ranking signatory, an analyst named Helena Cross. Helena's digital footprint was minimal, but I knew her predilections. She loved expensive, obscure wines and terrible romance novels. I crafted a phishing email, a fake invitation to a private wine tasting, embedded with a single, highly sophisticated zero-day tracker designed to bounce through 3 dark web proxies. Within 90 seconds, the tracker was confirmed active. Helena had opened the email. Immediate payback. Resolution. I was not interested in her life. I was interested in her communication logs from the last 12 hours. I accessed the tracker and used the opened connection to deploy a packet sniffer focused solely on her secure chat client history. I watched the data stream in, lines of encrypted text resolving into readable segments. The key message wasn't from a high-ranking official, but a code phrase I recognized from Vane's gallery file. The Venus is secured. This phrase was used internally only when Vane's gallery was confirmed to be a legitimate, ongoing operational front, receiving black funds, and that it was under surveillance by a different, deeper agency. I scrolled further. There it was, in a log from 3 hours before the gala started. Helena crossed to Supervisor Delta. 773 Sigma is scheduled for 2200. Target confirmed active. Do we proceed with the ablation protocol? Supervisor Delta to Helena Cross. Affirmative. Ablation authorized. The asset must not compromise Project Cerberus. Ablation protocol. It wasn't about compromise. It was about elimination. They hadn't disavowed me because I failed. They had sent me to the gallery with the intent of using me as a distraction, or perhaps a liability, to be removed so I wouldn't interfere with their real operation. Project Cerberus. I hadn't failed. I had been burned. The knowledge hit me with a cold, clear fury that sharpened my focus. My original organization was now my primary enemy. They had moved beyond the mere investigation of Vane's gallery into something far more sensitive, and I was disposable. Ian watched me from the kitchen, slowly cleaning his coffee mug, pretending not to notice the intensity of my work. "Find what you were looking for?" he asked, his voice low. I closed the laptop, my fingers hovering over the kill switch. "Yes, I found out the bad debt is a debt of honor. I was betrayed." I looked him straight in his direct green eyes. "Ian, I'm not leaving in 2 days. This is going to take longer. If you tell anyone, or if you ask me too many questions, I can't protect you." He set the mug down gently. "You think I'm afraid of your tight spot, Pauline? I make a living telling strangers how pathetic my life is. I live on the truth and the lie." "And you," he gestured at my tense posture, "you're a professional lie in search of the truth. Stay as long as you need. Just pay for the electricity and don't eat my muffins. They're expensive." The trust he offered, without conditions or fear, was disarming. It felt like the truest thing I had encountered in years. Part 4. The Dynamic of Opposites. Life in Ian's small apartment quickly settled into a bizarre routine. I was a caged predator, and he was the bemused zookeeper. My schedule was rigid. 4 a.m. analysis and research, 8 a.m. silent workout yoga and precise slow-motion self-defense drills in the living room, 11 a.m. contact with the outside world via carefully managed public Wi-Fi hotspots, and 20 p.m. system shutdown. Ian's schedule was a chaotic mess of late mornings, loud songwriting sessions on his acoustic guitar, and late-night gigs at various comedy clubs across London. We were diametrically opposed, yet the forced proximity created a strange, intense intimacy. Ian, direct and witty, was a verbal assault on my meticulous defences. You know, you could teach a class on how to eat a slice of toast with maximum tension, he commented one morning as I delicately cornered a crumb. I am simply being efficient, I replied stiffly. No, you're not. Efficiency is eating it whole and moving on. You're performing surgery on the carbohydrate. What are you expecting? A listening device in the butter? He was irritatingly insightful. Habit, I admitted grudgingly. Habit is why I use the same 5 jokes every night. Your habit is why you have that lovely scar above your eyebrow, which, by the way, I still haven't asked about. Respect for the tight spot. His respect was the hardest part. He didn't pry, but his constant, gentle teasing eroded my walls faster than any interrogation technique. He saw the genuine, panicked woman beneath the operative, and he didn't judge her. One evening, I returned from an exhausting, low-level physical surveillance run, checking the movement patterns of Helena Cross's security detail. My mood was dark. The operation was tighter than I'd anticipated. I walked in to find Ian on the sofa, strumming a blues progression and staring at his notepad. Tough gig? He asked, without looking up. Worse. They've changed the parameters. I need to get closer to Vane to understand Project Cerberus, but his security is impenetrable. It's like trying to get a reservation at the Sun. Ah, Vane. The art dealer. That's who you were trying to wire up, isn't it? Ian finally looked at me, his guitar resting on his lap. I hesitated, but the need to strategize overcame my need for secrecy. Yes, he's the center of the conduit, but now, he's just a lure. Well, you know what I do when a room is too tight? I find the biggest guy, the quietest guy, or the most obvious guy, and I make him the punchline. I frowned. This is espionage, not comedy. It's not about finding a weak point for a laugh. It's exactly the same, Pauline. It's all misdirection. You focus the audience on the obvious, the big, shiny door, and they don't notice the escape route you built out of a perfectly timed cough and a limp. What's Vane's obvious point of failure? His wife, I said instantly. Svetlana. She's a vapid socialite, obsessed with her charitable foundation, funds for orphaned animals. She's everywhere, always hosting, always visible. Right. And you're the invisible woman now, the agent who doesn't exist. So stop looking for the high-security back door and go through the front, like a normal person. Ian's logic, stripped of all agency procedure, was startlingly clear. I looked at him, recognizing the brilliance in his simple, direct approach. The agency would expect me to find a digital path or an armed entry. They would never expect me to use the most boring, civilian approach possible. I need an invitation to Svetlana's next event, I concluded, tapping my fingers on the table. No, you need a story, Ian corrected, shaking his head. You can't just turn up. You're French, you're gorgeous, and you look expensive. You need a narrative that makes you instantly forgettable to everyone except Svetlana, who should see you as a mirror of her own vanity. You're not an heiress anymore. You're a disgraced celebrity publicist desperate for a comeback. He stood up, walking over to the coat rack, grabbing a cheap floral scarf. He tossed it to me. The lie has to be more interesting than the truth, Pauline. That's the rule of the stage. Get out there. And for God's sake, try to look like you're enjoying it. You've forgotten how to smile. His final comment lingered. You've forgotten how to smile. Had I? I realized the agency had taken more than just my credentials. They had stripped away the light, genuine parts of me. The following day, I used my refined hacking skills, the only tools I had left, to instantly fabricate a new persona. I gave myself the name Celeste Dubois, former publicist to an obscure European pop star, currently seeking new, high-profile clients in London. I focused my expertise for quick, superficial manipulation. I didn't need weeks of background checks. I needed a convincing digital trail that could withstand a 5-minute Google search. Within hours, Celeste Dubois was a functioning, low-level social persona. My plan was set. I would use my new persona to infiltrate Svetlana's inner circle, gain access to Vane's personal home network, and find the truth about Project Cerberus. Part 5. The Confrontation and the Quickening Heart. The first meeting with Svetlana was at a charity auction for rare breeds of dogs. It was a shallow, glittering display of wealth. The problem was, my fake invitation would never pass the specialized scanner the guard at the door was carrying. Ian, however, had once again thought of his own unique way to bypass this hurdle. He had given me a ride to the venue. Parking far enough, they'd never realized we came together. We then approached the building from different directions. He had refused to tell me what his plan was, so when I saw it in action, I couldn't stop myself from gawking at him. If only for a moment. He stood atop his foldable bench, in the middle of the road, as casually as if he had done it 1,000 times already. "All right, everyone, gather up. A little closer, guys. I don't bite. Not for free, anyway," he began, all smiles and confidence. Now, I'm sure you're all thinking, what is this handsome and charismatic fellow doing on top of a stool in the middle of the street? Is he stupid? A beggar? And the short answer is, yeah, kind of. But also, as he kept going, the people began to gather around him. Even the stern security guard holding the scanner kept trying to peek at the show without leaving his post, which gave me just the perfect window of opportunity to sneak in. Once inside, a sigh of both relief and exasperation escaped me. My God, Ian, I thought, both amused and annoyed. Just what am I going to do with you? That answer would have to wait, as I had to begin my own performance. As Celeste Dubois, I was aggressive, flattering, and utterly unremarkable. I cornered Svetlana next to the champagne fountain. "Svetlana, darling, your ensemble is divine. It speaks to a generosity of spirit only matched by your foundation's mission." Svetlana, a woman whose face was stretched tighter than a bowstring, preened instantly. I spent the next 3 days moving quickly, using Ian's advice to navigate the social minefield. I secured an invitation to Vane's private estate, where Svetlana was hosting a small, exclusive dinner party. My cover was flawless. I was in Vane's mansion. The opulence was overwhelming, but I focused on my objective. While Svetlana was distracted by a minor celebrity's arrival, I slipped away. Vane's private study was in the West Wing. I had 15 minutes before my absence would be noted. I bypassed the electronic lock with a homemade electromagnetic keycard, a piece of tech I'd built from the innards of Ian's ancient digital radio, and a disposable lighter battery. Instant, physical hack. Inside, the study was not opulent, it was sterile. Instead of art, the walls were covered in high-resolution, aerial reconnaissance photos. The desk held 3 military-grade, heavily encrypted hard drives. I powered on the nearest computer and began running my decryption suite. It was a complex, multi-layered file, but my training dictated speed. I didn't have time for brute force. I looked for human errors, the sloppy file names, the repeated character sequences. The file was titled CBA001, Final. Cerberus, I surmised. I found the opening in a linked photo file. Vane had used his wife's birthday, 2510 October 25th, as the seed for the initial encryption layer, masked by a complex binary sequence. A sentimental mistake. The files resolved instantly. I didn't need to read pages. I only needed the keywords. Project Cerberus was not a financial operation. It was a biological threat deployment. Vane was coordinating the distribution of a fast-acting viral payload into European water systems, designed to cause widespread economic panic. My agency, fearing international blowback if they went in hard, planned to let Vane continue, then intercept the payload last minute and claim the victory. And they had eliminated me because I was an unpredictable element. I had too much autonomy, and if I had succeeded in my initial mission, Vane would have been arrested before the payload was ready. I secured the data onto a tiny, inert micro SD card and killed the computer just as I heard a sound outside the study door. Not Svetlana, not Vane. It was the carver. He was waiting for me. This wasn't a coincidence, it was a trap. My agency had fed him my assumed location. They wanted me eliminated here, on enemy turf, making it look like Vane's security had taken me out. I didn't run. This was the moment for rapid payback and instant gratification. I was tired of running. I grabbed the heavy bronze letter opener from Vane's desk. The door swung open. The carver saw me, a woman in a designer dress, poised to strike. He raised his suppressed pistol. I didn't let him fire. I launched myself forward, low and fast, slamming my entire body weight into his knee. The impact was calculated. It broke his stance and sent him staggering backward. The HK-45 discharged into the ceiling. I used the momentum, not stopping for a clean fight, but aiming for immediate, disabling strikes. I brought the pommel of the letter opener down hard, once, into the nerve bundle under his right armpit. The pain was excruciating. His gun hand went instantly numb. As the gun clattered onto the carpet, I pressed my advantage, using my entire body as a weapon. I disarmed him completely, then used the letter opener to pin his wrist to the floor, not deeply, but enough to draw blood and make him scream. "Who gave the order for the ablation protocol?" I whispered, pressing the point just a millimeter deeper. He sputtered, "I don't know. Just Delta. They said you were a risk." "A risk to whom?" "Cerberus, the timeline. They needed the panic for their funding bill." Funding. It was always about the funding. My agency was engineering a crisis they could resolve to secure a massive government grant. I stood up, leaving him bleeding and incapacitated but alive. I was an operative, not a mercenary. My goal was information, not murder. I returned to the party, breathless but calm, and made my apologies to Svetlana. "Terrible traffic. I must rush, darling. Such a shame about the security. I swear I heard a terrible commotion in the West Wing." I fled the mansion, the mission accomplished, the data secured, and the physical threat neutralized, all within the span of 1 hour. Part 6. The New Path and the Resolution. I arrived back at Ian's apartment at 1 a.m., my cocktail dress now stained with something far worse than mud, the carver's blood. I didn't bother with the door bolts. I was trembling, not from fear, but from the adrenaline crash of confronting my former life. Ian was waiting for me. He was sitting on the sofa, bathed in the soft glow of a reading lamp, his expression unreadable. "You're late," he said simply. I had to tie up some loose ends. They were physical. I walked straight to the bathroom, stripping off the ruined dress. I tossed it into the tub and turned the shower on full blast, leaving the door open. I heard him walk to the bathroom door. "You were supposed to be the publicist, not the Terminator. They tried to kill me, Ian," I said, stepping into the stream of scalding water. "My own people. They sent an assassin to Vane's house, knowing Vane would finish the job. It was a setup to eliminate me and cover up their own corruption." I heard a heavy sigh. "Tell me the truth, Pauline, all of it, now." I stepped out of the shower, wrapping myself in a towel, and walked back into the living room. I told him everything. The art gallery, the funding scheme, the wire, the disavowal, the ablation protocol, Project Cerberus, and the biological payload. I spoke quickly, efficiently, leaving nothing out. The raw truth spilled out of me. The agency's betrayal, still a fresh, bitter wound. When I finished, I stood opposite him, expecting horror, maybe disgust. He only nodded slowly, running a hand over his face. "Right, so you're not just a spy. You're a world-saving, disavowed, French super spy who just took down a Black Ops killer with a letter opener, presumably to stop a plague." "In essence, yes. And you need to contact someone trustworthy to expose this, without them knowing where you are. I need to contact the one person above Supervisor Delta in the chain, but only through a secure channel that proves Vane's attack is real, and that my data is genuine. It has to be immediate. A slow release will fail." Ian stood up, crossing the small space between us. He didn't look scared. He looked incredibly, profoundly angry on my behalf. I know the man for the job, he said, his voice quiet and firm. Not to expose it to the government, to expose it to the world. He walked to the bookshelf and pulled out a thick copy of the history of stand-up. Hidden inside was a sleek, military-grade satellite phone, identical to the one I had crushed days earlier. I stared at the phone. Where did you get that? The agency wasn't the only organization that recruited me, Pauline. I was a distraction. I was the person they never looked at. I had a tight spot of my own, 7 years ago, and I had to lie my way out of it. He smiled a rare, cold smile. I'm a stand-up comedian. I exist to make fun of power, and I know exactly who in the global media will run this story without asking for proof. They just want the scoop and the chaos. Instantaneous global exposure. My breath caught. He wasn't just a comedian. He was an information broker, operating in the highest tiers of civilian non-compliance, using his persona as a shield. The man I thought was my opposite was, in fact, my mirror. Both of us were masters of the perfect lie. You're telling me, I managed, that you're also disavowed? I was never avowed, he corrected. I was a ghost from the start, a perfect civilian cover. Now, give me that micro SD card. I handed him the tiny chip. He worked with a speed and confidence that matched my own. Within 10 minutes, the full, encrypted data, Vane's operation, the agency's funding conspiracy, and my disavowal orders was bounced off 3 separate, publicly owned satellites and delivered simultaneously to a network of independent journalists around the globe. Resolution. The process took less than half an hour. The instant gratification of seeing my enemies neutralized was intoxicating. Ian put the phone away, securing the book back on the shelf. He turned to me, the anger gone, replaced by a simple, raw honesty. It's done, he said. You're safe. They can't touch you without confirming the whole story is real. You are a global whistleblower now. You're not an agent, Pauline. You're a celebrity. And you? I asked, finally letting down my guard. I'm just a guy who owes his friend a few favors. He reached out, gently touching the fresh bruise on my shoulder. You should have told me the truth. 7 years ago. I couldn't, I whispered. I didn't know who I was, except for my uniform. Now you know who you are, he said, his green eyes locking onto mine with that intense, disarming directness. You're the woman who showed up on my doorstep in a ruined dress, who I thought was looking for Mr. Hannigan, and who just saved London from a plague. You're not the perfect agent. You're just perfect. The tension that had existed between us for 7 years, the argument, the separation, the longing, resolved in a single, immediate wave. There was no need for a slow, arduous build-up, no long, drawn-out confession. We were both operatives, both masters of the mask. At that moment, the masks were gone, and the truth was the only thing that mattered. He stepped closer, and I leaned into him, burying my face in the soft cotton of his t-shirt. I wasn't the immaculate agent anymore. I was just Pauline, safe in the chaos of a stand-up comedian's flat, finally free. So, I murmured into his chest, feeling the tension finally drain away. I still need a new dress. He laughed, a genuine, warm sound that filled the small apartment. I know a guy. The next morning, the headlines broke. Project Cerberus was exposed. Julian Vane was arrested. And in Battersea, a French woman and an Irish comedian began to plan a life where the truth was funnier and far more honest than any of their old lies.
Sparkles and stitches. The lights of the new department store, Aurora, were not the spotlights of an arena. They were colder, clinical, designed to show off silk scarves and designer handbags, not the sweat and grit of Joshi Puroresu. But here I was, Sayaka, the sparkle kick idol star, back in my full glory, a shimmering white and gold battle dress, boots laced tight, and a smile so wide it felt bolted onto my face. 6 months. 6 long, agonizing months. The doctor's words had played on an endless loop. Cracked rib, minimal movement, 6 months of physical therapy. It was a nightmare for an idol wrestler who thrived on high-flying risk. Every day away felt like 1,000 fans forgetting my name. Today was my return. Not a full-scale return, but an exhibition match. A ridiculous, glorious spectacle in the middle of a shopping mall inauguration. Our ring was the entire main floor, and the ropes were the security barriers holding back a throng of shoppers who had come for discounts but stayed for the spectacle. My opponent, the veteran Kaori, was already tossing mannequins into the jewelry section. The script was simple, a chaotic, fun brawl using whatever merchandise we could get our hands on. But I needed more. I needed to remind everyone, my manager, the fans, and myself, that the 6 months hadn't dulled the sparkle kick. I was still Sayaka, still the high-risk, high-flyer. I signaled the moment. Kaori understood. She gave a quick, almost imperceptible nod. It was time for the taupe suicida, a suicide dive, but this time from a structure higher than any turnbuckle. I saw the perfect spot. A promotional platform holding a giant, shimmering display of perfume bottles. It was nearly 2 meters high, overlooking the main escalator bay. I scaled the short wall like a cat, my heart pounding with a mixture of terror and exhilarating adrenaline. This wasn't a standard ring. The floor was polished marble. The risk was exponentially higher. From the top of the wall, the crowd was a sea of flashing phone screens and upturned faces. I spotted Kaori, perfectly positioned, waiting to catch me and cushion the impact as planned. My fellow wrestlers, good-hearted Momo-chan among them, were already creating a human safety net in the landing zone. This was a high-risk maneuver, but it was calculated. They were ready. I took a deep breath, the air thick with the scent of new leather and desperation. I ran for momentum along the narrow ledge, the polished surface threatening to give way under my heavy boots. Jump, fly, sparkle. As my feet lifted off the ground, a chilling metallic snap ripped through the celebratory music. It was a sound that had nothing to do with wrestling. I looked up instinctively. A massive, heavy banner promoting the mall's grand opening, suspended by steel cables, was falling. One of the cables, already weakened by the vibration or perhaps just poorly installed, had given way. The sign hit me midair. It wasn't a push. It was an impact that changed physics. The flat, wide surface of the sign, a heavy sheet of rigid plastic and metal frame, slammed into my side, propelling me not toward Kaori in the prepared safety net, but sideways. With terrifying speed and force, the world turned into a chaotic blur of white light and screaming. I was flying too far, too fast. My carefully calculated trajectory was utterly destroyed. Instead of landing on the soft, waiting bodies of my colleagues, I was rocketing toward the one thing we'd all cleared the area around, the cold, unforgiving edge of a marble staircase. This is it, I thought with chilling clarity. The comeback ends with an ambulance. Then, something else entered the frame. A dark blur that moved with impossible speed from the spectator area. I didn't see him jump, only that he was suddenly there. A human wall where a second before there had been open air. He collided with me. The impact was jarring, painful, but profoundly different from hitting marble. I felt thick, solid muscle, a surprising density, meet my body. He didn't try to catch me outright, he redirected me. He used his mass to turn the momentum, twisting our bodies so that my weight and the remaining force of the sign didn't shatter my spine against the stair edge, but instead drove us both down to the polished floor. We hit with a sickening thud. The air was knocked out of me in a loud gasp. My head swam. The shock was immediate, paralyzing. I lay there, gasping, staring up at the rotating ceiling lights, momentarily convinced I had broken every bone in my body. But I was alive, and I could move. Before I could process the sudden silence, the adrenaline-fueled roar of the crowd, or the man lying half underneath me, Kaori and Momo-chan were there. Their faces, usually fierce in the ring, were masks of pure, panicked relief. "Sayaka, are you okay? The show must go on," Kaori hissed, her voice tight with professional urgency. My ribs felt like they were on fire, but the familiar ache was nothing compared to the fear that had just flooded my system. I'm fine, I managed to choke out. They hauled me up, their grips firm and unforgiving. The spectacle could not stop. The flow of the story was paramount. As they dragged me back toward the temporary ring in the clothing section, I twisted my head to look back at the man who had caught me. He was still on the ground, struggling to sit up. He was big, much taller than any of the Japanese men in the audience, with sun-kissed hair and a strong, square jaw, currently set in a grimace of pain. And there, starkly visible against the clean, white marble, was a spot of deep crimson red blooming on the back of his head. He was bleeding, badly. My rescuer was hurt because of me. The sight jolted me back to reality faster than any slap. I tried to pull away, to rush back, but Momo-chan's arm was a steel vice around my waist. "Go! We'll handle it later," she ordered, pushing me forward. I had to put on the smile. I had to continue the performance. I had to sparkle. But as I launched myself back into the theatrical chaos, all I could see was that dark red stain, and all I could think about was the stranger I'd inadvertently dragged into my high-risk life. The show finally ended 20 minutes later, a frenzy of finishing moves and fake tears of exhaustion. But the adrenaline that had kept me moving through the pain evaporated the moment the cameras were off. I collapsed onto a folding chair backstage, ignoring the manager's frantic instructions. A few minutes later, the manager, Mr. Tanaka, strode in, his face a furious red, a crumpled insurance document clutched in his hand. "This is unacceptable. Placing my girls in danger in a non-sanctioned location. I will have their contract shredded and the mall sued into bankruptcy," he bellowed, pacing the small makeshift locker room. Momo-chan, ever the practical one, was methodically peeling off her wrist tape. "Focus, Tanaka-san. Is Sayaka okay? Are her ribs stable?" "The ribs are fine, thank God," I mumbled, leaning forward. "But the man, the spectator who saved me, what about him?" Tanaka stopped pacing, his fury momentarily displaced by annoyance. "The foreigner? Nothing to worry about. He's fine. A little knock to the head." Security said he was quite calm. He patched himself up immediately with a first aid kit and told them he was going to the nearest emergency room, just in case. They offered an ambulance. He declined. Said he knew what he was doing. Knew what he was doing? I thought. The way he moved, the speed, the almost surgical precision of the redirection, it hadn't been a desperate fluke. It had been training. "Which hospital?" I demanded, pushing myself up despite the protesting ache in my torso. Tanaka sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Sayaka, what are you doing? You have an image to maintain. Idol wrestlers are supposed to be untouchable. You cannot be seen visiting a man, especially a non-Japanese man, in a hospital after a public incident. It will look unprofessional. Maybe even romantic." "Tanaka-san, he saved me from breaking my neck," I countered, my voice low but firm. "I owe him more than an apology. I need to know he's all right. I won't be seen, I promise." "She's right," Momo-chan interjected, already pulling a baseball cap low over her signature bright pink hair. "I'll go with her. We'll wear the anonymous clothes. I'm excellent at losing reporters, you know that. I'll be the lookout. No one will ever know." Tanaka looked from my determined face to Momo-chan's reassuring one. He knew my stubbornness when the cause was right. He also knew Momo-chan's reputation for being sneaky. He threw his hands up in defeat. "Fine, fine. Street Jude's emergency annex. Go, but if you are spotted, I will personally throw you into a wrestling school for retired grandmothers, and you will never see a main event again. You hear me, Sparkle Kick?" "Loud and clear, Tanaka-san," I said, already scrambling for my street clothes. We changed quickly into anonymity. Black sweatpants, bulky hoodies, surgical masks, and baseball caps that hid any trace of my carefully styled image. The process of covering up felt strange. My idol self, the one who craved the spotlight, was hidden away so that my real self, the one burdened by guilt, could go and do the right thing. Momo-chan hailed a cab 3 blocks away, keeping her head down the entire ride. My heart hammered against my ribs, making the ache worse. I was breaking a sacred, unspoken rule of the idol circuit, and the guilt was a heavy presence in the confined space of the taxi. Street Jude's was quiet. We moved through the brightly lit corridors like a pair of shadows, whispering the name Sayaka's rescuer to a tired-looking nurse. She pointed us toward a private examination room at the end of the hall. Momo-chan stopped me before I could reach the door. "Remember the plan. I stand here facing the corridor. If I see anyone who looks remotely like they have a camera, I give you the signal." "Got it." I nodded, my throat dry. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The scent of antiseptic and sterile linens hit me first. He was sitting on the edge of the examination bed, a surprisingly large figure dwarfed by the white walls. A doctor, a young woman with a kind expression, was meticulously applying the last few staples to the back of his head where the skin had split open. He was wearing a simple gray t-shirt, which did nothing to hide the breadth of his shoulders or the lean, athletic build that had allowed him to move so quickly. His hair, now slightly damp, was the color of pale honey, and his profile was strikingly sharp. A Western face, yes, but almost classically handsome, like a statue carved from sunlit stone. I walked toward him hesitantly. The doctor looked up, but he didn't. He was engrossed in a quiet argument with the nurse about spending the night for observation. "I'm telling you, I'm fine," he insisted, his voice a low melodic rumble, slightly accented. "I deal with concussions professionally. This is a graze, a split scalp. A bit of blood, but no dizziness, no nausea. I just need to get back to my hotel." "Mr. Grant," the doctor replied patiently, "it's standard protocol, especially after a fall from that height. Even if you mitigated the impact, we need to be cautious." "Mr. Grant. Kevin Grant." I cleared my throat softly. He looked up then. His eyes, a clear, startling blue, the color of a tropical ocean, met mine. Despite the surgical mask hiding my face, the baseball cap obscuring my hair, and my nondescript clothes, his eyes widened slightly in immediate recognition. A faint, tired smile touched his lips. "Well, look who decided to show up," he murmured, the corners of his eyes crinkling. "Hi, Sayaka." My carefully rehearsed, formal apology evaporated. I rushed the last few steps, bowing deeply, a deep, Japanese bow of true reverence and humility, and then immediately straightened, tears stinging my eyes. "I am so sorry. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. You risked your life. That fall was so dangerous. You're hurt because of me." The words tumbled out, a messy, heartfelt confession. He chuckled softly, a warm sound that made the room feel instantly smaller. "Hey, no need for the deep bow, and no apologies necessary. It was my choice. Honestly, I saw the trajectory, and I just reacted. It's what I do." He gestured to the doctor. "This lovely lady is just finishing up. Scalp laceration. Looks much worse than it is." I told them I deal with this kind of thing all the time. "You deal with it?" I asked, confused. "Yeah. My job is search and rescue, specialist in mountainous and high-altitude extractions, mostly in South America and parts of Southeast Asia," he explained casually. "Instinct takes over when I see someone about to take a bad fall. You were coming in hard and fast, and that stair edge was unforgiving. I just needed to change the point of impact and cushion the rest." He paused, looking directly into my eyes, and the connection was instantaneous, electric. "And I have to say, you hit me a lot softer than I thought you were going to." I laughed, a weak, shaky sound of relief. "My sparkle kick is usually much harder. I promise." The doctor finished the staples and excused herself, asking the nurse to check in on him in an hour. As the door clicked shut, Momo-chan's head poked in. She sized up the situation, me, flustered and teary, him, handsome and calm, and a knowing look passed over her face. "Sayaka, I'll go check the main entrance. You know, make sure the coast is clear," Momo-chan said, her voice dripping with artificial innocence. "Don't rush, safety first." She winked and pulled the door shut, leaving us in a charged silence. Kevin watched the door close with an amused expression. Your friend seems like a good bodyguard. She is the best, I whispered, then cleared my throat, forcing myself to regain composure. Kevin, why are you in Japan? Are you on vacation? Exactly that. A mandatory 2-week leave. I was doing the tourist thing, check out the big new mall, maybe find some weird Japanese snack food, and suddenly I'm playing crash pad for a professional wrestler, he said, the blue of his eyes sparkling. It's been a memorable vacation so far. I sat down in a plastic chair next to the bed, forgetting the pain in my ribs. We talked for an hour. It wasn't the superficial small talk I was used to giving fans and journalists. He asked real questions about the world of Joshi Puroresu, about the pain of my injury and the fear of my comeback. He understood the intensity of the moment, the absolute necessity of the taupe suicida for my soul. He was articulate, funny, and incredibly attentive. He didn't see Sayaka the idol, the sparkle kick phenomenon. He saw Sayaka, the girl who flew too high and nearly crashed. It was intoxicating. So, you just travel the world, saving people? I asked, fascinated. That's the glamorous summary. Most of the time, it's a lot of cold tea, waiting, and paperwork. But yeah, when things go wrong, I try to put them right. You were right about one thing, though, he added, leaning closer, his voice dropping slightly. Your kick is impressive, even accidentally. I felt a blush creep up my neck, visible even under the mask. He had the most direct, honest gaze I had ever encountered. It was unnerving, yet captivating. The time? I started, glancing at my watch. Just then, the door burst open. It wasn't Momo-chan, but she was a second behind, her face pale with urgency. Reporters! Sayaka, they're here! Someone must have spotted the van we used. We have to go! Now! Momo-chan hissed, already pulling me by the sleeve. My heart sank. My brief bubble of normalcy, of genuine connection, was shattered. I'm so sorry, Kevin. I have to leave, I stammered, pulling off my mask for a fleeting second, letting him see my full panicked face. I'll try to. Go, he insisted, his hand briefly but firmly gripping my forearm. I get it. Image maintenance. Don't worry about me. I'm used to quick exits. Momo-chan dragged me out. As we hustled down a back stairwell, I looked back once, catching his clear blue gaze one last time before the door swung shut. The guilt was back, sharper now, but mixed with a confusing, potent cocktail of attraction and regret. I couldn't sleep. I paced my small apartment like a trapped animal, agonizing over the fact that Kevin Grant was sleeping in a hospital bed because of me while I was tucked away safe in my celebrity bubble. The moment the sun touched the horizon, I was up. I called Momo-chan. I'm going back, I stated without preamble. I know, she sighed on the other end. I'm already in my car. Give me 10 minutes. But Sayaka, Tanaka-san is going to kill us. Let him try. I'll wrestle him for it. When we arrived, Kevin was already dressed, backpack slung over his shoulder, signing release forms at the main desk. He looked even better in the daylight, casual jeans, a dark jacket, and a slightly rumpled energy that was incredibly appealing. A small, square bandage was taped neatly to the back of his head, the only physical sign of the previous day's disaster. He smiled when he saw me, a bright, genuine expression that reached his eyes. You came back. I hoped you would. I told you I would, I said, ignoring Momo-chan's frantic hand gestures to stay masked and hidden. I felt safer with him than I did with my manager. Are you really okay? Did you sleep well? I was fine, annoyed at the nurse for waking me up for temperature checks, but fine. Let's get out of here. I hate the smell of hospitals. We walked out, leaving Momo-chan to trail us like a well-trained, if highly stressed, ninja. The walk was effortless. The conversation flowed from wrestling to search and rescue, from the best ramen stalls in Tokyo to the sheer isolation of the Andes Mountains. He was so grounded, so stable, a profound contrast to the theatrical, fleeting world of entertainment I lived in. We stopped at a small park, the sun streaming through the cherry trees. It felt completely natural, completely right. Then, Kevin stopped walking, turned to face me, and put his hands casually in his pockets. The easy air between us suddenly tightened. Sayaka, I know we just met, and I know you're this celebrity, but honestly, I can't stop thinking about you, he said, his blue eyes intense. Would you go out with me? A real date later this week? Dinner? Maybe a movie? I'd really like to spend more time with you. I froze. The air rushed out of my lungs. My mind went completely blank, a panicked, echoing void. Go out? It was such a Western concept. In Japan, especially in my world, everything was calculated, prearranged, group-oriented. Dates were for normal people. Idol wrestlers didn't get asked out. They got photographed, filmed, and dissected. The idea of him, a powerful, handsome man, singling me out and asking for a private, romantic encounter was completely foreign. It paralyzed me. I stood there, speechless, my eyes wide and unblinking, feeling every single lesson and rule imparted by my management flash through my brain. No men, no scandal, no loss of focus. A flicker of concern crossed his face. He misinterpreted my silence. Okay. I completely misread that, he said, taking a small step back, his shoulders slumping slightly. His voice softened, becoming gentle and reassuring. I'm sorry. I moved too fast. I had a fantastic time last night. But look, if you're not interested, you don't have to say yes. No pressure at all. We can just be friends. I'm leaving the country next week, so it's not like I'll stick around to make things awkward. His immediate retreat, his genuine concern for my comfort, somehow gave me the courage to breathe. He was offering me an exit, but the thought of letting him go, of reducing this incredible electric connection to a polite, fleeting friendship, made my chest ache. No, I finally managed to blurt out, the word feeling heavy and true. No, I am interested. Very interested. His face lit up with a brilliant smile that made my knees feel weak.
Oh, good. Really good.
But, I continued, quickly extinguishing the spark, you don't understand the rules. The rules! An idol cannot be seen with a man in public, especially not a foreigner. Especially not after a public accident. It would be a career-ending scandal. Genki, the paparazzi, and crazy fans, they are everywhere. They are waiting for me to slip up. He leaned back against the trunk of a tree, crossing his arms, looking completely undaunted. The problem, for him, was just a hurdle, a challenge to be overcome. The search and rescue specialist was assessing the terrain. Okay. Standard security breach protocol. Got it, he said, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Then we don't get seen. We need deep cover. What's the place where no one expects to find you, and where masks are encouraged? He snapped his fingers. A carnival. A theme park. We'll go to the Dreamland Park tonight. And we'll wear masks. Rabbit masks. To cover our identities and to remind us to be playful. The idea was ridiculous. It was reckless. It was everything Tanaka-san warned me against. And it was absolutely perfect. A rabbit mask date, I whispered, a genuine smile finally breaking through my carefully controlled exterior. Okay, Kevin, I'll go. The evening air was cool and crisp, smelling faintly of popcorn and synthetic sugar. Dreamland was a chaotic explosion of neon lights and cheerful, distorted music. I met Kevin just outside the entrance, tucked into the shadow of a giant plush octopus prize. He handed me a small paper bag. Inside were 2 identical fluffy white rabbit masks. They were designed for tourists, soft fabric that covered the upper half of the face, with large pink-lined ears sticking up jauntily. They hid my eyes, my signature feature, and the distinctive line of my jaw and nose, but left my smile and lips exposed. Ready, Sparkle Kick? He teased, pulling the mask over his own face. It looked absurdly cute on his rugged masculine features, and I felt a nervous giggle bubble up. Ready, Mr. Grant, I replied, fastening the elastic band around my head. For the next few hours, I was free. I wasn't Sayaka the idol, burdened by image and rules. I was just a girl in a rabbit mask, holding hands with a handsome Westerner. We rode the Ferris wheel, where the height felt safe, not like a 2-meter death trap. We rode a ridiculous spinning teacup ride that left us dizzy and laughing until our sides ached. We ate sweet, savory crepes and won a tiny, pathetic-looking stuffed sheep at a ring toss game. He was effortlessly charming, his humor dry and intelligent. When we talked about his rescue work, his eyes took on a serious, focused intensity that made the adrenaline from the day before rush back to me. When he spoke about his family, there was a warmth that made me melt. He felt like a rock, solid, dependable, yet excitingly unpredictable. It was during a moment of quiet, as we watched a parade of costumed characters dance by, that it happened. I had pushed my mask slightly up to take a sip of soda, feeling safe in the cover of darkness and the moving crowd. Suddenly, a voice, loud, grating, and horribly familiar, screamed through the noise. "Sayaka. Is that Sayaka?" "It is." The mask slipped. "It's Sayaka." My blood ran cold. I knew that voice. Genki. A high-profile fanatical fan who doubled as a relentless paparazzi. He had been a thorn in my manager's side for years, obsessively following me to every public appearance. I spun around. Genki was lunging toward us, his phone already raised, recording live, a desperate, triumphant look on his face. "Sayaka is on a date! Scandal! Sayaka, the idol, is dating a foreigner! Look at the blonde hair! I told you she was unprofessional!" He was yelling, drawing attention immediately. Kevin moved instantly. He didn't hesitate. He swung his tall, wide body around, blocking Genki's path and shielding me completely from the camera's lens. "Hey! Back off, buddy! She's not interested," Kevin warned, his voice deep and commanding, laced with a barely controlled anger. But Genki was desperate for his exclusive. He tried to duck under Kevin's arm. That was the instant my control snapped. 6 months of injury, the fear of the fall, the exhilaration of the date, the sheer, sudden panic of being exposed, it all boiled up into pure, physical instinct. Block the shot, eliminate the threat, sparkle kick. Without thinking, without any conscious instruction, my body took over. The same body that had just been cleared by a doctor, the same body that was designed for high-impact action. I executed a flawless textbook spin kick. It wasn't a show kick. It was fast, powerful, and driven by raw fear. My heel connected cleanly with Genki's jaw, sending him flying backward with a sickening thwack that was muffled only slightly by the crowd noise. His phone spun in the air, landing far away, its screen likely shattered. The screaming stopped. The music seemed to mute. A circle of silence opened around us as the nearby onlookers gasped at the sight of a famous idol in a rabbit mask, delivering a devastating martial arts kick to a civilian's face. "Run!" Kevin shouted, his hand gripping mine. We didn't need to be told twice. We bolted. We ran past the screaming rides, through the arcade lights, and out of the main square. The commotion, fueled by Genki's loud, pained cries and the curiosity of the crowd, gave us a brief window. We were fast, especially me, trained for explosiveness. Kevin matched my speed perfectly. We found refuge in a narrow, pitch-black utility alley between 2 souvenir shops. We slammed against the corrugated metal wall, side by side, panting, the adrenaline surging through our veins. We could hear the confused shouts of the crowd and the distant whining siren of park security in the main area. My heart was hammering so loudly I thought Kevin could hear it. My body was trembling, not from fear now, but from the sheer shock of what I had done. I had used my signature move, a move meant for the ring, for performance, to commit an assault. "Oh my God," I gasped, pulling my rabbit mask back down over my face, the cloth suddenly feeling hot and claustrophobic. I kicked him. I kicked a fan in the face. "Hey, he was harassing you, invading your privacy, and trying to cause serious trouble," Kevin murmured, his breath warm and close in the darkness. "You defended yourself, and you have a hell of a kick, Sparkle Kick." The proximity was overwhelming. The dark corner felt like a safe, secret world. We were 2 fugitives, bound by chaos, sweat, and a shared, illegal act. My senses were hyper-alert. I could smell the metallic tang of his jacket, the faint scent of antiseptic from his wound, and the heady, sweet musk of our combined panic. His hand came up, gently cupping the side of my face, his thumb brushing the edge of my mask. His eyes, even in the deep shadows, looked huge, blue, and utterly focused on me. "The rules are stupid," he whispered, his voice rough. "You shouldn't have to hide who you are." Then, he closed the remaining distance. His lips were firm, warm, and confident against mine. It wasn't a tentative first kiss. It was driven by the urgency of the moment, the pulse of danger, and the raw, undeniable connection we had forged over the last 24 hours. My mind, so disciplined, so full of rules, simply shut down. My own mask was pushed crookedly aside as I tilted my head and kissed him back. I gripped his jacket, pulling him closer, pouring all the pent-up frustration of my 6-month hiatus, the terror of the sign, and the overwhelming desire to finally be seen, not as an idol, but as a woman, into the kiss. It was intense, immediate, and addictive. It was the physical manifestation of the instant connection we'd found. A blind, passionate plunge into the unknown. We stayed there until the sounds of the search died down, pulling apart only when the need for air became unavoidable. My lips were tingling, my heart was humming, and the world had shifted on its axis. We had gone from rescuer and rescued to accomplices and lovers in the space of one evening. When we finally emerged, holding hands loosely, the carnival was winding down. The feeling of danger had subsided, replaced by a soft, giddy euphoria. Kevin walked me toward my apartment building, Momo-chan having been discreetly dismissed with a text message. "That was the most insane first date of my life," Kevin said, a wide, satisfied grin on his face. "It was the only date of my life," I admitted, suddenly shy. "And yes, insane, but good. Thank you for making me laugh. And for the rabbit mask. Thank you for the spontaneous display of professional martial arts," he countered, leaning in to give me a quick, chaste kiss on the forehead. "I'll handle Genki if he shows up again. No more kicking paparazzi, okay?" "No promises," I whispered. We were barely a block from my apartment, a street that should have been safe and residential, when the familiar sound of a camera shutter clicking broke the silence. This time, it wasn't just Genki. Genki was there, nursing a swollen jaw, but he was surrounded by 3 other men, all holding massive professional cameras with telephoto lenses. They were spread out in a deliberate arc, designed to cut off any escape. "Sayaka, we knew you'd come out again. This time, there's no escape. We're all live streaming. Your scandal is going worldwide," Genki bellowed, his voice filled with vindictive triumph. They had been waiting for us. They had staked out the park, seen us leave, and followed us, waiting for the perfect moment. "Damn it," Kevin cursed softly, instantly pulling me behind him. "We have to run." We took off, sprinting down the quiet street. They were professionals, and they were relentless. We couldn't outrun 4 cars and 4 men with long legs forever. We darted into a side alley, the flash of the cameras momentarily blinding us. "We need a distraction, a cover, a complete impossibility," I panted, my mind working frantically, desperately searching for an escape plan that didn't involve another spin kick. Suddenly, an image flashed into my mind. Rin, my friend, the cosplayer, the femboy idol. "I have an idea. It's crazy, but it might work," I gasped, pulling Kevin toward a tiny, discreet alley that led to the back entrance of a small cafe. "Follow me. Don't ask questions." We burst through the back door of a residential building and up 3 flights of stairs. I hammered on a door covered in anime posters and soft pastel bunny plushies. The door swung open, revealing Rin. He was tall, impossibly slender, and wearing a ridiculous silk pajama set adorned with little strawberries. His makeup was flawless, his hair a cascade of perfect black waves. "Sayaka? What in the world?" Rin, I need your help. Emergency. I need a change of clothes and a miracle." "Paparazzi," I spat out, pulling us both into his tiny, cluttered apartment. I quickly stripped off my clothes, the same clothes I wore on the date, and handed them to Rinrin. I explained the situation in rapid-fire Japanese, gesturing wildly toward Kevin, who was breathing heavily and trying to understand the torrent of words. Rinrin's eyes sparkled with mischievous delight. Paparazzi? Live streaming? Oh, this is the best kind of drama. This is a role I was born to play. He snatched my date clothes, my simple black coat, skirt, and scarf, and disappeared into his closet. A moment later he emerged, completely transformed. He had put on one of his most popular cosplay wigs, a perfect, bouncy rendition of my signature hairstyle, only slightly more vibrant. He had accentuated his eyes with heavy eyeliner and added a flash of glitter that made him look uncannily like me, especially from a distance or on a low-resolution camera. He was wearing my clothes over his own sleek, androgynous body. The resemblance was astonishing. He was a perfect double. Kevin, you have to go with him. I instructed, quickly pulling on one of Rinrin's oversized, absurdly cute bunny hoodies. Hold his hand. Act like you are deeply in love. He is me. He is Sayaka. Kevin looked at Rinrin, then at me, then back at the perfect double who was already pulling on my coat. His confusion melted into professional admiration. Got it. Extraction is a go. Misdirection in 3, 2, 1, Kevin affirmed, the adrenaline of the chase overriding all sense of absurdity. Rinrin gave a quick, theatrical bow. Let's give them a show, darling. I watched from the window as Kevin and Rinrin stepped out onto the street, walking hand in hand, their shoulders touching intimately. The paparazzi saw them instantly. There they are! Sayaka, we got her! Genki screamed, urging his crew forward. Don't stop the stream! This is gold! The cameras flashed wildly, blinding the couple. The stream was recording. The men closed in, surrounding them, shoving their microphones and lenses in their faces. Then, Rinrin, with the dramatic flair of a true performer, stopped. He gave a sharp, contemptuous laugh that sounded utterly unlike my own. He reached up, grasped the edge of the perfect wig, and with one swift, dramatic flourish, ripped it off his head. The crowd of paparazzi gasped. The camera lenses wavered. Rinrin, not Sayaka, stood there, his own short, dark hair revealed, his exaggerated makeup highlighting his high, masculine cheekbones. Hello, Genki-kun. And friends, Rinrin said, his voice dropping to a cool, non-feminine register. Did you really think I was Sayaka? You call yourselves her greatest fans, yet you can't tell the difference between the sparkle kick idol and a simple femboy cosplayer having a private date? He leaned in, his expression turning sharp and venomous. You harass me. You call me unprofessional. You invade my privacy and accuse me of things that aren't true, all for a cheap, fake scoop. Shame on you. Go home and re-watch her old matches. Maybe then you'll learn what the real Sayaka looks like. He took Kevin's arm and pulled him away with a regal sneer, leaving the paparazzi completely deflated. The shock, the humiliation, and the realization that they had just live-streamed a complete failure, a public shaming of themselves, was too much. Genki! You dumbass! You led us on a wild goose chase! I knew it wasn't her! One of the photographers yelled, punching Genki lightly on the shoulder. All of our chats are giving us hell because of you, said another one. This is the last time I listened to your nonsense. It's not my fault, guys. You all saw her from afar too. She looked identical. Come on, don't leave. Genki answered, trying to defend himself, his triumph shattered, his jaw throbbing from the kick. They blamed Genki, folded their equipment, and dispersed. The stream cut abruptly. The mission was accomplished. A few minutes later, Kevin and a now re-wigged Rinrin returned to the apartment. I thanked Rinrin profusely, promising him a lifetime supply of rare imported tea. He waved it off, saying the drama was reward enough. Kevin walked me the remaining distance to my apartment door. The night was quiet now, the air clear of the toxic energy of the chase. We were safe. We make a good team, Sayaka, he said, his hand resting on my shoulder. You fly, I catch you. You kick, I run. You plan the escape, I execute the role. It was the best, worst date I could have ever imagined, I admitted, gazing up at him. Thank you. For everything. For the kick protection, and for letting my friend embarrass those men. He gently cupped my chin, his gaze warm and serious. It was the best date I could have imagined, too. Truly. I wouldn't trade it, even for a graze to the head. He didn't kiss me again, just looked at me with that beautiful, clear blue gaze. He was leaving the country soon. He was a whirlwind of excitement, an anomaly in my perfectly ordered life. He had changed my world in 48 hours. I leave on Thursday, he said quietly. If the world wasn't watching, if the rules didn't exist, I would spend every moment with you until then. He paused, his thumb gently tracing the line of my jaw. So, I'm going to ask you one more time. The answer doesn't have to be yes. But will you go out with me again, Sayaka? Tomorrow night? We'll find a new way to stay hidden. And at that moment, for the third time since I met this man, my brain froze, and all that came out of my mind was a short and trembly, eh?
As a superhero, my downfall came, not from my enemies, but from the person I had loved and trusted the most. It was only after time reset itself that I knew the depths of the mistake I now had to fix. Protectress. The Golden Hour. Part 1. The Fall. The wind was a snarling beast, whipping the rain against my skin like 1,000 tiny needles. 5 years of secret life. 5 years of fighting crime dressed in a golden, sleek, armored leotard that mimicked the streamlined efficiency of a diver's suit. And it had all come down to this. A final, brutal dance on the slick, lightning-kissed rooftop of the highest skyscraper overlooking the Pacific. The ocean churned below, an infinite, black maw ready to swallow me whole. I was losing. Badly. My opponent, Inferno, was a masked phantom of pure, malevolent force. Every strike he threw was a memory, a lesson I myself had taught him. He was a perfect, dark mirror of my technique, but stronger, faster, and utterly devoid of the restraint he'd once possessed. Clang! His fist met my reinforced gauntlet, sending a shockwave up my arm that rattled my teeth. I rolled back, dodging a low sweep, and tried to counter with a signature spinning kick, a move he used to fumble in training. He caught my ankle mid-air. "Slow, Taryn," he hissed, his voice a low, mechanical distortion behind the iron mask. "You always telegraph the wind-up." He didn't throw me. He didn't use brute force. He simply twisted his wrist with cold, clinical precision, and a spike of white-hot pain shot up my leg, making me cry out. I dropped, forcing him to release me. I scrambled backward, rain blurring my blue eyes, my perfect blonde hair plastered to my cheek. This wasn't just a fight. It was a torment. He was enjoying watching me struggle, exploiting every single weakness I had ever confessed to him, physical or otherwise. "The bomb, Dante. It's set to detonate in 3 minutes. Why are you doing this?" I pleaded, trying to appeal to the good man I knew, the man who was buried somewhere beneath that mask. "Silence!" He lunged, and I barely blocked the blow with both forearms, the impact forcing the air out of my lungs in a desperate whoosh. He didn't use powers, just terrifying, honed strength. And he was standing between me and the device, guarding it like a dragon. Below us, in the small, glass-encased utility room, I saw the frantic movements of a small figure. Sabrina, my analyst, my brain, my only true confidant. She was supposed to be safe, miles away, monitoring traffic and advising from her custom server rack. I had specifically, harshly, forbidden her from ever stepping foot near an active scene, much less a nuclear threat. She's trying to sneak in to deactivate it. Inferno paused, his masked head cocked slightly, as if he heard the faint frequency of my panic through the roaring wind. He wasn't stupid. He was Dante. He knew Sabrina's role. He pivoted with impossible speed, his body blurring. Before I could even launch myself to intercept, he reached into his coat and produced a silenced firearm, a cold, sickening deviation from our usual hand-to-hand combat. No, not like this. A single, muffled shot echoed over the storm's roar. I saw the glass of the utility room shatter, and Sabrina's slight figure collapsed, disappearing from my sight. My mind went utterly, sickeningly blank. The rain stopped feeling like needles. It felt like warm, gushing tears. Sabrina was dead. The one person who had been there from the start. Dead, because I had failed to keep him contained. Dead, because I had been distracted. Dead, because of my arrogance. A roar ripped from my throat, a sound far louder than the storm itself. The enraged, broken sound of Taryn losing everything. I charged, pure, blinding fury replacing technique. My golden armor seemed to ignite with the rage of 1,000 suns. I didn't care about the nuclear bomb anymore. I only cared about making him suffer the way I was suffering. Inferno didn't even flinch. He took every strike, which in the past had broken through concrete pillars, as if I was hitting him with a soft pillow. He let me close the distance, sidestepping my wild, powerful blow. He wrapped one massive arm around my waist, his grip crushing, and simply lifted me. I struggled, but I might as well have been a child's doll. He held me high above the rooftop, the wind momentarily dying, leaving only the sound of my ragged breathing and the ticking of the clock downstairs. Then he slammed me down. It was a calculated, full-force, body-breaking throw, directly onto the rain-slicked concrete. The impact reverberated through my spine, a shock so profound and agonizing that it stole my ability to breathe, to move, to even twitch my fingers. The world exploded into white light, then faded to a dark, numb agony. I lay there, utterly defeated, looking up at the silhouette of the man who was once my heart. I tried to push myself up, but my limbs failed, unresponsive to my frantic mental commands. I was trapped in my own body, tears, hot and useless, mixed with the cold rain on my cheeks. Dante, I rasped, the real name leaving my lips like a final, desperate prayer. Please, stop. This isn't you. You've turned into a monster. He stood over me, his head tilted. He reached up, his movements slow and deliberate, and finally unclasped the fastening on the back of his mask. It fell away, landing with a splash in a nearby puddle. The face I saw made my stomach clench. It was Dante, unmistakable, but worse. Far worse than the scars I had first seen, far worse than the burns he supposedly suffered in the fire. His skin was a grotesque map of crimson scar tissue, stretching his features into a permanent, agonized grimace. His eyes, though, were the same. A stunning, deep brown, now filled with an absolute, chilling emptiness. A monster? His voice, unmasked, was a low, gravelly whisper that cut through the storm. I always was, Taryn, but you and Sabrina, you found a broken creature and gave it a name, a beautiful suit, and the promise of a future. You gave me hope, only to take it back. You left me worse than before you found me. His eyes, full of 5 years of pain and betrayal, pierced my soul. I was paralyzed, but his gaze felt like a physical weight, pressing me further into the ground. He stooped, grabbed my armor's shoulder clasp, and dragged my unresponsive body across the wet rooftop. He stopped only when my face was directly in front of the window overlooking the utility room, where a digital clock displayed the final, terrifying countdown. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8. 7. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable blinding flash, the nuclear winter, the final, agonizing incineration. I felt the cold despair of having survived everything only to die here, betrayed by the man I loved, in the moments after losing my best friend. 0. Silence. A slow, maddening silence. There was no explosion, no flash, no wave of heat. The only sounds were the rain, the wind, and the heavy breathing of Dante standing over me. He let out a single, bitter, almost hysterical laugh. Bait, Taryn. Just bait. You threw everything away for a lie. He grabbed me one final time, hoisting my limp, paralyzed form effortlessly. The last thing I saw was his scarred face, contorted in a mask of absolute sorrow and hatred, before the skyline inverted. He didn't need a bomb to kill me. He threw me outward, over the edge, into the dark, churning abyss of the ocean below. The water was a freezing shock, but the greater agony was the crushing, spiraling sense of failure. I plummeted, the heavy gold of my suit acting as an anchor, pulling me down into the endless, dark cold. I embraced the unconsciousness as the only form of escape left to me. Part 2. The Rewind. I shot out of the water, gasping a jagged, painful breath. The cold ocean shock instantly gone, replaced by the blazing warmth of the sun. I thrashed for a moment, disoriented, the sound of crashing waves filling my ears. My golden armor felt heavy, but suddenly, the paralyzing pain was gone. I kicked, finding the shallow bottom with my feet, and stood up, dripping, on soft white sand. The sky was a perfect, crystalline blue. The ocean glittered under the mid-morning light. There was no skyscraper, no storm, no ticking clock. I stood, shivering slightly, on a deserted stretch of beach, where the only structures were a few rocky outcrops. A few yards away, 2 people were sitting on beach towels, laughing. My heart seized, not from fear, but from the brutal shock of impossible hope. There was Sabrina, still in her ridiculously oversized sun hat, checking something on a sleek tablet, alive, whole, and perfectly well. And next to her, facing the ocean, was Dante. He turned, hearing my gasp. His face, the face I had just seen scarred and hateful, was perfectly smooth, unblemished, save for a few faint, almost unnoticeable lines of residual healing from the initial, long-ago burns. He was smiling, a genuine, easy smile. The smile I remembered from the brief, glorious time when things were good. "Taryn? You okay?" he called out, standing up. He wore simple shorts and nothing more, his body lean and powerful, not yet the muscle-bound engine of destruction he'd become 5 years ago. The knowledge hit me like a physical blow. I wasn't dead. I was back. Somehow, the cosmic horror of that moment, the fake bomb, the fatal betrayal, the plunge into the dark, had ripped me out of my timeline and dropped me here. 5 years before everything went catastrophically wrong. My first, instinctual thought was pure, unadulterated rage. He was the one who had murdered Sabrina. He was the one who had condemned me to death. I wanted to use the surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins, charge him, and take him down right here, right now, before he could become Inferno. I clenched my fists, the memory of his raw, effortless strength, the strength that had shattered my spine, flashing in my mind. I couldn't win. Not here. Not yet. The Dante I fought minutes ago, years from now, was a master. This Dante was dangerous, yes, but untrained. Still, I wasn't willing to risk the only gift I had left. A second chance. I had to play it safe. I needed information. I let out a shaky breath, forcing the emotion down, replacing the rage with the practiced, effortless charm of Taryn, the beautiful blonde cheerleader and model. "I'm fine," I managed, my voice sounding strained. I gave him a wobbly, confused smile. "Just The water's colder than I thought. Did I fall asleep? Dante walked over, his eyes showing only concern, not the chilling, empty hatred of Inferno. He took my hand, his touch warm and familiar, and helped pull me onto the sand. You drifted out further than usual, that's all. We were just talking about your next photo shoot for Vogue. He glanced at Sabrina, who was now walking over, her expression a mix of motherly concern and annoyance. You never listened to my safety briefings, Taryn, Sabrina scolded, but her tone was light. Stay closer to the shore. We need your reflexes sharp for tonight's patrol. I stared at her, her voice, her small, familiar figure. She's alive. The dissonance was deafening. My best friend, my closest partner, the woman I trusted with my life, who died trying to save both myself and the city. I'm sorry, Bree, I said, using the nickname I hadn't used in the past year of the old timeline, when the tension between us had become too thick to bear. I'll be more careful. Dante knelt beside me, pulling a fresh towel from a bag and wrapping it around my shoulders. The gesture of care, of the good, simple man I'd been fighting so desperately to save, was nearly enough to break me. No matter how hard I tried, I could not match the two images in my head. The good man who'd come to my aid at the slightest sign of trouble, even though he knew fully well of my superpowers. The scarred monster who took pleasure in my pain as he shattered both my spirit and body, claiming I was the one to hurt him first. How could both be the same person? We need to get you back to the HQ and warm you up, he said, his hand resting briefly, gently, on my forearm. As we walked back to the car, Sabrina chattering about our next mission, I pieced together the fragments of this moment. We were 6 months past the initial incident, the night Sabrina and I, as Protectress and her analyst, had found Dante. Flashback. The vagrant. The raw power. I remembered the storm that night, too. But that storm had been in the city's heart. We were trying to apprehend him, the vagrant known only for his raw, animalistic strength and the severe burns that covered his body. The police suspected him of killing a social worker. We'd found him in a brutal, silent fight against 3 armed thugs. Drunken football players who thought tormenting the homeless would make for a fun night. He'd wiped them out using sheer, untrained ferocity, moving with the speed of a startled viper. As soon as he saw me arriving, he escaped. But I saw his potential. It turned out he was innocent. The social worker was killed by her deranged husband. When we took him back to our secret base, I saw beyond the scars. I saw the pure, defensive fire in his eyes, the intelligence, and the desperate yearning for a fresh start. I offered it to him. I had the technology, the same ancient yet advanced alien tech that gave me my enhanced strength and speed and allowed my golden suit to be both impossibly thin and diamond hard. I offered to use it to heal his scars, to train him, to give him purpose. He accepted. The process had been long and painful, but successful. He'd gone from the scarred vagrant to a handsome, quiet, fiercely intelligent man. And somewhere during the long training sessions, the late-night talks, and the shared glances across the compound, we had fallen in love. It had been brief, intense, and perfect. I remembered the kiss, the first kiss, near the secret, hidden waterfall he'd found while on a solo exercise. So, why? How did it all go so wrong? Was it really my own fault? I looked at Sabrina, her face innocent and focused on her tablet, and felt a cold, hard knot of fear and betrayal tighten in my chest. I had a monster on my team. That much I knew. But I couldn't rely on my tech expert to find answers for me this time, or I risked losing her in this timeline too. I had to get answers and justice on my own. I had 5 years' worth of knowledge in a timeline that was only 2 months old. I wasn't just Taryn, the cheerleader. I was Taryn, the survivor of the apocalypse she caused. This time, I wouldn't let my misplaced faith ruin everything. This time, I was playing God. Part 3. The investigation. Over the next few weeks, I lived a double life that made my former secret identity feel like child's play. By day, I was the charming, airheaded model, dating the quiet, handsome trainee, Dante. By night, I was the vigilant Protectress. But my primary focus was no longer on petty criminals. It was on Dante, Sabrina, and the approaching date of the inevitable, life-shattering betrayal. I watched Dante constantly. I monitored his training, his sleep cycles, even his recreational runs into the city. I was looking for the flaw, the darkness, the seed of inferno that the other timeline had confirmed. I found nothing but quiet discipline, a profound gratitude, and a love that was growing dangerously fast, the love that had ultimately been used to break me. Every touch was electric. Every glance was a reminder of what was coming. "You're distracted, Taryn," he said one afternoon during a sparring session in the hidden gym beneath my modeling studio. His voice was low and his brown eyes were fixed on mine, searching. I had missed a simple feint, a move I'd taught him myself. Just tired. Long shoot yesterday. He stopped, lowering his fists. "No, it's more than that. You've been looking through me lately, like you're waiting for me to disappear. Did I do something wrong?" His vulnerability was a punch to my gut. Before sadistic inferno reveled in my pain, sweet Dante had craved my approval. I stepped closer, forcing myself to smile, forcing myself to lie. "Of course not, Dante. You're perfect. I'm just worried about the next big mission. I feel like something terrible is coming." It wasn't a lie. I could feel it, the weight of my future crashing down on my present. The crucial date finally arrived, October 18th. The night the Costa family, the known Italian mob, would be wiped out, supposedly by Dante's hand. 35 people, killed brutally. At first, I refused to believe it, but every piece of evidence Sabrina showed me made it impossible for me to find a different explanation, until I finally gave into cold-hearted logic and accepted the picture presented in front of me. On my previous timeline, I remember the look on his face when we confronted him, the sadness when realizing we weren't on his side. I tried to be gentle when apprehending him, only to realize how much he had been holding back during our training. Even then, I could tell his power was superior to mine. We chased him into an abandoned building, where our fight caused an accidental fire. I was able to escape. He wasn't. He burned alive as the building collapsed. I knew I had failed. By not recognizing his potential for evil, by falling in love with him, and finally, by not saving him in spite of everything. To avoid collapsing from grief, I buried myself in my superhero mission for the next 5 years, thinking time was making me heal until, one day, a video began to play on every phone and TV screen of the city. It was Dante, now calling himself Inferno, saying he had a bomb and challenging me to a fight. On this timeline, I was ready. I lied to Sabrina, telling her I had a charity gala to attend. I lied to Dante, telling him I needed him to stay at the HQ, ostensibly to monitor a fake anomaly in his body, supposedly caused by my treatment of his burns, but in reality, to keep him in a concrete, verifiable location. As soon as the sun set, I donned a modified stealth suit, black, not gold, and took off across the city. I wasn't going to the Costa compound. I was going to Dante. I found him exactly where I'd left him, sitting in the primary control center, staring intently at the simulated crime map Sabrina had set up. He was doing exactly as he was told, the picture of quiet, disciplined loyalty. I settled into a blind spot on the rafters above him, activating my thermal cloaking, and prepared to wait. Hours passed. Dante never moved. He read a book, checked the monitors, and even ran a self-diagnostic on the communication systems. He was innocent. He was absolutely, verifiably, 100% not at the scene of the crime. I stayed until 3 a.m., the exact time the news reports had stated the massacre occurred in the previous timeline. I watched him finally yawn, stretch, and head to his small private room. Was I misremembering the dates? Had I already changed something in this timeline without noticing? I flew home, landing back at my studio just as the city lights began to dim. I stripped out of the stealth suit and powered up my own secret broadcast receiver. The headline was already screaming across the national news channels. Brutal massacre in City Heights. Costa family wiped out. I sank onto the floor, the cold dread turning to nausea. The crime had still happened. 35 people were dead. Dante never moved, yet the universe had followed its original script. He was innocent all along. My past self, the Protectress who saw her lover turn into Inferno, had been utterly, fatally wrong. Someone else was the killer, and that killer had orchestrated the perfect frame job. But, worse than that, I had doubted the one person who deserved my unconditional trust. This realization, knowing that my failure had not been in loving Dante, but in not loving him enough to believe in his innocence, brought back all the grief and guilt that I had suppressed for 5 years. I cried for hours, covering my mouth so as not to make a sound. It was a remote chance, but if someone heard me, they might have tried to console me, and the one thing I felt I didn't deserve right now was a shoulder to cry on. I might have stayed in that pitiful state for days, but then one thought brought me back to here and now. There was only one person in my inner circle who had the knowledge, the access, and the motive to execute such a devastating, life-ruining betrayal. Part 4. The True Monster. The next morning, Sabrina burst into the HQ control center, her face flushed with anxiety, a stack of printouts in her hands. "Taryn, have you seen the news? It's horrific. But listen to this. The evidence is already pointing toward Dante." I was sitting at the control desk, calm and cold. I had spent the past few hours crafting my trap. Sabrina slapped the papers down on the console, pointing to the reports of enhanced DNA found at the scene. Witness descriptions of a figure of impossible strength, and a digital trace leading to an old, decommissioned server bank only Dante and I knew about. He did it, Taryn. All the evidence. The pattern of extreme violence, the specific method of incapacitation, it's textbook Dante's old style, before his training. He couldn't handle the normal life. "I knew we should have never trusted him." Sabrina's voice was strained, almost manic. She sounded convinced, but beneath the fear, I heard a thrilling certainty. She was relieved. I leaned back in my chair, folding my arms, my gaze unwavering. "I know what the evidence says, Sabrina, but the evidence is a lie." Sabrina froze. Her mouth opened, then snapped shut. She tried to laugh it off, a nervous, high-pitched sound. "What? Taryn, don't be absurd. I've checked the data myself. It's all here. Every single trace element confirms it was him." "No," I corrected, my voice deadly soft. "It confirms it was someone strong enough to fight like him, someone who knew exactly how to plant false clues that pointed only to him. You see, Sabrina, the only person who knows our old decommissioned server address is you and me." Her pale blue eyes, usually so sharp and focused, suddenly darted around the room. Her hands trembled on the reports. "I don't know what you're talking about," she stammered, pulling the papers back. "You're hysterical. You're defending a monster because you're attracted to him. He's playing you, Taryn. He always was a monster." Last night, while the Costa family was being massacred, Dante was here. He was sitting at this very console, reading a paperback and performing a diagnostics check on the comm system. I saw him. The security logs, which I installed myself, show no outgoing traffic from his phone, no unauthorized movements, and his vital signs were consistent with peaceful rest from 1 a.m. until sunrise. I stood up, the chair scraping loudly against the polished floor. I walked around the console until I was standing directly in front of her. The person who framed Dante had to have known every detail of his fighting style, his old habits, and our private network structure. That person, Sabrina, is you. The facade finally, brutally cracked. Sabrina didn't deny it. Instead, her face twisted, with a frightening mixture of hurt, rage, and sudden, manic possession. Yes, fine, I did it, she shrieked, her voice echoing off the concrete walls. But I did it for you, Taryn. Can't you see? He was taking you away. He was an animal. I found you. I built you. I was the one who made Protectress happen. We were supposed to be the ultimate team, but then he came along with his pretty face and his sad story, and you gave him the golden suit, the healing, the attention that was mine. Her confession hung in the air, thick and poisoned. The toxic trade, the hidden darkness, was finally revealed. She hadn't been an analyst, she had been a possessive admirer, and Dante was simply a rival she needed to eliminate. I felt a deep, profound sorrow. The tragedy was that I had been right all along, just about the wrong person. The monster wasn't Dante. It was the friend I had died trying to protect in another timeline. I'm sorry, Sabrina, I said, my voice heavy with pity. But you cannot own people. You cannot destroy a man's life because you feel entitled to mine. She didn't hear the pity. She only heard the rejection. And the sight of my pity only fueled her final, total descent. Part 5. The betrayal. Sabrina's smile was the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. Sharp, broken, and utterly devoid of sanity. I don't want your pity, Taryn. I want you. And if you won't come to me willingly, I'll take you. I'll make you understand. We'll be together forever, and no one, certainly not that gutter rat, will ever come between us again. I took a defensive stance, the golden armor already humming beneath my clothes, ready to phase into visibility. Stop this, Sabrina. Give up now. I won't fight you. You don't have a choice. She took 2 steps back and pressed a small, hidden button on the side of her wrist. The transformation was instantaneous, horrifying, and incredibly loud. From the floor, the walls, and the ceiling, reinforced metal plates shot out and snapped around her. In seconds, she was encased in a mechanized outfit, a towering, gunmetal grey suit that bristled with hydraulics and menacing weaponry. It wasn't sleek like my suit. It was heavy, brutal, and designed for maximum destruction. This is what killed the Costas, she gloated, her voice now amplified and distorted through the suit's helmet. I don't have your stupid alien enhancements, Taryn. But I have technology. And this technology makes me stronger than you. Stronger than Dante. Stronger than anyone. The realization hit me. The supposed enhanced DNA and impossible strength evidence wasn't Dante's old style. It was the sheer brute force of a mechanical exoskeleton. You're finished, Taryn, Sabrina declared, raising one massive, metallic fist. I'll break you down, piece by piece, and then I'll rebuild you into my perfect partner. I think she's right about one thing, Taryn. The voice came from behind Sabrina. It was low, firm, and filled with a controlled fury that made my blood run cold. Dante. Sabrina spun around, startled. What? How did you? He stepped out of the shadows of the adjacent gear closet, where I had instructed him to hide while I set the trap, just in case. I had told him to listen, not to intervene. But seeing the true depth of Sabrina's depravity, I knew he wouldn't be able to stand by. I heard the whole pathetic monologue, Sabrina, Dante said, his body vibrating with an intense, barely restrained energy. I heard how you framed me. I heard how you tried to destroy everything she built. Sabrina recovered quickly, her fear turning into cruel amusement. Oh, the little lapdog came out to play. Good. I'll enjoy crushing you first. She can watch. She launched herself at Dante, who was still unarmed and unsuited. "Dante, no! Get out of here!" I screamed, finally activating my golden armor and leaping forward, but the mech was too fast. Crunch! Sabrina's metallic fist connected with Dante's chest. The sound was sickening, like a tree trunk snapping. He didn't have the golden armor. He only had the enhanced muscle from the healing process. He flew backward, slamming into the concrete wall with enough force to crack it, before falling limp and silent to the floor. My breath hitched. He's gone. The fear, the trauma of the previous timeline, instantly rushed back. This was exactly how it always ended. Dante, broken, me, alone. The loss fueled a second, even more violent surge of rage. I launched myself at Sabrina, my golden suit shimmering as I attacked her with a combination of speed and strength. Clang, clang, clang. I struck the mechanized suit repeatedly, denting the outer plates, but the core structure held. She was slow, but she was impossibly strong. She backhanded me, and I slid across the floor, my mind reeling from the impact. "Useless, Taryn. You fight so pretty. But this suit is everything you are, multiplied by 1,000, Sabrina roared, advancing slowly, menacingly. I tried to use the console as a shield, but she simply smashed through it, sparking wires and shattered screens raining down around us. She grabbed my neck with one giant metal claw, lifting me into the air effortlessly. The pressure immediately cut off my oxygen supply. My vision swam. I clawed uselessly at the thick metal digits, crushing my throat. "Look at you," Sabrina whispered through her suit's speaker, holding me suspended, helpless. "So perfect, so powerful, but you need me, Taryn. You always have. You just don't know it yet." She squeezed harder, and black spots danced before my eyes. "I'm going to take you to a place where no one will ever find us," she bragged, oblivious to the silence behind her. "I'm going to keep you safe and train you properly. I'm going to break that beautiful spirit of yours, and when I'm done, you'll be my obedient, loving partner. I'll mark you so clearly that even that scarred little boy won't dare to look at you again." Her words, full of sick, possessive entitlement, were the last thing I heard before my lungs burned out and my consciousness began to fade. But someone else heard them. Dante. I hadn't seen it, but I felt it. A sudden, profound shift in the very atmosphere of the room. It wasn't the sound of an approaching storm or a machine powering up. It was the sound of a boundary being violently broken. Dante woke up. He had just heard the woman who framed him, ruined his life, and killed his soul in another timeline, threatened to take the last remaining good thing from him. The man I knew, the simple, kind-hearted man, was gone. In his place was the thing I had always feared, the thing that had tossed me into the ocean. Inferno. A guttural, animalistic roar filled the room, a sound of pure, incandescent, uncontainable fury. He launched himself off the floor, not running, but seemingly exploding towards Sabrina's towering mech. It wasn't technique. It was a primal, physics-defying surge of raw power, the likes of which I had only seen in the nightmare of the future. The attack wasn't a fight. It was a demolition. His fist connected with the back of Sabrina's armored helmet. Boom! The force was so overwhelming that the sound barrier seemed to crack. Sabrina's mech staggered, the steel around the impact point buckling and warping like cheap aluminum. "You don't touch her!" Dante roared, his voice thick with a mixture of agony and wrath. Sabrina dropped me instinctively, turning her mech's powerful frame toward him. "You should be dead, you piece of trash." He didn't respond with words. He didn't use my elegant defensive blocks or martial maneuvers. He used brute force. He grabbed the mechanized arm that had just crushed my windpipe, and with a sound like tearing metal, ripped it off at the shoulder joint. Hydraulic fluid sprayed everywhere, mixing with the dust. Sabrina screamed in a combination of pain and disbelief. She tried to fire her other weapon, but Dante was already moving, a blur of unyielding muscle and savage speed. He slammed his body into the mech's torso, driving it backward through the wall of the HQ and out into the empty lot behind my studio. I staggered to my feet, coughing, watching the carnage in stunned horror. This is it. This is the monster I ran from, the monster I failed to save. Dante, his face contorted in a terrifying expression of bloodlust, was dismantling the suit piece by piece. He was using his fists like hammers, his body like a battering ram, fueled by the memory of betrayal and the near loss of me. Every strike cracked the reinforced metal, every slam further shredded the mechanical joints. Sabrina's screams from inside the suit were muffled, high-pitched, and terrifying. Finally, Dante tore the helmet off, revealing Sabrina's face, her eyes wide with pure, pathetic terror. The suit crumpled to the ground, a ruin of broken metal and wires. Dante stood over her, his chest heaving, his hands balled into fists the size of small boulders. He raised his hand for the killing blow. He was going to do it. He was going to complete the cycle, turning himself into the killer I had always feared. Part 6. The confession. I didn't think. I moved. I launched myself between them, catching Dante's powerful wrist just inches from Sabrina's face. My own enhanced strength was barely enough to arrest his momentum. His skin was burning hot beneath my touch, his muscles coiled and trembling. "Dante! Stop!" I cried, grabbing his other arm, pressing my body against his. I didn't use force. I used intimacy. I forced him to look at me, into my tear-filled blue eyes. "Look at her! Look at what she did! She deserves it, Taryn. She took everything," he growled, his voice a ragged edge of pure rage. "No," I whispered fiercely, holding his gaze, pleading. "She took you, once. She took me, once. Don't let her win again. Don't let her turn you into the monster she wanted you to be." His eyes, seconds ago filled with murderous intent, flickered. The sheer, overwhelming power radiating from his body began to subside, leaving him visibly shaking with the emotional fallout. He slowly lowered his hand, his powerful fingers unclenching. The rage drained away, leaving behind exhaustion and a look of profound, agonizing shame. He was back. The man who had been framed, the man I loved, was back. He looked down at Sabrina, who was weeping uncontrollably, realizing her reign of terror was over. He looked at the ruined mech, the wreckage of the headquarters, and then back to me, the confusion and pain finally overriding the fury. I didn't mean to," he stammered, his voice weak. I squeezed his hand. "I know. You saved me. Thank you." Sabrina, now a broken, sobbing mess, was easily secured. The evidence of the mechanical suit, the crushed control panel, and her own recorded confession — I hadn't let Dante interrupt the initial monologue entirely — was more than enough. I called the authorities, giving them an anonymous tip about a break-in gone wrong, involving highly illegal weaponry, ensuring Sabrina was safely dropped into the hands of the law, where she couldn't hurt anyone else. The next few hours were a whirlwind of cleanup, quiet lies to my staff, and dealing with the devastating aftermath of the fight. Finally, as the afternoon faded into the evening, I found Dante sitting alone on the edge of the rocky outcrop near the entrance to our compound. He was silent, his head bowed, his hands resting on his knees. He looked devastated. I sat beside him, leaning my head gently against his shoulder. He didn't flinch, but he didn't relax either. "You saved me, Taryn," he finally said, his voice flat. "But you shouldn't have stopped me. You saw the power. You saw the monster." I lifted my head and turned to face him, my heart aching with the weight of 5 years of future history. "I saw the man who was unjustly destroyed by a betrayal I never saw coming," I corrected him softly. "I saw the man who, even in his blind, overwhelming rage, turned back because I asked him to. That's not a monster, Dante. That's a hero. I took his hands in mine, looking at his clean, unblemished face, and made a choice. No more secrets. This was the second chance. I have to tell you something, Dante, I said, looking out at the distant, shimmering ocean. Something impossible. Something you have to believe, because everything I do now, every choice I make depends on it. I told him everything. I didn't hold back. I told him about the stormy rooftop, the nuclear bomb, Sabrina's death, the paralysis, his face behind the mask, and his confession of vengeance. I told him about the terrifying, inevitable moment when he threw me off the building, and the terrifying, miraculous moment I woke up on the beach. I told him about the man named Inferno, the man I had loved and feared, who was the broken, tragic result of my mistake, my doubt, my failure to trust his innocence. He listened without interruption, his brown eyes widening with horror and disbelief. When I finished, the silence was heavy, broken only by the sound of the evening breeze. I became that, he whispered, his eyes distant. I became that scarred thing, full of that much hate, because you didn't believe in me? Because I was weak, I admitted, squeezing his hands. Because Sabrina was so good at planting doubt, and the evidence against you was so perfect, I chose the evidence over the man I loved, and it killed us both. I leaned in, my voice dropping to a raw, heartfelt plea. I didn't just come back to save you from Sabrina. I came back to save you from me. I came back to protect the kindness I saw in your soul, the part of you that deserved trust and devotion, not doubt. He looked at me, really looked at me, seeing not Taryn the model, but Taryn the soul-scarred survivor. And what do you want now, Taryn? What are you asking for? This was it. The moment I hadn't had in the original timeline, the true confession, offered freely, without fear of judgment or interruption. I let go of his hands, using the space to frame his face, my thumbs gently resting beneath his sharp cheekbones. I want to finish what we started, before the world broke us. I loved that man who stood on the roof of the world, even as he was trying to kill me. And I love this man, the man who let go of his rage for me. I love you, Dante. My breath hitched. I'm not a monster hunter anymore. I'm just a woman who wants to build a future with the man she nearly destroyed. I don't want to go back to being just Protectress. I want to be yours. His breath shuddered out of him, a release of 5 years of future pain that would now never happen. He looked down at my lips, his eyes dark with immediate, overwhelming emotion. Taryn. He didn't need to say anything else. He pulled me against him, crushing me into a desperate, all-encompassing embrace that was nothing like the brutal grip of Inferno. His kiss was fierce, immediate, and utterly consuming, a desperate confirmation of 2 lives colliding, a rejection of a ruined future. It was a promise of devotion, sealed with the taste of salt and hope. The kiss wasn't just physical. It was the moment our 2 fractured timelines finally merged into one whole, perfect present. The golden hour had arrived. I wasn't a superheroine saving the world. I was just Taryn, saved by the only man who truly saw me, and finally free to love him without fear.
Every single shred of logic says he shouldn't even exist, and yet he's real, and he likes me too. I think my neighbor is a dark wizard heartthrob. Chapter 1. The Final Betrayal. I lived in a small, cramped apartment in a perpetually gray Tokyo suburb, and I was, to put it mildly, a discard. At 19, I had already experienced the crushing weight of being deemed unproductive by my family, a cold sentence that had effectively cast me out. The concept of family warmth was a joke I didn't find funny anymore. I'd just lost my part-time job at a dingy convenience store, and my recent breakup with Katsu A man whose favorite activity was using my insecurities as punching bags had left me feeling hollowed out. Any normal person would have spiraled into a pit of self-pity and despair. And I would have, too, except I had my shield. My favorite fantasy romance series, Starstruck Princess's Love Journey. This series, a magnificent Gyaku Haremu saga, followed Princess Stella as she navigated political intrigue and, more importantly, the affections of half a dozen gorgeous male leads. Every volume was an injection of pure, delicious escapism, a guarantee of emotional comfort. Whenever the real world got too heavy, I locked the door, pulled the curtains, and lost myself in Stella's opulent, dramatic world. But this time, I held the final book, Volume 37, and the comfort it promised was a lie. I remember the sticky, humid air of my room that afternoon, the only sound the low hum of the ancient air conditioner fighting a losing battle against the summer heat. My heart pounded not from excitement, but dread, as I flipped the last few pages. I had always loved them all, in a detached, literary way, but my heart belonged completely to Argento Purpur, the dark warrior wizard. He wasn't the flirtatious rogue or the charming diplomat. He was stoic, traditional, and terrifyingly principled. He was the only one who consistently challenged Princess Stella, the only one who dared to refuse an open, non-exclusive relationship. When Stella, in her quest to dismantle the patriarchy, enacted measures that were frankly too aggressive and destabilizing, Argento was the only voice of polite, unyielding dissent. He valued order, loyalty, and tradition above all. He was the rock, the shadow, the moral anchor of the entire saga. The final chapter unfolded like a nightmare. Princess Stella, blinded by political dogma and peer pressure from her sycophantic suitors, rallied the entire Gyaku Haremu, the very men who supposedly loved her, against Argento. The man who had protected the kingdom countless times was now deemed a reactionary obstacle to her visionary reforms. It wasn't a trial, it was an execution. Argento Purpur stood alone, his purple and black robes swirling around him, his ornate silver earring catching the light, fighting a tragic, beautiful, and utterly futile battle against every single male lead. His duel more than just physical, it was ideological. He was fighting for the kingdom's stable future against Stella's naive revolutionary zeal. The description of the final moment was brutal. A blinding, magical explosion that left nothing behind. No body, no trace, just silence. I slammed the book shut. The sound echoed in the small room. It wasn't just a fictional character dying, it was a cosmic betrayal. The author, Chiyo Fukuda, had sacrificed the best, most principled character for a cheap, politically correct ending, clearly caving to the loud, demanding segment of the fan base that hated Argento's traditionalism. My sanctuary was contaminated. My emotional crutch had snapped. The rage was immediate, fiery, and overwhelming. The quiet sadness I should have felt over Katsu or my lost job was nothing compared to this literary injustice. I grabbed my laptop, my fingers flying across the keys, and vented my fury on the largest fan forum. "Bukta-sensei, you coward! You destroyed Argento Purpur, the only character with a backbone to please the masses. This wasn't a fitting end, it was character assassination. The entire universe is broken." I wrote pages of blistering critique, analyzing the character arc destruction, the thematic collapse, the sheer, staggering wrongness of it all. I didn't care about replies, I just needed to purge the poison from my soul. When I finally leaned back, exhausted, the world felt empty. The loss of Argento, the star-struck princess world's collapse, meant I had no place left to hide. The depressive state that Katsu's verbal cruelty and the job loss had failed to trigger was now upon me, swift and dark, fueled entirely by the death of a fictional hero. I stared at the peeling wallpaper, anticipating the days of listless, tear-stained despair ahead. But as I mentally resigned myself to the void, a subtle sound pulled me back from the brink. Clank, scrape, thump, movement. Next door. Someone was moving into the empty apartment next to mine. Chapter 2. The new neighbor and the doppelganger. My impending spiral stopped dead. It wasn't a choice. It was an instinctual, urgent necessity to distract myself from the gaping, Argento-shaped hole in my heart. I crept to my peephole. The door to apartment 202 was open, revealing a segment of the hallway. A large, expensive-looking moving crate was being dragged inside. My gaze, however, snagged instantly on the man directing the movers. My breath hitched, catching painfully in my throat. My vision tunneled. It was Argento Purper? I pulled back from the door, clutching my chest, convinced the lingering trauma of Volume 37 had triggered a full-blown hallucination. I forced myself to count to 10, rubbed my eyes hard, and peeked again. He was still there. Not a blurry dream, but a person of flesh and blood, directing the workers with a quiet, almost regal authority. The resemblance was not just uncanny, it was absolute. His features were exactly as described in the novels and illustrated in the manga adaptations. The severe, aristocratic jawline, the straight, slightly too long nose, the intense, hooded dark eyes, and the midnight black hair that seemed to absorb the light. He was dressed in modern clothes, but the color scheme was immediately familiar. A crisp, deep purple dress shirt worn under a tailored black coat. It was the color palette of the Dark Warrior wizard, modernized and urbanized. Then, I saw it. Hanging prominently from his left ear was a silver earring. It was intricately detailed, ornately carved, and utterly unique, the exact same design that Argento Purper wore in memory of his long-deceased mother, a key piece of lore explained in Volume 12. Joy, sharp and overwhelming, like a shot of adrenaline, instantly obliterated the depressive fog. The betrayal of the universe was forgotten. The universe wasn't broken. It had repaired itself and delivered its finest creation directly to my doorstep. My immediate obsession was complete. I was no longer a cast-aside ex-employee. I was an investigator, a secret observer of a celestial miracle. I needed a reasonable explanation. He had to be a huge fan of Starstruck Princess, perhaps a highly dedicated cosplayer, or maybe a local theater actor who had played the role. Anything rational. Over the next few days, I became a highly trained, stealthy professional stalker. I didn't leave my apartment unless absolutely necessary, and when I did so with the care of a ninja. Every sound from 202 was catalogued. The more I spied, the more rational explanations dissolved. He moved with a fluid, silent grace that suggested years of martial training, not just a good physique. When he walked down the hall, it was never a shuffle or a clomp, but a glide. His posture was impeccable, always straight-backed, even when he was carrying heavy items. I noticed his routine. He spent hours either sitting cross-legged on the floor. I could hear the subtle settling of his weight through the wall, which I mentally labeled meditation, or reading dense, leather-bound books that looked ancient and smelled faintly of dust whenever he opened his door. But the most compelling evidence of his non-modern origin was his struggle with technology. I once watched, peering through the slight opening when he collected mail, as he tried to open a simple delivery box. It was the kind with the interlocking cardboard flaps. He looked at it as if it were a complex magical ward. He eventually used a small, terrifyingly sharp silver letter opener to precisely sever the tape, rather than just pulling on the tear strip. Another time, I saw him standing in front of the common recycling bins. He was holding a plastic bottle and a paper flyer, utterly bewildered by the symbols for pet and mixed paper. It was a medieval man confronted by 21st century waste management, and it made perfect, wonderful sense. My heart was completely lost to the fantasy. He wasn't a cosplayer, he was Argento Purper. He had found his way out of that betraying world, just as I, his devoted reader, had wished. Chapter 3. The Aggressive Salesman. The final piece of compelling evidence that solidified my belief happened one sunny Tuesday morning. I was quietly eating instant noodles in my room, listening to the muffled sounds of the world outside, when I heard the unmistakable, overly cheerful voice of a television subscription salesman in the hallway. These guys were notorious in our building, pushy, loud, and impossible to get rid of. They knocked on 202. I stopped chewing. Aru, as I would soon know him, opened the door, dressed in a simple but flawlessly ironed black t-shirt and charcoal trousers. He looked every bit the stoic Dark Warrior, even while holding a half-empty mug of tea. "Good morning, sir. I'm from Millennium Cable. We're offering a fantastic deal today, unlimited streaming channels, plus a smart home device bundle, just for the first 6 months. The salesman chirped, pushing a glossy brochure forward. Aru took the brochure with extreme caution, handling it as if it might spontaneously combust. He glanced at the salesman, his dark eyes radiating the kind of intense neutrality that could freeze boiling water. "I apologize." Aru's voice was deep, smooth, and resonant, exactly as I had always imagined Argento's. "I have no use for a streaming service, and I have enough smart devices to contend with currently." The salesman, used to aggression but clearly not this level of controlled, elegant dismissal, immediately pivoted to pushiness. "Look, I need to hit my quota, pal. Just sign up for the free trial. It's no commitment." "What are you, afraid of technology? Do you even have a TV?" Aru's face remained expressionless, but a subtle change occurred. The air around him seemed to grow denser, colder. It was the change Argento exhibited just before drawing his enchanted broadsword. "I advise you to leave the hallway immediately," Aru said, his tone utterly polite, yet somehow chillingly absolute. The salesman snorted, puffing out his chest. "Oh, yeah? What are you gonna do, pretty boy? Call the police?" "I'll wait here." Aru tilted his head just slightly, and his voice dropped to a quiet murmur, a sound I barely caught through my door. "I have no need to involve the authorities in such a minor disciplinary matter. However, I have recently been displaced from a very violent world. I am still retraining my instincts to function in this gentler place, and I find that aggressive noise, particularly when combined with an unnecessary escalation of hostility, makes me nostalgic." He paused, his eyes gleaming. "You see, in my old environment, a display of arrogance like yours would be resolved swiftly. The blade would leave the sheath, a single, precise stroke delivered with speed, and the subsequent absence of your head would be interpreted as a mere consequence of your own arrogance." The salesman, for all his bravado, went instantly white. He wasn't reacting to a threat. He was reacting to the sheer, unadulterated conviction in Aru's voice. This wasn't a man threatening murder. This was a man describing an inevitable, professional course of action. Aru smiled, a terrifying, beautiful curve of the lips. "So, will you sign your quota now, or will you depart quietly before my retraining lapses?" The salesman dropped his brochure and fled down the stairs, tripping over his own feet, not saying a single word. I leaned against my door, trembling, my eyes wide. It's him. It is absolutely him. Only Argento Purpur could deliver a threat of immediate decapitation with the measured politeness of a diplomat correcting a grammatical error. My obsession was now justified. Chapter 4. The Blender and the Boundary. Our first official interaction was, appropriately enough, a moment of mechanical failure. I was returning home from the market, my arms laden with cheap groceries, a few vegetables, and another pack of instant noodles, when I noticed Aru's door was slightly ajar. Curiosity, as always, won over decorum. From inside came a terrifying, frantic, whirring, grinding and clattering sound, coupled with a string of frustrated, archaic-sounding Japanese that I didn't quite catch. I peered in. The scene was surreal. Aru was standing rigidly in his small kitchen area, dressed in a surprisingly domestic apron over his dark trousers. In front of him, on the counter, a brand-new, powerful blending machine was violently assaulting what looked like a batch of spinach and fruit. The lid was slightly askew, and green splatters were decorating his meticulously tidy kitchen. Aru was leaning slightly forward, addressing the machine with intense seriousness. "I command you, cease your sonic assault. Halt this function. I require smooth textures, not excessive noise." He then repeated the commands in several different languages, clearly cycling through every word he knew for stop. It was so perfectly, tragically Argento. He was trying to command a modern appliance as if it were a magical golem. "Excuse me," I blurted out, dropping my grocery bags onto his welcome mat. I rushed past the threshold. "You have to turn the dial." I reached the blender and slapped the power switch. The noise cut off instantly, leaving behind a sudden, ringing silence and the smell of bruised kale. Aru blinked, slowly turning his head to face me. He looked stunned, his expression a mixture of profound relief and mild embarrassment. "Ah," he said, his voice quiet. "So simple." Yet it was deaf to my commands. Thank you. He bowed slightly, a deep formal gesture completely out of place in a tiny apartment kitchen. No problem. I'm Hikari, from next door 201, I said, managing a cheerful smile despite my internal panic at being this close to the physical manifestation of my obsession. He introduced himself, and for a fleeting, heart-stopping moment, his lips seemed to shape the word Argento. He corrected himself instantly. My name is Aru. I arrived in the city recently after an unplanned journey from a rural territory in Europe. My luggage was delayed. I am adjusting to the differences between a simple life and a technologically advanced one. He looked down at the splattered kale with a grimace. Some items I purchased here were described as having voice commands, and others were not. I am still attempting to define the operating parameters for each device. It is a slow, tedious process. I can help you! The words leaped out before I could stop them. I'm unemployed right now, so I have time. I know everything about these appliances. A tiny, almost invisible crack appeared in his stern facade, a flicker of genuine gratitude. That would be tremendously helpful, Hikari-san. Please, allow me to make tea, a functional beverage requiring only heat, not incantations. He made tea for two, and we sat on his new, functional, but clearly uncomfortable sofa. Aru was immaculate. Even the slight stain of kale on his apron was a point of elegant shame. We talked easily. He was a brilliant listener, asking thoughtful questions about the city, about modern life, and even about my life without prying. I explained my job loss and the toxic relationship with Katsu. He listened with the unwavering, intense focus of a king receiving an urgent report. We discovered our mutual predicament. Both of us were alone, adrift, and currently seeking employment. The isolation that had crushed me before the book ended was suddenly lifted by the presence of this quiet, powerful man. Then, just as the conversation shifted to a comfortable, familiar place, Aru gently steered it to a boundary I hadn't expected. "Hikari-san," he said, setting his empty teacup down with a precise clink. "I must be clear about one thing, and I hope this does not cause you offense. I sense your kindness and perhaps your interest." My cheeks burned. He could sense it? Argento was always perceptive. I recently walked away, or perhaps was cast away from a relationship. It was profoundly unhealthy, he admitted, using the language of a man describing a necessary amputation. It was a relationship that demanded too much, yet offered too little respect for my principles. It has left me emotionally drained, and, I believe, probably unable to correspond to someone else's feelings for some time. He looked directly at me, his gaze honest and sad. "I would not wish to mislead you or cause you any pain. I value your companionship, but I cannot offer my heart at this moment. It was a cold shower, but a necessary one." This was the one difference between the novels Argento and my Aru. Novel Argento had been stoic but emotionally open in his pursuit. My Aru was cautious, wounded, and wary of being betrayed again. The princess had clearly hurt him more than the book ever let on. "I understand, Aru-san," I said sincerely. "Truly. We were just neighbors and fellow job seekers. I appreciate your honesty." And I meant it. I wasn't just attracted to him, I was fascinated by him. His presence was a balm, a reason to get up in the morning. A boundary was fine. I could wait. A warrior needed time to heal. Chapter 5. The Dark Warrior's Defense. Our routine quickly settled into a comfortable rhythm. We would study job listings together, me, explaining the difference between an application and a CV, him, looking at the societal demands with mild, disciplined confusion. We would share simple meals. I taught him the basics of our building's complex key system and the secret to not boiling the kettle dry. Our easy companionship was shattered one dreary afternoon by a violent, relentless pounding on my door. Bam! 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 "Hikari! Open up, you little coward! I know you're in there!" It was Katsu. His voice, thick with cheap alcohol and menace, instantly turned my blood to ice. I froze, heart slamming against my ribs. I had blocked his calls and his social media, but he had found my address. The old, familiar fear, The paralyzing dread of his aggressive volatility wrapped around me. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the wall, trying to become invisible. "Go away, Katsu! I don't want to see you!" I whispered, knowing he could probably hear me. The door shuddered under another assault. "Don't lie to me! I just want to talk. You owe me an explanation." Suddenly, the pounding stopped. "I believe the lady has indicated that she is unavailable, sir," said his cool, measured voice, cutting through the fear. Aru. He had opened his door, silently, and stood between Katsu and my apartment. He wore a simple, casual black jacket, and the effect was like watching a sudden eclipse. Katsu took a step back. Not used to someone the likes of Aru, Katsu was physically imposing, muscular, wide, and perpetually slouching with aggressive intent. He looked down his nose at Aru's elegant figure. "Who the hell are you, huh? Her new boyfriend? Get lost, pretty boy. This is between me and her." Katsu took a menacing step toward Aru. Aru, radiating quiet competence, remained utterly still. "That is incorrect. I am her neighbor. And since your current activity constitutes a public nuisance, I have already notified the authorities. I advise you to leave the premises quietly now." Katsu laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. "The police? Oh, I'm so scared. Get out of my face before I show you how a real man deals with pests." He raised a thick hand, making a dismissive gesture towards Aru's head. What happened next was too fast for my brain to process, even if my eyes caught it. It was a single, lightning-quick movement, a rotation of the torso, a whip-like extension of the arm, a gesture of absolute, effortless power delivered with the casualness of flicking away dust. Crack! The sound of Aru's open palm connecting with Katsu's cheekbone was sharp and sickening. Katsu was slapped with such focused force that his body spun sideways, his head snapping backward to hit the plaster wall with a dull thud. Katsu collapsed onto the hallway floor, a look of shocked, utter disbelief frozen on his face. He wasn't unconscious, but he was reeling, clutching his jaw, his aggression replaced by animalistic terror. Aru stood over him, utterly serene, not breathing heavily, his hands still relaxed at his sides. He looked down at the pathetic figure with the faint, cold disappointment of a master whose student has failed a simple drill. "My apologies," Aru said, using the most formal, impeccable Japanese. "You mentioned dealing with pests, and I assumed you meant yourself given your incessant buzzing. Now, the police are on their way, as I indicated." He paused, leaning in slightly, his voice dropping to that chilling, serious murmur I had heard before. "Let me be clear. You are a source of distress to my neighbor. If you do not vacate this property and swear, on your life, never to return or contact Hikaru-san again, the police will indeed arrive. However, I can assure you, they will find only an empty hallway. The effort required to ensure your remains are never located in this city is trivial to me. Do you understand?" Katsu, gasping, scrambled backward on his hands and knees. This was not a bluff. This was a dark promise from a man who had clearly delivered on similar promises before. "Yes, I understand. I'm leaving. I'm sorry," he whimpered, scrambling to his feet and stumbling down the stairwell, not even bothering with the elevator. The silence that followed was immense. Aru waited until Katsu's frantic footsteps had faded completely. Then he straightened his jacket, adjusting the cuff as if nothing had happened. My door, which I had cracked open, swung inward. I stared at him, my legs too weak to hold me steady. "Aru-san," I whispered, my voice trembling with relief and awe. "Thank you. You saved me." He turned, and for the first time since I met him, the stoic dark warrior flustered. His sharp features softened, his eyes widened slightly, and a faint, delightful blush crept up his neck. "It was merely a necessary intervention, Hikari-san," he mumbled, looking away. "I cannot tolerate the sight of unnecessary thuggery. A man who uses verbal abuse and physical threat against a woman is beneath contempt. Please, ensure your door is locked." The fluster lasted only a second, but it was enough. The man who stood his ground against an entire harem and a kingdom's army was momentarily undone by my simple, honest gratitude. My heart felt lighter than air. Chapter 6. The cosplay and the business proposal. Katsu never returned. The weight of his presence, which had hung over me like a cloud, was instantly gone, replaced by the warmth of Aru's silent protection. The need to find a job was still there, but my mindset had entirely changed. I didn't need to hide anymore. I needed to succeed, and a few weeks later, an announcement changed everything. The legendary Starstruck Princess's love journey was being turned into a massively multiplayer online role-playing game, MMORPG, complete with never-before-seen lore notes from the author, Chiyo Fukuda herself. I watched Aru's reaction as I showed him the trailer. He was watching the sweeping CGI landscapes of his former world with a detached, clinical interest. "Fascinating," he commented. "They've captured the architecture of the Soulless Kingdom with surprising accuracy, though the sky is the wrong shade of azure." It gave me an idea, a reckless, brilliant, and incredibly greedy idea. We had the character, we had the face, we had the real lore. I needed to present it professionally. I wrote out a proposal on my laptop, treating it like a legitimate business plan. "Aru-san," I announced one evening, placing the printout in front of him. "I have a business proposition that could solve our financial problems immediately. It is entirely legal, requires minimal investment, and capitalizes on your unique talents." He raised an eyebrow, the classic Argento look of skeptical interest. "Capitalizes on my talents? Such as—" "Your talent for uncanny resemblance," I clarified, pointing to the Argento character portrait in the game's promotional art. "Look at this. This is your face. This is your life." He read the proposal, which was titled The Dark Warrior's Stream, Lore, Looks, and Legend. The pitch. 1. Identity. Aru streams the Starstruck Princess MMORPG, not as himself, but as a dedicated Argento Purpur cosplayer. 2. USP. Unique selling point. The cosplay will be perfect, and Aru's deep, internalized knowledge of the world, which I subtly implied came from being an obsessive fan, would provide exclusive, highly valued lore insights. 3. Monetization. We make money from streaming donations, sponsorships, and Aru uses his advantage to acquire and sell valuable in-game items quickly to other players. 4. My role. I manage the stream, handle the tech, which he thankfully detests, and crucially, I create the cosplay outfit. He finished reading and looked at me, his eyes full of a strange mixture of admiration and caution. "You are proposing we exploit my appearance for profit, and you are surprisingly ambitious, Hikari-san. You did not mention being a fan of the novels until now." "I'm an obsessive fan, Aru-san. That's why I know how famous the character is," I confessed, trying not to blush. "I know what the fans want. They want to see Argento Purpur vindicated. The novel betrayed him. The game is his chance for a second life." He hesitated. I could see the internal struggle. The traditionalist, private man versus the desperate need for stability in a new, confusing world. "And the uniform?" he asked, finally. "I'll make it," I said with sudden, fierce confidence. I used to be very good at sewing and crafting. It's the one productive skill my family didn't manage to crush out of me. It's been years, but I'm doing this for Argento. The motivation, the surge of purpose, was exhilarating. The need to create a magnificent costume for my Argento brought back a skill I had thought lost. I spent the next week sourcing high-quality black velvets and deep purples, crafting the silver thread embroidery of the Purpur sigil, and molding the details of the iconic armor pieces. I was driven, focused, and happier than I had been in years. When I presented the completed outfit, Aru looked at it with the solemn reverence one reserves for an ancient relic. "It is precise," he observed, touching the fine silver weave on the collar. "You are very skilled, Hikari-san." He accepted. We were now business partners. Chapter 7. The Purpur Staff and Instant Fame. Release day was a blur of caffeine and adrenaline. We set up my humble apartment as a makeshift studio. Aru, now fully transformed into the stoic, majestic Dark Warrior wizard, sat in front of my gaming PC. His poise, the way he held his back straight in the high-backed chair, the natural intensity in his eyes. He was born for this role. I handled the technical side, setting up the stream, the lighting, and the live chat window. We went live. The response was instantaneous and overwhelming. "Oh my god, it's Argento! The quality of the cosplay is unreal. He is him. This guy's face is literally the official art. Wait, he looks exactly like the fan-favorite Argento model from that old convention. Donations flooded in instantly. People weren't just watching, they were worshipping. Aru began to play, and that's when his inside knowledge kicked in. The game was set 200 years after Princess Stella's reign. The kingdom was clearly shown to be decaying, recovering slowly from the visionary but over-aggressive anti-patriarchal policies that had dismantled the old guard too quickly. Argento had been proven right in the long run. While other players were grinding in the starting zones, Aru moved with unnerving certainty. "The Purpur state," he murmured, his voice projected clearly through the microphone. The developers were meticulous. Given the historical accuracy of the Solus Kingdom's central map, the old Purpur domain should be located precisely here, north of the Whispering Peaks. He steered his character, an avatar modeled after his own face, across the map for a full hour, ignoring quests and warnings. He finally arrived at a desolate, ruined landscape, the site of the final battle described in Volume 37. It was forgotten by the game's starting players, an Easter egg for historians, still shown in ruins 2 centuries later. "It is still desolate," R noted, his voice carrying a quiet sadness that resonated with the chat. "I suspect the designers have placed a small memorial here." He wasn't looking for a memorial. He was looking for something he remembered. Aru's character searched the rubble of a fallen tower that had once been Argento's private library. He ignored the common loot and dug beneath a specific cracked paving stone. And there it was, hidden. Not a memorial, but an incredibly valuable legendary item. The Purpur magical staff. The item was supposed to have been destroyed in the final explosion, according to the novel's final chapter. The chat exploded with absolute pandemonium. "It's lore breaking! He found the staff!" The author confirmed it was destroyed. How did he know it was there? This isn't just a cosplayer. He must be working for the developers. Aru merely tilted his head, holding the staff's gleaming icon up. The final explosion was magical, not physical. Argento Purpur's staff was enchanted to survive any destructive force save a celestial strike. It merely needed to be secured beneath the strongest protective ward in the location. It was not destroyed, it was simply hidden. He had just dropped a piece of unreleased, game-changing lore that could only have been known by the developers, the author, or the man who lived it. The next few weeks were a dizzying whirlwind of success. Aru became the most famous streamer of the game, dubbed the Dark Oracle. His effortless mastery of the in-game world, combined with his perfect Argento aesthetic, gave him an unparalleled edge. My tiny gray apartment became the source of a steady, substantial income, generated from streaming revenue and the sale of unique, high-value items only Aru seemed to know how to find. My costume-making skills, properly credited during every stream, became highly coveted. Requests poured in, and suddenly, I wasn't just unemployed. I was a talented, self-employed artisan. We were successful, and we were doing it together. Chapter 8. The Author's Apology. The feeling of triumph lasted until the afternoon I went to Aru's apartment, carrying a fresh batch of snacks I had made for our evening stream. His door was closed, but I heard voices inside. I paused, my hand near the knob. Aru almost never had company. It was a woman, and her voice was laced with a strange, nervous reverence. I pressed my ear to the wood, my curiosity overriding all sense of privacy. "And for that, Argento-sama, I have come to apologize to you, in person, with the deepest sincerity." "Argento-sama?" My breath hitched. The woman's voice continued, thick with emotion. "I am Chiyo Fukuda. I am the author of the Starstruck Princess series. I saw the news of your impossible discovery of the Purpur staff, the detail about the warding. No one could have known that except me, or you." My blood pressure spiked. It was her, the author, who had betrayed him, and she knew. "The end of the novel," Fukuda-sensei continued, her voice breaking slightly. "It was not my vision. Argento Purpur was always meant to be the true stabilizing force. But the fan base, the publishers, they demanded a more politically palatable ending for Princess Stella. They demanded his absolute removal. I succumbed to the pressure. I sold your character, Argento-sama. And after I wrote that final, terrible chapter. I lost all interest in my own universe. Hence, the sudden end to the saga. The betrayal was too great, even for me. Aru's voice was calm, utterly composed. I thank you for your candor, Fukuda-san. I had suspected as much. That universe was built upon principles that its primary actors chose to discard. It was indeed a bitter end. But the truth is, in my original drafts, the author insisted, Argento was never killed. He found a way to escape. He saw that the world no longer viewed him as necessary as anything more than an obstacle, and he used his most potent dimensional magic to simply leave the timeline entirely. I always wrote him finding a new beginning. I pulled back from the door, reeling. My obsessive, irrational belief was not only true, but it was confirmed by the creator herself. Aru was Argento Purpur. He was wounded, displaced, and desperately trying to build a stable life in my world. A wave of fierce, protective rage washed over me. I wanted to storm in and scream at Chio Fukuda for putting my precious Argento through such unnecessary pain. But when I burst through the door, my entrance energetic and loud, I didn't scold her. I had a sudden fangirl priority. Aru and Chio-sensei both jumped, startled by my sudden appearance. Chio Fukuda, a small, elegant woman in a tailored suit, stared at me. I walked straight past a bewildered Aru, stopping in front of the famous author. I dropped the bag of snacks and presented the plastic container I had brought with me, which was filled with my entire prized collection of 37 first edition Starstruck Princess volumes. Miss Fukuda, I said, trying to sound dignified but probably just sounding breathless. I have one request. Before you leave, you must sign my entire collection. All 37 volumes. The Dark Warrior Wizard deserves an audience with his biggest defender, and I need a complete set of autographed first editions. Chio Fukuda blinked, then a genuine, relieved laugh escaped her. The intensity of Aru's presence had been overwhelming, but my sheer, unadulterated fan enthusiasm was instantly disarming. Of course, Hikari-san, she said, pulling a pen from her purse. It would be my honor. Consider it penance for the pain I inflicted. I supervised the signing process, ensuring she personalized each volume. When she finally left, wishing Aru and me all the best in this new world, I closed the door behind her and leaned against it, shaking with triumph and relief. Chapter 9. A New World, a New Love. I turned back into the room. Aru stood motionless, looking at me with an expression of open, unguarded vulnerability I had never seen on him before. Well, I said, trying to act casual, though my voice was high and tight. That confirms it. Argento Purpur, welcome to Earth. He didn't deny it. He didn't need to. He let out a long, slow sigh, a sound of decades of tension releasing. He looked less like a warrior and more like a man finally home. Yes, he admitted softly. When I escaped that reality, I arrived here, utterly confused. I felt such an immense sense of loss, a profound emotional wound from the betrayal, the sudden absence of my purpose. It was crushing. He took a careful step toward me, his dark eyes locking onto mine. Then you appeared, Hikari-san. You, the one who saw the injustice, the one who defended my principles, the one who was angry at my fate. His voice deepened. I came here to heal, but my heart was encased in ice. Yet, you melted it. You did not demand anything from me. You simply offered kindness, shared your home, and taught me the rules of this gentle new world. You were a source of incredible light and simple, uncomplicated honesty. He reached out, and his hand, the same hand that had slapped Katsu and wielded a magical broadsword, gently cupped my cheek. His thumb brushed over my skin, sending a current of heat through me. The relationship I spoke of, the unhealthy one, was with that entire world, that entire purpose, and it has finally been purged from my soul. Because of you, Hikari-san. His gaze was intense. You asked me for my help to succeed, but you have done more for me than you can imagine. You have given me a reason to trust again. A reason to be necessary again. He leaned in, his lips just inches from mine. I told you I was unable to correspond to feelings for some time. I was wrong. My feelings for you, Hikari, developed almost immediately. I simply feared to give them voice, lest I corrupt the purity of your devotion with my own complicated darkness. My heart was doing a frantic, joyous drum solo. The hero I had grieved for, the character of my dreams, was here, alive, healed, and confessing his love to me. I don't want complicated darkness, Aru-san, I whispered, tears of profound relief and happiness welling in my eyes. I just want you. His hand tightened softly on my cheek, and his lips finally met mine. The kiss was exactly like him, firm, intense, and utterly committed. When he pulled back, Aru smiled, a real, genuine, breathtaking smile. Then let us begin, Hikari, he said, his voice full of promise. A new world, a new beginning, and a new life together. I nodded, gripping his hand tightly. We had solved our problems, vindicated a fictional character, gained fame and success, and found love in the span of a few rapid, exhilarating weeks. It was the perfect ending to my life of loneliness and the magnificent beginning of our journey together. The end.
Cherry Blossoms and Broken Fences, a novel by Emi Yamada. Part 1. The silence of the aftermath. The silence was the worst kind of scream. It wasn't the silence of the library or a serene garden. It was the silence that followed a detonation. Just 3 weeks ago, I was Emi Yamada, the golden girl of our school, the highest-ranking student, the one with the perfect future etched in every textbook and teacher's smile. Now, I was just the daughter of the embezzlers. The details of the scandal, the fraud, the arrests, the humiliating public exposure, they burned across the newspaper headlines like a malicious fire, but the true devastation happened in the quiet corners of my life. My parents were gone, confined to a reality I couldn't yet fathom. My sister, Sakura, didn't stay to face the rubble. She packed her bags for her college dormitory early, leaving behind a note about needing to protect her own reputation and a house that suddenly felt cavernous and cold. "It's easier for me there," she had written, and the implicit message hung in the air. It's easier to pretend you don't exist. At school, the transformation was total. The girls who had once clung to my arm, Ichigo, Ayumi, even gentle Hane, now averted their eyes, as if looking at me would infect them with my shame. The whispers weren't whispers anymore. They were poorly disguised declarations of judgment. Did you hear she probably knew the whole time? They'll lose the house for sure. Maybe they should have kept better tabs on their money. It's a disgrace to the whole class. My sanctuary, the classroom, became a torture chamber. Every step, every lowered head, every quick laugh that stopped when I walked by, chipped away at my will to live. I was 18, and the future I had meticulously planned had dissolved into ash. I started to wonder if closing my eyes and never opening them again wouldn't be easier than enduring another day of this pervasive, suffocating contempt. That was the atmosphere when he arrived. A sudden, jarring rupture in the monotonous misery of my isolation. Aoi. He was transferred to our class the week after the initial shock subsided. The rumor mill, which had been feasting on my family's downfall, pivoted instantly to him. They said he had been suspended for fighting. They said he was violent. He was shorter than most of the boys, lean, and utterly unremarkable in appearance except for his eyes. They were dark, observant, and devoid of the shallow tatemae politeness that oiled the social machinery of our school. The most sensational rumor was the one that followed him like a shadow. He had been cornered by 3 hulking third years after classes, and, instead of being pulverized, he had left all 3 of them injured and unable to stand. He was dangerous. He was an outcast, just like me, but by choice, not by circumstance. He was assigned the empty desk 2 rows over, and for the first week, we existed in parallel universes of quiet exclusion. I was the pariah of disgrace. He was the pariah of violence. No one dared approach either of us. Part 2. The shared silence and the kick. The first time we spoke, it was out of necessity. The history teacher, Mr. Kato, announced a major group project, mandatory for all. The social scramble began instantly. As I watched my former group members quickly solidify their new teams, the familiar hollow ache started in my chest. I knew I'd be the one left over, forced to work alone and face the resulting grade deduction. Then, there were two of us. Me and Aoi. He simply walked over to my desk and set his pen down without a word. "I assume we're partners," I mumbled, my voice rusty from disuse. He gave a curt nod. "We can meet after school then. We should divide the research. I can explain the methodology to you since—" I trailed off, hesitant to mention the rumors about his lack of focus. He cut me off, not unkindly, but with a surprising confidence. "I know the methodology. You can take the Meiji Restoration economic impact. I'll handle the social and political structure." I blinked. "You understand the scope of the project?" "Of course," he said, finally meeting my eyes. There was a spark there, a quiet, competitive intelligence that mirrored my own. "We're going to get the highest score. I'm not here to settle for less." And just like that, a fragile, unspoken alliance was formed. We didn't talk about our lives, our parents, or the vicious gossip. We talked about history, statistical analysis, and source materials. To my surprise, he was more than just smart. He was sharp, efficient, and his insights were occasionally brilliant. He didn't need my explanations. We were both, it turned out, top-tier students just waiting for a chance to compete. The idea that we might end up fighting for the top spot made my heart beat faster for the first time in weeks. Our partnership gave us a tiny, protected sphere within the classroom. When we worked, the world faded away. Then, one Thursday morning, the bubble burst. I walked into the classroom, feeling unusually optimistic about the flawless bibliography Aoi and I had finalized the previous night. My eyes went to my desk. It was ruined. Every inch of the wooden surface was defaced. Crude drawings of money bags with devil horns, phrases like thief's daughter, prison trash, and scandal-tainted filth were scrawled in thick, black marker. It was malicious, calculated, and utterly devastating. I heard the giggles instantly. In the far corner, a small group of boys and girls, led by Takeo, the largest, loudest boy in the class, were huddled together, watching me with undisguised cruelty. They didn't even try to look innocent. Their snickering was a conscious performance of dominance. My vision blurred. The dam I had been holding back for a month, the shame, the anger, the paralyzing grief, finally broke. I felt the hot, stinging rush of tears and knew I was about to dissolve into a pathetic, weeping mess in front of my tormentors. Before the first sob could escape, a shadow fell over me. Aoi had appeared soundlessly at my side. He didn't look at the desk, and he didn't look at me. He looked straight past me, his gaze locked on the snickering cluster in the corner. He gently, almost imperceptibly, placed his hands on my shoulders and pushed me a single step to the side. "1 second," he murmured, his voice low and dangerous. What happened next was so fast, so utterly defiant of every rule of the school and Japanese decorum, that it stunned me into silence. Aoi grabbed the vandalized desk, not the chair, the entire, heavy, wooden desk. With a grunt of effort that barely strained his frame, he hoisted it up and with a terrifying primal force, hurled it across the classroom. The air rushed out of the room. The desk, my ruined desk, slammed into the row of vacant student lockers behind Takeo's group. The crash was deafening, splintering the wood and leaving a deep, sickening dent in the metal. The bullies froze. The snickering died in their throats. Their faces, seconds ago smug and cruel, were now pale with fear and confusion. Takeo, furious that his alpha male status had been challenged, broke from the group. "What the hell, Aoi? You want to fight, freak?" He lumbered forward, hands clenched. Before Takeo could even lift his arm for a punch, Aoi moved. It wasn't a clumsy swing. It was instantaneous, precise, and brutal. A tight, focused sidekick caught Takeo hard in the abdomen, The sound was a wet thwack. Takeo's forward momentum inverted into a sickening collapse. He crumpled to the floor, grasping his stomach, his face a mask of agony, struggling to breathe. The sound a low, tortured wheeze. Aoi didn't even look down at him. He stood perfectly still, his small frame radiating an intimidating power, and scanned the remaining bullies. His eyes, cold and challenging, seemed to ask, "Who's next?" No one moved. Not a single person in the room dared to challenge the quiet fury emanating from him. They backed away, grabbed the convulsing Takeo, and dragged him hastily toward the infirmary, leaving a trail of terrified silence in their wake. Then, Aoi did the most mundane thing imaginable. He walked to the storage closet, pulled out an unused, pristine desk, and calmly slid it into the empty space where mine had been. He returned to his seat without looking at me again, leaving me standing beside my new, clean desk, trembling not from fear, but from a terrifying, exhilarating mixture of shock and gratitude. He had fought my battle without being asked, and he had won. Part 3. The teacher's tatemae and the sofa. The aftermath was pure farce. When the teacher, Mr. Takahashi, arrived, the dent in the lockers, the smell of adrenaline, and the fact that Takeo was now in the infirmary with an ambiguous fall down the stairs injury were impossible to ignore. Mr. Takahashi, sweat beading on his forehead, immediately pulled Aoi into the hallway. I heard the muffled, furious scolding, the threats of expulsion, the accusations of hooliganism. Aoi's response was sharp and clear, cutting through the thin classroom wall. "If I'm expelled for defending a classmate from criminal vandalism, I will personally ensure your higher-ups are informed that the reason was your utter incompetence in managing this classroom." The silence on the other side was instant and total. The teacher returned, his face pale but his voice booming with forced cheer. "Students. A minor incident. It seems this old desk was scheduled for replacement anyway. A little noisy, I know. Let's throw this old thing out and get started with the lesson, shall we?" The vandalized desk was discreetly removed by the janitor. The incident was scrubbed from the official record, saved only in the fearful memory of everyone present. Over the next few weeks, the atmosphere changed profoundly. No one spoke to me. The isolation remained, but the malice was gone. They avoided my gaze, but they also avoided my path. They left me alone. It was enough. It was peace. Aoi, however, was no longer just my partner. We now sat together in between my desk and the rest of the class, a quiet, formidable wall. I felt the presence of his protection like a physical shield, and for the first time since the scandal, I could breathe without the weight of impending cruelty crushing my lungs. Our studying intensified. Our scores climbed higher. We were a two-person ecosystem, thriving on the silence of the world we had rejected. Then came the weekend, a month after the desk incident. It was late, the air was cold, and I was walking home with a few heavy bags of instant ramen and bottled green tea. I saw him huddled against the wall of a closed electronics shop. He was sitting with his back against the damp concrete, a threadbare backpack next to him. He was covered in bruises. A cut ran across his cheekbone, already swelling purple. His knuckles were raw and bloody, but he was smiling. It was the first time I had ever seen him truly smile. It was a genuine, self-satisfied, slightly reckless smirk of triumph. He saw me and the smile vanished, replaced by that familiar, guarded expression. He quickly tried to push himself up, clearly intent on disappearing before I could speak. "Oi, stop!" I dropped the groceries and rushed to him. His attempt at evasion was clumsy, hinting at deeper injury. "I'm fine," he muttered, his voice hoarse. "Don't worry about it. You look like you were hit by a bus," I snapped, taking his arm. The tension in his muscle was taut. "You're coming to my house." He hesitated, a deep furrow in his brow. "Emmy, I can't. I didn't argue. I simply picked up my bags, took his arm again, and started walking toward my empty house. He followed, a ghost of resistance in his posture that quickly melted away into exhaustion. Once inside the sterile, echoing space of my parents' home, I forced him to sit on the sofa while I raided the forgotten first aid kit. I cleaned the cuts with steady hands, my heart hammering a chaotic rhythm against my ribs. "What happened?" I asked, swabbing antiseptic onto a nasty gash above his wrist. I didn't expect an answer. I just expected the usual stone wall. But the wall crumbled. He let out a shaky breath that was almost a laugh. "I fought my father," he confessed, the words quiet, but carrying the weight of years of silent misery. I stopped, holding his arm tight. "Your father? A fight?" He nodded, looking away, then back at me, his dark eyes filled with a raw, defiant light. "He's been hitting me for years, drunk, sober, whenever he felt like asserting control. I started training in martial arts almost 4 years ago. Not for tournaments, just for this. Tonight was the night. He explained that both his parents had come home intoxicated and started throwing things, the usual prelude to abuse. But this time, Aoi pushed his mother away when she lunged at him, protecting himself. Then, he exchanged blows with his father. "He taught me all about aggression," Aoi said, a flicker of irony in his voice. "Tonight, I showed him how aggressive I could be." He ended up cornered, trembling, pathetic. He paused, staring at the ceiling. "I didn't kill him, but I broke him. And then I walked out. He had nowhere to go. He assumed he would find a shelter or simply sleep rough. He was fully prepared to be a runaway, a statistic. Another boy swallowed by the streets. My house was too big, too empty, too full of silence. The sight of this bruised, defiant boy who had literally fought his way out of hell, the boy who had thrown a desk for me, clarified everything. "The police might come," he warned, his voice grave. I scoffed, tying a gauze bandage around his forearm. "They won't. They care about face. If your parents reported you for assault, they would have to explain what led up to it. It would expose their abuse. They'd lose their carefully constructed honor." I finished tending to his injuries, standing back to assess my work. "They care about reputation, Aoi. You're safe. They won't risk exposure for the sake of revenge." I looked around the enormous, unused living room. "You can sleep on the sofa, just for a few days, until you figure out a better option. I don't care about the police or the neighbors. We've already lost our reputations, haven't we? What more is there to lose?" He looked at me then, truly looked at me, and that guarded wall in his eyes cracked completely. He saw not the golden girl, but the discarded daughter. I saw not the violent delinquent, but the wounded warrior. "Thank you, Emmy," he whispered. A few days turned into a month. Our arrangement became a careful, strange routine. He always returned late, slipping into the house after midnight, moving like a shadow, avoiding the neighbors' watchful eyes. We lived like roommates, sharing the kitchen, the bathroom, and the oppressive silence of the house. We studied together in the living room, surrounded by piles of books, notebooks, and endless cups of green tea. The world outside ceased to matter. The only reality was the two of us, side by side, fighting for a future that neither of us deserved on paper, but both of us intended to seize. We were partners in crime, though our crime was merely existing outside the accepted social structure. Part 4. The explosion of truth, the bubble of our quiet sanctuary, was violently pierced on a Sunday afternoon. Sakura, my older sister, appeared without warning. She was dressed impeccably, her expression a careful blend of sorrow and judgment. She came to collect a few boxes of her winter clothes. She was passing the living room when she stopped dead. Aoi was there, asleep on the sofa, a history textbook resting on his chest, a thin blanket covering his legs. Sakura's controlled facade shattered. "Emi, what is the meaning of this? Who is this boy?" she hissed, her voice trembling with shock and disgust. I stood up, closing my chemistry textbook. "This is Aoi. He lives here." "Lives here? Are you insane? You're letting a boy live here? A known delinquent? After everything our parents have done to ruin our name, you are actively worsening our reputation? Do you have any idea how much this affects me? She wrung her hands, staring at Aoi as if he were a poisonous insect. The word reputation landed on me like a burning cinder. The month of repressed rage, the abandonment, the isolation, the shame I had carried alone erupted. How? It affects you? I demanded, my voice dangerously low. You came back to steal clothes, not to help me. You ran, Sakura. You left me to face the public execution alone, and you have the audacity to come here and lecture me about reputation? You're making a spectacle. You're a scandal waiting to happen. What will the neighbors say? What will my college peers think if this gets out? A red haze descended over my vision. My hand moved before my mind could register the action. Smack! The sound of my palm connecting with her cheek was shockingly loud in the silence of the house. Sakura staggered back, clutching her face, her eyes wide with disbelief and pain. I am sick of your honor, I screamed, the words tearing from my throat. I am sick of the face. I am sick of carrying the guilt of crimes I didn't commit while you prance around pretending you have nothing to do with me. They treated me like a criminal because I am my parents' daughter, but you treated me worse because I was a problem for your image. I grabbed the nearest object, a useless decorative porcelain vase, and hurled it across the room. It shattered against the wall, the sound like a gunshot. The physical destruction felt momentarily liberating. I grabbed another, then another, the rage turning into a physical force of pure, agonizing release. Sakura, terrified by the raw violence of my breakdown, didn't try to argue. She grabbed her boxes and bolted out of the house, scrambling down the street without looking back. I collapsed to my knees, sobbing uncontrollably, the rage turning into the deepest form of desolation. Moments later, a pair of strong arms were around me. Aoi had woken up and run to my side. He didn't say a word. He simply held me tight, anchoring me to the present, absorbing my trembling, until the storm passed. She's gone, I choked out, leaning into the hard warmth of his chest. I know, he said simply. We sat together on the wreckage of the living room floor, the broken porcelain shards glinting around us. They only care about appearances, I whispered, repeating the painful truth I had just hurled at my sister. They always will, Aoi confirmed, his voice grave. It's their culture. The shame of being associated with a failure is worse than the failure itself. We looked at each other. Two young people who had been tossed out by the very families in society that were supposed to protect them. Then we stopped caring about their honor, I decided, a new, cold clarity settling in my mind. We stopped playing their game. If they won't recognize us for who we are, we will force them to recognize us for what we achieve. Aoi looked at the scattered textbooks. A faint smile, one of deep understanding, touched his lips. Let them have their honor. We'll take the future. That night, we didn't just study. We prepared for war. Part 5. The strategy of ascent. The transition from mere study partners to conspirators was absolute. Our goals converged into a single blinding laser focus. Get out. Not just to any college, but to a prestigious, distant university. The kind that would make our parents and the entire community choke on their hypocrisy. Our living arrangement became an open secret. Girls in the class, driven by curiosity, tried to get close. They'd leave crumpled notes on my desk, asking about Aoi, about the fight, about us living together. I crumpled every note and dropped it straight into the trash without reading. Some girls tried to corner me after school, feigning concern to force a confession. Emmy, we're just worried. Is it true he's staying at your place? Before I could even formulate a response, Aoi would materialize. He never touched them. He simply stood between me and them, his body language speaking volumes. His gaze was flat, cold, and utterly terrifying. They would stammer, apologize, and flee instantly. The attempts soon stopped. He was my shield, and I was his anchor. We set a brutal schedule. Waking at dawn to review concepts before school. Lunch spent quietly preparing for our standardized tests. Evenings devoted entirely to problem sets and application essays. We pushed each other relentlessly, correcting mistakes, debating theories, and challenging assumptions. It wasn't always kind. Sometimes the debates flared with competitive intensity, but it was always honest, always focused on shared excellence. Your physics calculation is sloppy here, he'd point out. Your historical analysis lacks nuance on the pre-war societal shifts. I'd counter. Our bond deepened in that crucible of ambition. Late one night, while reviewing our university choices, Ivy League schools abroad, the furthest and most unattainable dreams, I looked up from the glowing screen and realized that the protective feeling I had for him and the sense of safety I felt near him had shifted. It was no longer just about survival. He was sitting next to me, his focus absolute, his jaw tight with concentration. I noticed the tiny scar over his eyebrow, the remnants of a life he had been forced to fight. The quiet competence of his presence was everything I needed. He was broken, like me, but strong, and together, we were building something unbreakable. I love him. The thought flashed through my mind, immediate and terrifyingly real. It was a love forged in shared trauma, defiance, and a mutual, desperate need for escape. I didn't say it. Not yet. The stakes were too high. The escape had to come first. Months passed in a blur of focused effort. We spent every yen we could spare on application fees and expedited documents. Every piece of paperwork was handled in secret, tucked away in sealed folders, proof of acceptance, visa applications, scholarship forms. We knew our families would never support this. They would only try to stop us to save face. This had to be our victory, our truth. Part 6. The Triumph and the Takeoff. The national testing day arrived and passed. It felt strangely anticlimactic after the months of grueling preparation. A week later, the official scores were released. The school assembly was mandatory. We sat in the back, Ayah and I, our knees touching beneath the flimsy plastic chairs, a nervous energy thrumming between us. Mr. Takahashi, his usual nervous energy replaced with a forced beaming pride, stepped up to the microphone. Students, I have a wonderful announcement to make. Two of our finest students, Emi Yamada and Aoi Hashimoto, have not only achieved the 2 highest scores in the entire city on the national aptitude tests. A ripple went through the hall. Whispers turned into gasps. People were checking their programs, confirming the names of the disgraced daughter and the violent delinquent. But they have both received full 4-year scholarships to one of the most prestigious universities in the world, the Hartford University in America. The news was a thunderclap. For a moment, there was stunned silence. Then, a roar. The entire hall erupted in applause. It was a bizarre, deafening symphony of hypocrisy. The same people who had snubbed me, gossiped about me, and terrorized me for months were now clapping until their palms were red, eager to claim a sliver of the reflected glory. Their sudden admiration was revolting. Aoi squeezed my hand beneath the chair. I met his eyes. They held the same expression, icy contempt, masked by an almost imperceptible shared smile of victory. They're cheering for the headline, not for us, I whispered. Exactly, he replied. The problem is no longer you. The problem is anyone who failed to predict your success. The school, desperate to capitalize on the public relations coup, immediately scheduled a high-profile award ceremony for the following Friday. It would be a spectacle, with local news media invited. That Friday, I was dressed in a new, simple dress, but my mind was miles away from the school auditorium. Aoi and I were sitting in the food court of the international airport, 2 hours before our flight was scheduled to depart. We had left the house at dawn, taking a pre-booked car service to avoid any chance encounters. Our luggage was small, all our precious documents secured in Aoi's old backpack. We were watching the awards ceremony stream live on my phone. The principal walked up to the podium, beaming. He read the citation. detailing our academic brilliance, our resilience, our commitment to excellence, the entire speech, a tapestry of lies about the support we had received. And now, please welcome our esteemed scholars, Emi Yamada and Aoi Hashimoto. The camera swiveled to the front row. There was Sakura, looking solemn and proud, next to Aoi's mother, who was clutching a handkerchief, and his father, who wore a suit and a carefully practiced look of loving, wounded pride. All of them were positioned perfectly for the cameras, ready to accept the vicarious honor. The principal waited. The hall waited. The stream showed the empty stage. Emi Yamada, Aoi Hashimoto, the principal repeated, a nervous strain in his voice. The camera zoomed in on Sakura's confused face. She whispered frantically to Aoi's father. The reporters, sensing the shift from triumph to scandal, turned on the families, their microphones thrust forward. Where are they? Did they drop out of the ceremony? Mr. Hashimoto, are you aware of your son's whereabouts? Aoi laughed, a short, sharp sound of pure satisfaction. He reached out and paused the stream on the image of Sakura's frozen, panicked expression. They had to be there for the cameras, he observed. It was the only way they would even notice we were gone. It took them 6 months to notice you were living in my house, I added, a cold calm settling over me. They wouldn't notice until the silence cost them something. The loudspeaker announced our flight, Gate 14, now boarding. We stood up. The future was a vast, terrifying, brilliant expanse of blue sky and unfamiliar continents. Aoi picked up his backpack. He looked down at me, his eyes no longer guarded or cold, but warm, deep, and utterly possessive. We did it, Emi. We did it, Aoi. There was no need for grand pronouncements or dramatic confessions. Everything we felt had been built, step by step, over months of mutual protection and shared intense ambition. He reached for my hand. Our fingers interlaced, a perfect, secure fit. I love you, he stated, simply and definitively. It wasn't a question, it was a fact, as solid as the foundation of the university we were heading toward. Tears, the good kind, finally stung my eyes. I know, I breathed, squeezing his hand. I've loved you since you threw that desk. We were moving towards the gate, toward the flight, toward the irreversible, brilliant future we had meticulously engineered. As we walked, Aoi pulled me closer, dipping his head to press a fierce, proprietary kiss onto my forehead. We were leaving behind the cherry blossoms and the broken fences of the past. We were leaving the tatamai and the shame. We were leaving Japan, not as the disgraced daughter and the violent delinquent, but as the two smartest people in the city, bound together by a truth no one else had cared to see. We boarded the plane, two against the world, officially beginning our relationship high above the clouds, ready to finally start living.
In a twisted way, I don't even blame my family for killing me. My ego gave them motive, weapon, and opportunity on a silver platter. But if my rebirth has a reason, then make it to save the boy whose soul I corrupted. Rebirth, revenge, redemption. A second chance for me and the son I should have loved. Prologue. The death of a life worthless. My life had always been a glittering, effortless ascent. Abigail Stone, heiress. The name itself felt like a promise of unlimited sunshine and velvet cushions. I was born on top of the world, and I stayed there, demanding everything and giving nothing in return. I treated money like water, people like accessories, and consequences as inconveniences other people worried about. My first marriage was a joke dictated by my family's legal team. They needed to clean up a messy, highly public indiscretion, my unplanned pregnancy, and secure my inheritance. My husband was a handsome, malleable stranger who wanted my money. I wanted to keep my lifestyle. It was a perfect, loveless transaction. When Cain was born, he was merely the unfortunate consequence of my recklessness, a tiny, demanding shadow on my bright horizon. He was a burden, a noise, a thing that needed attention I wasn't interested in giving. His father's death a few years later should have been a turning point, a moment where I matured or grieved, but I did neither. I saw it as a swift return to freedom, A chance to replace one disposable husband with a man who truly saw me. Parker Travers. Parker was sunshine and flattery, a charming single dad, with two perfectly blonde, equally charming twin daughters, Tiffany and Heather. They were everything my own son was not: cheerful, easy, and desperate for my attention. To keep Parker and his ready-made, functional family happy, I made a choice that still felt like a shard of glass in my soul. Even years later, I sent Cain away. He was 11 then, already cold and quiet, a boy whose eyes seemed too old, too knowing. At that age, he already had the habit of finding things, taking them apart, and making new objects with them. Toys, tools, art projects. He could make anything he wanted out of scrap and fallen tree branches. Everyone thought he was weird for it, myself included. He only spoke when necessary, and when he did, his words were weapons, sharp, intelligent, and designed to cut whoever had dared disrespect him, which was often me. I called him troubled, and I found a place that promised to fix him. A strict, almost prison-like boarding school for difficult children, tucked away in the mountains. I convinced myself I had found happiness. For years, I drifted in a bubble of superficial perfection. I had Parker, his beautiful girls, and my endless wealth. I was safe. The instant the bubble burst, it felt less like a dramatic pop, and more like a slow, deliberate strangulation. It wasn't a friend or an enemy who told me. It was a stray email notification on Parker's unattended tablet. The message was a sickeningly sweet exchange with his lawyer about divorce papers and asset division. He hadn't just been cheating on me. He had been systematically dismantling my financial fortress, planning to walk away with half of everything and leave me with the wreckage. Rage, a true, incandescent, self-immolating fury, was the last pure emotion I felt in life. I grabbed the keys to my favourite Italian sports car, determined to drive to the mansion and burn Parker's perfect life to the ground. The confrontation would be legendary, a high society scandal that would ruin him entirely. I never made it past the main gates of the estate. The brakes failed. The sudden, terrifying realization that the pedal was useless, the screech of metal on concrete, the shattering of the windshield, it all happened in a split second. Then, silence. I remember a strange lightness, a sense of having been forcibly ejected from my own body. When I opened my eyes, I was standing beside the mangled wreckage, untouched, watching the paramedics haul my bloodied, still form out of the car. I was a ghost. My soul, it seemed, was tethered to the earth, trapped in the confines of my coma-bound physical body. I witnessed everything, every whispered conspiracy, every calculating glance. I watched Parker and his smug parents hovering over my limp body in the hospital room, not grieving, but scheming. The doctors say she could be like this for weeks, months, maybe forever, Parker muttered, leaning in close to my seemingly deaf ears. His mother, Martha, sniffed, adjusting her mink stole. Forever is fine, dear, as long as that brat is gone first. He's the rightful heir, remember? 18 now. If he gets that money, we get nothing. My heart, or the phantom echo of it in my spectral chest, plummeted. Cain. He had just turned 18. He was the only thing standing between Parker and the complete plunder of the stone fortune. They weren't just waiting for me to die. They were planning to kill my son. A concern I had never once shown him in life surged through my transparent form. I had to warn him. I travelled instantaneously, a panicked spectre drawn by the only blood left on my line. The remote, brutal boarding school was worse than I had imagined, ringed with razor wire, smelling of damp stone and despair. I didn't need to search long. Cain was waiting in his dimly lit dorm room, sitting on his cot. He looked up, his eyes always too intelligent scanning the door, the window, the shadows. And then they arrived. 2 hulking, rough-looking students, thugs the Travers family had paid to stage a fatal accident. They barged in, sneering, their fists already balled. What happened next didn't take an instant. It took less. Cain moved with the economy of a striking viper. There was no hesitation, no emotion, only lethal efficiency. He didn't flinch, didn't argue. He reached behind his back, and drew a weapon, not a commercially manufactured piece, but a crude, yet terrifyingly effective firearm, fashioned from scrap metal and engineering knowledge I had never once bothered to notice he possessed. The boys never had a chance. 2 quick, muffled shots, and they crumpled to the floor. Kane's eyes were utterly vacant, his hands steady as he pocketed the weapon. One of the thugs was still alive. He tried to crawl out of the dorm room. My son simply walked towards him, picking up a paperweight from the desk, something he also seemed to have made himself. "Please," whimpered the thug, holding his bullet wound with one hand while trying to push himself away with the other. "Have mercy." Mercy, it seemed, had already left Kane's soul, along with his emotions. My son bashed the would-be assassin in the head with the paperweight over and over again, until he stopped breathing. My initial relief at his safety was suddenly replaced by a wave of icy horror. This wasn't the cold, quiet boy I had sent away. This was a monster, a creation entirely of my neglect, a prodigy of engineering turned prodigy of murder. Had I ever paid attention, I would have seen the genius in his hands, the focus in his gaze. Instead, I had simply forged him a cage, and he had escaped it, armed and ready. My silent, spectral plea was too late. The monster I feared was already loose. The revenge that followed was meticulous, horrifying, and utterly inescapable for me. The ghost, his sole audience. Kane became the most notorious and unemotional serial killer of the decade, cleaning house with terrifying, methodical precision. Parker first, found drowned in my imported bathtub. Then the twins, Tiffany and Heather, whose charming smiles curdled into silent screams as Kane confronted them in their college dorm. A justice that felt far too harsh, yet somehow deserved. Parker's parents, the staff members who had been in on the plot, the corrupted accountants, the lawyers who drafted the fake documents. Every single person who had conspired to steal my fortune and murder my son was taken out of the world, one by one. I watched, sobbing without tears, a powerless spectator, to the harvest of my own bad seeds. Every murder was an execution, and every execution ended the same way. As he watched the life drain from their eyes, Kane would lean in and whisper 3 cold, unwavering words. For my mother. That phrase, used in the name of such monstrous cruelty, shattered me. He wasn't doing it for me, Abigail Stone, the woman who abandoned him. He was doing it for the idealized, loving figure of a mother he deserved but never had. Finally, he came to my hospital room. He stood over my comatose body, his expensive jacket now stained with the blood of so many people. "I saw through them, Abigail," he said, his voice a low, rough rasp, devoid of feeling. "I knew they were vultures from the day Parker moved in, but you never would have believed me. So, I waited. I let them make their move, so that I could make mine." He took a slow step closer, the coldness in his eyes deepening. "But they only killed the woman who owned this body," he continued. "The woman who killed my actual mother, the one who was supposed to love me. That was you. My mother died a long time ago, Abigail, the moment you decided I was a burden." My ghost whimpered, but no sound escaped. He reached for the life support machine. "My only regret is that they got to you before I did." A flick of his wrist. A cascade of flatlining beeps. My physical body was gone. As my consciousness began to ascend, the distant wail of sirens grew louder. The police. They had finally caught up. I saw Kane standing there, letting them cuff him, his face impassive, as a voice yelled, "You'll get life in prison for this." Life. In prison. Kane simply smirked, amused. "Huh. How will I notice the difference?" he said, unimpressed. My final, desperate, agonizing thought, screamed into the void, was a plea, a chance. Please, just one chance to make things right. Save my son from the monster I created. And then, oblivion. The second chance. I woke up trembling. The sheets were silk, cold against my skin. The room was bathed in the familiar, heavy opulence of my primary suite, the one I had shared with Parker, the one I had crashed on the way to confront him for his betrayal. My heart pounded against my ribs, a frenzied drumbeat in the sudden, Absolute silence. It was a nightmare. A terrifying, vivid nightmare of blood, betrayal, and my son's descent into a soul-crushing madness. I sat up, sweat cold on my forehead, trying to catch my breath. The world felt too real, too present. The scent of expensive wood polish and old money was heavy in the air. I ran my hands over my legs, my arms. I was whole. I was alive. I reached for the bedside clock. 2 years. I was 2 years in the past. The crash hadn't happened. Parker hadn't finished his plan. Kane was still just a cold 16-year-old, not an 18-year-old serial killer waiting for a life sentence. The terror of the dream was replaced by a ferocious, almost painful clarity. I had begged for a chance, and I had been given one. I heard voices outside my closed bedroom door, muffled, distinct. One was deep and unfamiliar, the other a low, cutting monotone that froze the blood in my veins. Kane. I crept out of bed, pulling on my simplest silk nightgown, and pressed my eye against the barely ajar door. It was one of the house butlers, a smug, oily man named Harris, standing over my son. Kane was meticulously zipping up a simple black duffel bag, his luggage. "Such a shame, isn't it, Master Kane?" Harris said, his voice dripping with condescension. "Summer barely started, and here you are, packing again. Your stepfather and the young mistresses, they must truly miss your quiet presence." Kane paused, his back ramrod straight, and slowly turned. He was already tall, lean, and intensely focused. Even 2 years ago, I remembered seeing him as shy, cowardly even. Due to his silence, I was a fool. "You should be more concerned with your own debts, Harris," Kane said, his voice flat, emotionless. "That 3,000 you owe your bookie is rather overdue, isn't it?" Harris's smile vanished. "Excuse me?" Kane stepped closer, closing the distance between them. "I mean, someone might call him, and I know precisely where to tell him to find you. Do you enjoy having your kneecaps broken, Harris?" The butler's face went white, his jaw working furiously. "Listen, you little..." Before Harris could finish his insult, Kane's right hand shot out, a blur of speed and precision. A sickening crack echoed in the silent hallway. Harris stumbled back, his nose already gushing crimson. Kane leaned in, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper I couldn't quite decipher, but the effect was immediate. The proud, disrespectful butler was reduced to a shaking, terrified mess. Harris clutched his bloody nose, bent low from the waist in a grotesque, forced bow, and scrambled away down the corridor, muttering apologies and promises of silence. I gripped the doorframe, my entire body shaking. That was the monster I had created. He wasn't some poor, defenseless boy. He was capable, violent, and utterly fearless. All that quiet intensity I had mistaken for meekness was a calculated reserve of power. Kane adjusted the strap of his duffel bag, his eyes falling on the cracked mahogany door, and for a terrifying second, I thought he saw me. He didn't wait. He walked toward the main staircase, the only sound the soft tap of his expensive, custom-made shoes on the marble floor. He was leaving. I couldn't let him go back to that prison. I burst out of the room, running across the massive gallery, in my flimsy nightclothes. A desperate, hysterical woman, chasing her fate. "Kane! Stop!" I yelled, skidding to a halt on the top of the stairs. He reached the landing, and turned, his dark eyes meeting mine. They were beautiful, intelligent, and completely empty. "Abigail," he said, addressing me by my first name, as he had done since he was 11. It was a formal dismissal of any maternal claim I might have. "I am returning to school. My bags are packed. Better for everyone, right?" "No, wait, please," I gasped, clutching the railing. I ran down the stairs, ignoring the pounding in my bare feet. "Change your plans. Stay here. I want you to stay." A cold, mirthless smile touched his lips, a flash of the killer I had witnessed. "And why should I, Abigail? So I can witness your stepfather and stepsisters mock my existence from dawn until dusk. So I can eat at your table and hear you tell me, Again, that my demeanor is too challenging for your delicate life? His words were sharp blades, slicing through my flimsy composure. He always knew how to hurt me. In my previous life, those words would have sent me retreating in tears, claiming victimization. Now, they were a roadmap of my failures. I reached out, wanting desperately to close the distance, to touch him, to prove I was real. Please, I just want to. He took a precise, fluid step back, his body language instinctively defensive. His right hand disappeared behind his back, resting near the edge of his bag. The image of the homemade firearm flashed across my mind. I knew, with sickening certainty, that he was ready to draw. Before either of us could move, a wave of security guards in black suits materialized from the shadows of the ballroom entrance, surrounding Kane like a pack of wolves. "Ma'am, are you all right?" The lead guard, a hulking man named Jensen, asked, his hand hovering over his own sidearm. "Step away from her, sir." The situation was far worse than I had ever known. Every single person in this mansion, the staff, the security, my husband treated my son as an invading enemy, a threat that needed to be contained. And Kane, standing there, unflinching, his eyes fixed on the slightest movement from the guards, was perfectly prepared to play the part. They would kill him, and he doesn't even care. "Stop!" I cried, throwing my hands up. My voice cracked with desperate authority. "Everyone, step back! Now!" "Jensen, take your detail and leave. Go home. I dismiss you all for the day." The guards hesitated, looking confused, but my voice had the sharp ring of a stone command. They backed away, reluctantly, melting back into the shadows. When the last guard was gone, Kane remained motionless, watching me, his guard still up. I knew words wouldn't work. His intelligence would dissect every shallow apology. His bitterness would repel every false touch. I needed a grand, desperate gesture, a theatrical display of complete surrender, the kind of drama that would shock him into pausing. I lowered myself slowly, painfully, onto the cold marble floor of the foyer. I knelt, my flimsy nightgown pooling around my knees, my head bowed in total supplication. "Kane," I whispered, tears finally streaming hot and real down my face. "I am begging you, do not leave. Give me a chance, not a summer, not a month. Just give me 1 week to prove to you I'm more than just the monster from our past." I looked up at him, my vision blurred by regret. "After that day, you can do anything you want. You can go back to school. You can tell me I'm worthless. You can even leave this country and never look back. But please, stay. Give me one chance to start over." He stared down at me. For the first time in his life, I saw something in his eyes besides cold calculation. It was confusion, disgust. It was as if he were looking at an abomination he did not know how to categorize or process in his shattered mind. Confusion is progress. Anything was better than the cold, detached way he had looked at me just moments ago, or the predatory emptiness of the serial killer in my dream. He stood there for a long, agonizing moment, the silence of the massive hall amplifying the frantic pounding of my own heart. Finally, he exhaled, a silent breath of resignation. "Fine, Abigail." He placed his duffel bag down by the staircase. "But do not think for 1 second that this changes anything. I am not interested in building bridges, and I am certainly not interested in letting you touch me." My first step was a swift and brutal execution of the old order. I walked through the mansion like a whirlwind, firing Harris and every single member of the house staff who had ever shown Kane disrespect or been complicit in Parker's schemes. They were paid double their severance and ushered out the door, their protests silenced by the icy determination in my voice. They were to be replaced in the coming days with people who would treat the master's son with the reverence he deserved. The mansion was silent, cavernous, and empty, save for the two of us. It was a fresh start, a blank canvas, where the bloody events of my nightmare could not take root. The next morning, I was determined. I had made a promise, and it started with the simplest, most fundamental maternal task: breakfast. I walked into the massive, professional-grade kitchen, which I had never before entered. and realized I had absolutely no idea what I was doing. My hands, accustomed only to holding designer clutches and credit cards, were clumsy and useless. I attempted to toast bread. I nearly set the toaster oven on fire. I tried to brew coffee. It came out bitter sludge. I settled on toast, jam, and scrambled eggs, placing the plate on the long mahogany dining table. Kane was already there, impeccably dressed, reading a novel, ignoring me entirely. I placed his plate in front of him with a flourish that hid my nervous shaking. "There you go," I made. "Eggs?" He glanced down at the plate, then looked up at me, one perfect eyebrow raised in silent judgment. He picked up the toast, smeared thickly with the first spread I could find in the pantry, peanut butter. "Abigail," he said, his voice quiet, "did you forget I'm deathly allergic to peanuts?" The memory hit me with the force of a punch. My husband had told me years ago, but I had immediately forgotten the insignificant detail. I had almost poisoned my son on the first morning of his second chance. I stared at the toast, feeling the blood drain from my face. My years of carelessness, my fundamental inability to be a mother, was a physical flaw I couldn't hide. My eyes burned. I hated that he saw me like this, weak, incompetent, crying. I turned away quickly, burying my face in my hands, shoulders shaking as silent sobs racked my body. "I'm sorry," I choked out, unable to stop the torrent of self-loathing. I forgot. I'm so sorry." I stood there, exposed, and weeping, the sounds of my humiliation echoing in the sterile, grand kitchen. I waited for the sharp, cutting remark, the one that would finalize his judgment of me, but it didn't come. A slow, rhythmic chopping sound started behind me, then the hiss of oil in a pan. The delicate aroma of frying onions and garlic began to fill the air. I peeked over my shoulder. Kane was standing at the stainless steel counter, his back to me. His simple white shirt was immaculate, his movements precise and efficient. He was cooking. Yet one more thing I hadn't known about my own son. He was self-sufficient, not thanks to me, but in spite of me. In minutes, he plated 2 new breakfasts, perfectly seasoned scrambled eggs, sliced avocado, and toast spread with cream cheese. Simple, well-made, nourishing. He slid my plate in front of my chair, then sat down and began eating his own, never once looking up at me. I tried to speak, to thank him, to apologize again, but the words caught in my throat, tangled with tears. I had always been good at dramatic, self-serving speeches, but genuine gratitude, genuine humility, rendered me mute. When he finished his portion, he simply stood up, pushed his chair in, and walked out of the kitchen without a word, leaving me alone with the perfect, untouched breakfast he had made. I ate it, every bite, savoring the taste of the first true kindness I had received from my son, and confirming the chilling truth I had witnessed as a ghost. He was not a failure. He was a prodigy waiting to be acknowledged. I would acknowledge him. I would earn his forgiveness. And I would dismantle the lives of Parker and his greedy family piece by bloody piece, without ever resorting to the murder that had ruined my son in the life I remembered. My redemption began now. The very next morning, I initiated the war. My previous life as a ghost, trapped watching the vultures pick over my assets, was now my greatest weapon. I didn't need to hire private investigators or spend months on forensic audits. I knew exactly which accounts Parker had drained, which shell companies his father had set up, and where the incriminating emails, the ones that proved malice, not just infidelity, were hidden. The knowledge was immediate, lethal, and devastatingly precise. I dressed not in my usual designer silks, but in a razor-sharp, custom-tailored suit. My armor. I was no longer the pampered heiress. I was the stone CEO, back from the dead, and looking for blood. Parker was in the gym, blissfully unaware, sending a text to his mistress when I walked in. He looked up, his sweaty, handsome face contorting in annoyance. "Abigail, darling, what are you doing? I thought you were meditating or something equally dramatic. I have a very important conference call this morning." I didn't smile. I didn't yell. I simply dropped 3 manila folders onto the treadmill console, right on top of his phone. The titles were stark: petition for divorce, fraud and malice, motion for temporary restraining order, and SEC filing, illegal insider trading. That conference call is cancelled, Parker, I said, my voice ice. In fact, your entire future is cancelled. You have 30 seconds to collect your personal effects, the clothes on your back and nothing else, before security escorts you off the property and the legal papers are filed with the court. Your access to all joint accounts has already been revoked. I know about the missing 10 million, the offshore accounts, and the pre-crash tampering with the brakes. His face drained of colour, going from handsome bronze to a sickly, mottled grey. He looked like a deer caught in the headlights, but this headlight was a Stone family freight train, and it was moving at lethal speed. You don't know what you're talking about, he stammered, scrambling for excuses. I know everything, I corrected, a dark satisfaction curling in my chest. You tried to kill me, Parker. You tried to orphan my son and steal his entire inheritance. You are not getting a divorce. You are facing criminal prosecution. You chose the easy route, cheating and murder. I choose the better route, ruin and incarceration. I gave a sharp nod to the new security guard. I had hired a professional, ex-military woman who hadn't been on the Travers payroll. She moved instantly, efficiently seizing his phone. Parker roared, but his fury was impotent against the cold, hard wall of my absolute authority. He was dragged out of the gym, his screams about lawyers and injustice echoing uselessly. The whole confrontation, from entry to exit, took less than 5 minutes. The first snake had been neutralized. My war against the Traverses was intertwined with my struggle to reconnect with Kane. Every victory in the boardroom felt hollow if I couldn't get through to him. Later that afternoon, I found him in the unused carriage house. It was dusty and cluttered with forgotten antiques, but in the center, Kane had cleared a small space. It was his private kingdom. He was hunched over a workbench, his brow furrowed in concentration, meticulously soldering together tiny, complex metallic components. He was building something elaborate and beautiful, a small, intricate mechanism, though I couldn't tell its purpose. This was the genius I had ignored. I approached slowly, respectfully, not wanting to startle the caged tiger. That's incredible, Kane, I said softly. He flinched not out of surprise, but annoyance. He kept working, not looking up. It's a variable displacement cam mechanism, he stated flatly, and I would appreciate it if you didn't refer to my private time as an exhibition. I apologize. I won't interrupt your focus. I promised, taking a distant step back. But I wanted to ask. When you were little, you were always taking apart my clocks and VCRs. I used to punish you for it. His soldering iron paused, suspended just above the metal. You sent me away, to reform school. Because of it, Abigail. The blunt cruelty of his memory was a physical pain, but I forced myself to absorb it. He is right. I did that. That's not what I meant, I said, finding my voice firm despite the shame. I meant, I saw the gift in your hands. I just never cared enough to foster it. If you stay here, Kane, you can have anything you want. I can set up a full engineering workshop, a lab. I can hire the best minds in the world to mentor you. Not because I want you to make me a weapon, but because I want you to build the future you were meant to create. He put down the soldering iron. He finally looked up. His eyes were the clearest window to his broken soul. And what if the future I want to create, Abigail, is simply the one where you are gone? He had won the round. He always won. Then I will accept that, I said, my voice steady. But until then, you have the full resources of the Stone Corporation at your disposal. This house is yours. The money is yours. Just tell me what you need, and it will be here. I left before he could deliver another blow, but as I closed the carriage house door, I heard the faint, metallic tap of his soldering iron resuming its work. He had rejected my hand, but he had not rejected the tools. Small progress. The stepsisters were next. Tiffany and Heather, the young mistresses, arrived home later that day, chirping about their upcoming shopping trip in Milan, blissfully unaware their golden parachute had dissolved into thin air. They sauntered into the foyer, dropping several designer shopping bags and looking around the empty, silent hall. What is this? A wake? Tiffany complained, her voice nasal and entitled. Where's Harris? And why is that psycho freak still here? She gestured dismissively toward Kane, who was sitting silently in the library, calmly reading a book that looked suspiciously like a treatise on materials science. I descended the main staircase, again in my warsuit. My new persona, the one who didn't tolerate disrespect, was already second nature. Girls, I said, my tone cool and lethal. A few things have changed. First, Harris and all his cronies are gone. Second, the psycho freak, as you call him, is my son and the sole heir to the Stone estate. You will treat him with respect, or you will not address him at all. Heather giggled nervously. Oh, come on, Abby. You're joking, right? This is about Parker, isn't it? Did you have a fight? Parker is presently in custody, pending an investigation into corporate espionage and attempted vehicular homicide. I informed them, dropping the bomb instantly. I watched their faces contort, with a mixture of disbelief and dawning terror. Your father is gone. Your allowance? Cancelled. Your credit cards? Terminated. Your tuition payments? Stopped. You are not Stone property, and as of this moment, you are no longer welcome to reside here. Tiffany's carefully constructed face shattered. You can't do that. Daddy will. Your daddy is facing 20 years in a maximum security prison. I cut in. You have 60 minutes to pack your essential clothes. I have already arranged for a car to take you to the apartment complex your mother used to reside in. Enjoy the change of scenery. There was no negotiation, no pleading, only instantaneous execution of their ruin. They screamed, they sobbed, they called me a witch, but I stood there, utterly unmoved. They were complicit in the culture of neglect and greed that had nearly destroyed my son. They were collateral damage in my redemption. They were gone by nightfall. The mansion felt lighter, cleaner. The dismantling of the Travers empire was brutal and quick, driven by my spectral knowledge. Parker's parents, the primary conspirators in the financial fraud, crumbled under the weight of the evidence I provided. They hadn't counted on me knowing the exact date and amount of every illegal transfer. Within a week, the stress and exposure, coupled with my merciless legal team, drove Martha into a highly publicized nervous breakdown, landing her in a private psychiatric facility. Her husband, Gerald, followed suit after realizing he was facing bankruptcy and a string of civil lawsuits I filed against every single one of his personal assets. I secured a permanent restraining order against Parker, and his position in jail became permanent while he awaited trial. The entire family, who had planned to spend the rest of their lives luxuriating in my wealth, was shattered, ruined, and incarcerated, all within 10 days. It was complete. It was satisfying. It was justice, delivered without a drop of blood. My part of the bargain, the revenge that saved my son from becoming a killer, was done. I went to Kane, sitting in the library 2 weeks later, the day the newspaper headlines confirmed Parker's trial date and Martha's institutionalization. It's over, Kane, I said, sinking into the chair opposite him. Parker and his family are ruined. The threat is gone. You are safe. You never have to go back to that school. You can travel, study, build, whatever you want, wherever you want. You are free. I waited, my heart soaring with the satisfaction of a mission accomplished. He should have looked relieved, or even pleased. He closed his book slowly, placed it on the side table, and finally looked at me, his eyes the same fathomless black as the night outside. And I should thank you, Abigail? He asked, his voice low and devoid of inflection. No, I whispered, but perhaps you could call me Mom? The expression that crossed his face was chilling. It wasn't hate. It was indifference mixed with a deep, crushing pity. You took care of the legal problem, he conceded. But you didn't do it for me. You did it to save the guilt in your own soul. I don't know what you saw that night before you asked me to stay. Parker's real plan? Consequences of your actions, maybe? But all you're doing right now is changing your own karma. It has nothing to do with me. He rose from the chair. The house is quiet. The money is secure. Good. I will use the resources to set up a proper workshop as you suggested. But as for you, Abigail, You have only proven one thing. You are capable of extraordinary things for the wrong reasons. He walked away, leaving me utterly alone in the silent, massive library, the triumph of my vengeance turning to ashes in my mouth. He was right. I had achieved justice, but I hadn't earned a shred of his love or forgiveness. The revenge was instant, but the redemption was failing. I realized with shattering clarity that my presence was the problem. I was the ghost of his neglected childhood, the constant reminder of his suffering, as long as I was here. A pathetic, weeping, apologizing ghost of a mother. He would never be free. That night, I wrote 2 letters, one to my estate lawyer, making Kane the sole executor of my will and transferring the entirety of my shares immediately. The other was a simple, short note to Kane, which I left on his perfect, untouched breakfast plate in the kitchen. My presence is the only thing keeping you caged. I will remove the cage. I walked out of the mansion, not toward the main road, but toward the secluded cliff edge, overlooking the coast. The place was deserted, remote, and beautiful, the perfect, silent end. I walked to the edge, the cold sea spray, a final, chilling embrace. Against my face, I closed my eyes, ready to step into the final oblivion, praying that in the next life, he would find the love he deserved. I felt a hand grab my forearm and pull me away from the cliff. When I opened my eyes, Kane's own was staring back at me. For the first time in a decade, they were wide with shock and disbelief. Were his feelings not fully extinguished then? Was there still a sliver of love there left for me? What did it say of me that only at this very moment, after all this time, I was noticing that he had my eyes? "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he said, panting from running all the way here to stop me. I broke. The wall I had built, the one I had needed to execute the Travers, crumbled into dust. I fell to my knees on the cold, damp earth, the tears I had fought for years, finally tearing through me in agonizing sobs. "I don't know how to fix it, Kane," I wailed, the sound raw and stripped bare. "I'm sorry for pushing you away. I'm sorry for being so selfish all this time. I know what your plan was. It was me who put you in that situation to begin with. I'm sorry for filling your heart with hatred. I don't know how to be your mother. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for everything." I launched toward him on my knees, a desperate animal seeking absolution, throwing my arms around his waist. I pressed my face into the silk of his shirt, sobbing out decades of guilt and regret. I waited for him to recoil, to push me away, to deliver the final, cutting remark that would justify his freedom. I waited for the defensive step back, but the step back never came. For the first time since he was a small child, he didn't move away. He stood perfectly still, letting me cling to him, letting my tears soak his jacket. I felt his hand lift, hesitantly, and then, with the first tremor of genuine emotion I had ever seen him display, he rested it on the back of my head, a protective weight. His breath was uneven as he spoke. The first 2 words almost lost in the rush of the wind and the sea. "Welcome home, Mum." Epilogue. The rebuilding. 1 year passed. The old Abigail Stone, the fragile heiress, who wilted under pressure, was dead. She had died in the phantom car crash. And her redemption, one that cold night on the cliff's edge, had solidified the woman I was now. I stood at the polished glass wall of the new structure Kane had built. It wasn't a carriage house anymore. It was the Stone Advanced Engineering Lab, a gleaming, state-of-the-art facility, equipped with everything from CNC machines to a clean room. It was magnificent. The vast stone fortune was finally being put to its proper purpose, fueling the mind of a genius. Kane, now 17, was not wearing the bespoke suits of the old life, but a utilitarian, grey-work jumpsuit. He was hunched over a sophisticated 6-axis robotic arm he was reprogramming, his dark hair falling over his forehead, utterly absorbed. The terrifying silence was still present, but it was no longer the silence of a coiled predator. It was the silence of deep, satisfying concentration. He was building sophisticated medical prosthetics now, His focus shifted from the mechanism of a homemade firearm to the mechanism of human restoration. He was whole, and he was free. Parker Travers was where he belonged, serving hard time for vehicular homicide conspiracy and fraud. His trial having concluded swiftly, thanks to the airtight evidence I, the ghost, had collected. The twins, Tiffany and Heather, were last seen drifting between waitressing and low-rent apartments justice, served by gravity. They were a bitter memory, permanently sealed outside the perimeter of our peace. My relationship with Kane wasn't easy, nor was it loud. We didn't exchange dramatic pronouncements or flowery confessions. I still couldn't cook, but every morning, without fail, I walked into the kitchen at 6:30. I would pour 2 mugs of terrible, bitter sludge I called coffee, and I would wait. Kane would appear 5 minutes later, take the coffee, sigh dramatically, and then, with his own expert hands, whip up the perfect eggs and avocado on toast for both of us. It was a ritual. My offering, his correction, our shared moment. This morning, as he plated the food, I placed a small box on the counter. It wasn't expensive jewelry. It was a customized set of precision calibration tools he had been mentioning needing for weeks. He paused, glancing at the box. He didn't thank me, not with words. He just looked at me, a quick, intense flick of his dark eyes. "My coffee is perfect this morning, Mum," he said, his voice flat, but the corners of his mouth, the first physical signs of a genuine, internal peace tugging upward ever so slightly. It was everything. It was the complete, total, soul-deep reward for the years of neglect, the agony of the nightmare, and the months of relentless work. The past was a brutal, bloody chapter closed forever. The future was here, clean and bright, built one perfect breakfast at a time. I was no longer an heiress. I was a mother, finally home. If you enjoyed this quick escape, hit the subscribe button for new stories, twice a week. Until then, I'll see you at the next flip of the pages.